Chapter 49-48. In the end, Lu Ming did not get a single piece of the Immortal's molted skin. Have I run out of luck? Lu Ming muttered to himself. However, Lu Ming did not mind. If he did not get it, then so be it. There was no need to force it. He had already gained a lot from this trip to Purple Heaven Grotto. Other things aside, he had comprehended the 3000th ancient secret skill and broken through to the 9th tier Divine Master realm. His combat strength had increased by a few levels and he had reached the level of an invincible Divine Master. This was more practical than any treasure. Moreover, they had emptied 2 meridians and obtained at least 20 billion immortal stones, many immortal crystals, and various levels of divine medicine. However, they had obtained 3 stalks of top-notch divine medicine. Most importantly, he had obtained more than a dozen divine origin tea leaves. With some time, his cultivation level would reach the peak of the Divine Master realm. The same went for Xian Yanqing and the others. These were all huge gains, and they could be quickly converted into their strength. Although the Immortal's molted skin was extremely precious, Lu Ming did not know how to use it even if he got it now. The Immortal's molted skin was the essence of the immortal body. It contained endless energy and was not something they could refine at the moment. Even if they got it, they could only leave it. They could see if they could use it. Therefore, he was not too disappointed. Moreover, there was something more important to do now. That was to kill Yi Immortal. This was a rare opportunity. Yi Immortal was alone and had no other helpers. After seeing that the Immortal's molted skin had been taken away by the Dark Night Rose, Yi Immortal knew that he could not succeed. He quickly fled in another direction. However, Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng had their eyes on him for a long time. "Stay here!" Gu Changfeng yelled and threw out a punch. The terrifying fist force surged toward Yi Wuchen like a tidal wave. Faced with such a terrifying fist energy, Yi Immortal did not dare to be careless even though he was protected by a top-notch origin-grade armor. He swung his sword to block the attack. Chaos style. Lu Ming followed up with a palm strike. A huge continent formed and came crashing down on Yi Immortal. Sword of the Celestial, Death of the Moon, Destruction of the Sun. In the face of Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng's combined attacks, Yi Immortal felt an immense sense of danger. He pushed his battle prowess to the limit and slashed out with his top-notch source-grade divine weapon. He actually used 2 Genesis techniques in an instant. A great sun and a waning moon appeared in the sky at the same time. Boundless light filled the sky. Countless streams of sword chi pierced through the land mass and the fist force, fending off the attacks of the two. As for Yi Wuchang, he seized the opportunity and retreated rapidly like a ray of light. But at this moment, a huge halberd came crashing down on Yi Immortal's head. Yi Immortal's pupils shrank. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly raised his sword to block the attack. With a loud clang, Yi Immortal's body trembled and he retreated. His face darkened. The person blocking him was a huge figure wearing a sinister-looking black armor. It was Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, and the others who had set up the joint attack formation. With all 12 of them in place, it was a perfect joint attack formation. Swoosh! Lu Ming used the sky splitter form and turned into a dazzling spear light that pierced towards Yi Immortal. At the same time, Gu Changfeng destroyed the waning moon and the great sun. His fist energy continued to crush Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal had nowhere to run. He tried his best to dodge, but it was impossible for him to dodge all 3 attacks at the same level as him. Bam! Lu Ming's spear of Ares hit Yi Immortal's chest. Yi Immortal's body flew out and he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Even though he was protected by a top-notch source-level armor, it was impossible for him to completely negate Lu Ming's attack. The terrifying power still penetrated the armor and hurt him. Lu Ming's attack landed. Gu Changfeng and the 12 of them followed up with a killer move each. Boom! Boom! The 2 killer moves hit Yi Immortal accurately. Bam! Yi Immortal's body smashed into the ground like a meteorite. Actually, the ground could no longer be called the ground. This was because the earth had completely collapsed, turning into pieces of earth fragments. Yi Wuxiu smashed into a piece of earth fragment, directly smashing this piece of earth fragment into even smaller fragments. Yi Immortal was severely injured after being hit by 3 consecutive attacks. Kill! Lu Ming and the others shouted as they continued to attack Yi Immortal. They wanted to eliminate Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal was the backbone of the heavenly human tribe. He was extremely scheming and Yi Qiuxian was no match for him. Although Yi Qiuxian was talented, he was much more inexperienced compared to Yi Immortal. As long as Yi Immortal was killed, the heavenly human tribe would no longer be a threat. Yi Immortal's gaze was cold. Even at this critical moment, he did not give up. He would not give up until the very last moment. He mustered all the energy in his body and spread out his spiritual senses, looking for an opportunity to escape. Rumble! Boom! Boom! At this moment, shocking rumbles and explosions could be heard. Waves of terrifying destructive power swept out in all directions and wreaked havoc in the void. Space was torn apart and the ground was completely destroyed. Countless boulders and fragments of the ground flew out in all directions like popcorn. At this moment, the entire Purple Heaven Hollow was in an uproar. Lu Ming could clearly see that many extreme Yin corpses were swept up by the destructive power. Their bodies were torn apart and turned into ashes. Even Lu Ming and the others had to circulate their energy to block the destructive power. Ordinary divine masters would not be able to block the destructive power and would be torn apart. However, their bodies were also blocked by the devastating destructive power. Yi Immortal would not let go of such an opportunity. He turned into a beam of sword light and shot out into the distance. His speed was even faster than when he was at his peak. He was burning his potential without caring about his injuries. At this moment, he could not care less about his injuries. He knew that this was an excellent opportunity. If he missed it, he would be stuck here forever. After him! Lu Ming shouted. The war god's spear buzzed and vibrated violently. A powerful force burst out and broke the surrounding rocks and destructive power. He quickly chased after Yi Immortal. Unfortunately, he was still one step too late. Yi Immortal had already broken out of their encirclement and was charging forward crazily. He did not care about the destructive power of the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow. His speed was increased to the highest level in history. The distance between him and Lu Ming was widening. Moreover, the Heaven Hollow and Earth Hollow were crumbling. There were rocks and hazy seawater everywhere. There was also dust, which severely affected one's vision. After chasing for a while, Lu Ming jumped over a few huge fragments of the ground and lost track of Yi Immortal. What a pity, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If Lu Ming could not catch up, Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing, and Dandan would not be able to catch up with him. Chapter 49-49. Lu Ming stopped. After a few breaths, Gu Changfeng and Xian Yanqing arrived with their combined attack. Yi Immortal has escaped, Lu Ming said. The black-armored warrior dissipated with a bang. The combined attack was removed, revealing Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu and the other two. They activated their powers to block the destructive power. With their current cultivation, they had no problem blocking the destructive power. Yi Immortal is not meant to die. It's just in time for the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven to collapse. Dandan said unhappily. If the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven had collapsed a little later, they would have had the confidence to kill Yi Immortal. Forget about Yi Immortal. Let's get out of here first. The Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven is in chaos. Lu Ming said. Now, the Purple Heaven Cave had completely collapsed. It was a true collapse. The sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The laws and profound meanings were in chaos. Bubbles even felt that time and space were in chaos. She could no longer tell the direction. Senior Lion, enter my ancient desolation ring, Lu Ming said. To be safe, Lu Ming opened the ancient desolation ring. He planned to let everyone enter the ancient desolation ring while he and Gu Changfeng stayed outside to break out. No one knew what would happen if the sky fell and the earth cracked. No, I want to stay outside. I think there's something good to eat, Qiu said and looked around. I want to stay outside too. I can help you. Bubbles also called out. In the end, Lu Ming left Bubbles and Qiu behind. The others entered the ancient desolation ring. Then, the four of them chose a direction and rushed out with Gu Changfeng. Boom, 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 boom. It was like the beginning of the universe. Lu Ming knew that it would not be long before Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven completely disappeared from the universe. Something good to eat? Qiu suddenly cried out and stared in a certain direction. Lu Ming looked over and saw a piece of purple gold metal embedded in a huge rock. It was as big as a water tank. This is the Purple Moon Divine Gold, an excellent material for refining source-level divine weapons. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. The power of time and space erupted. The space around the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold suddenly distorted. Then, the piece of Purple Moon Divine Gold automatically separated from the rock and flew toward Lu Ming and the rest. Qiu, you've eaten enough during this period of time. I'll keep this Purple Moon Divine Gold for now and give it to you in the future, Lu Ming said. With a wave of his hand, he put away the Purple Moon Divine Gold. You guys, there's one over there too. There are a few pieces there. As they flew, Qiu constantly discovered all kinds of different metals. Furthermore, they were all of extremely high grades. At the very least, they could be used to refine origin-grade divine weapons. Because those metals that could only be used to refine master-grade divine weapons, or even lower grades, couldn't catch Qiu's attention at all. Obviously, these top-grade metals were buried deep under the ground before. Without careful investigation, they couldn't find them at all. Now that the ground had completely collapsed, these top-grade metals were also exposed. Sometimes, they could even get some immortal stones and immortal crystals. Immortal stones and immortal crystals weren't the only things that could be found in Qi meridians. In places like Purple Heaven, there were also immortal stones and immortal crystals and immortal stones, but there weren't as many as Qi meridians. Along the way, they kept gaining. They didn't know how long they had been flying, but suddenly, they saw a glimmer of light. We're about to reach the edge. I can feel that the space-time outside isn't chaotic. Bubbles cried out excitedly. Let's go! Lu Ming and the others sped up and rushed forward. With a bang, they seemed to have rushed out of some kind of barrier and appeared in a calm place. We're out. This is the universe ruins. Bubbles yelled. Everyone looked around and was sure that this should be the universe ruins. They had already left Purple Heaven, because the void behind them was shaking and twisting like water waves. They didn't know how big the area was, but at a glance, there were such distorted voids everywhere. Obviously, the collapse of Purple Heaven had affected the space of the universe ruins. Let's get out of here quickly, lest we encounter the experts of the 3 forbidden clans. Lu Ming said. Since they were out, the experts of the 3 forbidden clans were most likely fine. If they encountered them, it would be bad. In the universe ruins, they were much less restricted than in Purple Heaven. With a flash, they disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer's base. To be honest, they were a little worried about the other people in the Heaven Destroyer. Although Lion had told them to evacuate quickly and leave Purple Heaven if the situation wasn't right. Although the collapse of Purple Heaven wouldn't cause fatal damage to Lu Ming and the others, ordinary Almighty couldn't resist that kind of destructive power. If the people of the Heaven Destroyer were still there when Purple Heaven completely collapsed, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, when they came out just now, Lu Ming sent a voice transmission to a few acquaintances of the Heaven Destroyer, but found that the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them at all. Those people had the strength of the top Lord of Heaven. Even if they were in Purple Heaven, they should be able to survive. There were 3 reasons why the voice transmission Jade Talisman couldn't reach them. First, they had already come out and returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base. The 2 sides were too far away, so the voice transmission couldn't reach them. Second, they had already died. Third, they were still in Purple Heaven. Lu Ming felt that the first reason should be more important. After all, Lion and Gu Changfeng had told them to evacuate early. They quickly flew toward the Heaven Destroyer, but after flying for a while, they stopped. Something's wrong. Something's wrong with this universe ruin, Lu Ming whispered and frowned. Indeed, something's wrong. I feel that the esoteric laws of heaven and earth are much stronger and more orderly than before, Bubbles also said. Let's find a fragment of the continent to take a look. Lu Ming said. After a while, Lu Ming and the others were a little stunned. They found a fragment of the continent, but this fragment was extremely huge, as if many fragments of the continent had been pieced together. Around this huge fragment of the continent, there were some small fragments of the continent that seemed to be slowly approaching this fragment of the continent. Although the speed wasn't fast, it was indeed approaching. The most important thing was that the environment on these fragments of the continent was too good. The vegetation was lush and full of vitality, and there were even all kinds of divine herbs growing on it. Although their levels weren't high, there were a lot of them. The main reason was that the desolation chi was too rich. Yes, the desolation chi on the fragment of the continent was shockingly rich. It was even better than the cultivation environment of the Heaven Destroyer's base. If they remembered correctly, these fragments of the continent used to be just ruins. Chapter 4950. These continent fragments were just ruins in the past. There was nothing on them. Because this place was not very far from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they remembered it very clearly because they had passed by here the last time they came. What was going on? It had only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change here? Lu Ming released Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Lion and the others from the Chaos Ring. They were also dumbfounded. It's only been a few years. How could there be such a huge change? Even if the ruins of the universe began to recover, it shouldn't have changed so quickly. Dandan said in disbelief. Could there be an error in time? In fact, more than a few years have passed, Bubbles suddenly said. The others were shocked. Bubbles, what do you mean? Lu Ming asked. When Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven collapsed, the time and space inside became very chaotic and there was no pattern at all. Maybe not long has passed inside. In fact, many years have passed in the ruins of the universe. Bubbles speculated. What? Everyone's heart trembled even more violently. Many years had passed? However, it was not impossible. Bubbles' attainments in space-time were indeed beyond their reach. If it's true, how many years have passed? Lu Ming asked again. It's hard to say. It's hard to tell. Bubbles frowned. Obviously, she was stumped. Let's go to other places to take a look. Lu Ming said. They left again and continued to fly towards the Heaven Destroyer station. After flying for a while, they found another huge continent fragment. Like before, this continent fragment was also very large. It seemed to be formed by many continent fragments. There were many other continent fragments around it that were slowly approaching the largest continent fragment in the middle. The continent fragment was lush and full of vitality. The chaos chi was very strong. Could it be that Bubbles' speculation was true? Many years had really passed? Could it be that more than 10,000 years had passed? Then was the Great Tribulation of Origin already over? The Origin Tribulation is not over yet because I can still feel the pressure brought by the Origin Tribulation. However, it seems that the pressure is much smaller than before. Gu Changfeng said. I feel the same way too. Lion also said. It was difficult for ordinary Almighty to feel the changes brought by the Origin Tribulation, but it was different for Peak Almighty. Peak Almighty was extremely close to the Origin realm. Although the Origin Tribulation was harmless to them, they could still feel the Origin Tribulation. Vaguely, he could feel an oppressive pressure between heaven and earth. The Origin Tribulation is not over 10,000 years, but the pressure is much lighter than before. It seems that a lot of time. Lu Ming speculated. Let's go back to the station. Lion said with a worried look on his face. If a long time had really passed, how was the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Army? Could they have been attacked by the creatures of the Forbidden Lands or other forces? They were starting to feel anxious. They raised their speed to the limit, disregarding the loss of power. In a flash, they covered a distance of billions of miles. Along the way, they discovered that the continent fragments in the ruins of the universe were indeed converging. Small fragments of continents converged into large fragments of continents. Did the Eldritch continent reappear? After a while, they were not far from the Heaven Destroyer station. The news has been spread. Lion suddenly said, feeling a little excited. After many attempts, the news finally spread. They continued to fly, and soon, they saw a group of people flying towards them. They were the Heaven Destroyer's people. They were all at the almighty level. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, Lu Ming saw many familiar faces at a glance. They were all relieved, and the heavy burden in their hearts was finally lifted. Yi Ling, Mo Chang, Rong Gong, and the others had entered Purple Heaven Grotto together. Now that they were still alive, it meant that they had indeed left Purple Heaven Grotto ahead of time. Lu Ming and the others were happy, but they found that Yi Ling and the others were even happier. They're still alive. Ha, I knew it. They're still alive. How could anything happen to them? That's right, that's great. The Heaven Destroyers crowd kept cheering. There were at least hundreds of people who came to welcome Lu Ming and the others, and they were all at the almighty level. The two groups of people quickly gathered together. Dream Void, what happened? Lion asked Almighty Dream Void impatiently. Almighty Dream Void was Autumn Moon's master in the Heavenly Palace. He later joined the Heaven Destroyer and was a top Lord of Heaven level figure. When Lion and the others were not around, he was the upper echelon of the Heaven Destroyer. You've disappeared for 8,000 years. The moment Divine Lord Dream Void spoke, Lu Ming and the rest were taken aback. 8,000 years. Could it be that the short period of time they were in Purple Heaven Grotto meant that 8,000 years had passed in the outside world? Almighty Dream Void immediately gave a brief explanation. Back then, after Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Gu Changfeng, and the others left, they continued to explore the periphery of Purple Heaven Grotto. Seeing that Purple Heaven Grotto was collapsing more and more, they knew that it would be very dangerous to stay any longer. Hence, they left Purple Heaven Grotto on a flying boat and waited outside. Some ordinary almighty from the Heavenly Human tribe and the Quasi-Sage tribe also left. Their combat strength was not top-notch. Later, they discovered that a large number of experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area were heading toward Purple Heaven Grotto. They did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left, returning to the Heaven Destroyer's base. However, they secretly sent people to keep an eye on Purple Heaven Grotto. However, this wait lasted for a total of 8,000 years. Apart from the ordinary almighty from the various factions, none of the top-notch experts actually came out. Lu Ming and the others, as well as the top-notch experts from the Quasi-Sage tribe and the Heavenly Human tribe, such as Yi Immortal, Yi Qiuxian, Song Qiong, and the others. It was the same for the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area. Not only did the top-notch experts who went in earlier not come out, but even the top-notch experts who went in later did not come out. They thought that something had happened in Purple Heaven Grotto and that the people who stayed inside were all dead. They did not expect that after 8,000 years, Lu Ming and the others actually came out alive. So that was it. Lu Ming and the others understood that the situation was similar to what they had guessed before. In the beginning, time was synchronized. However, when Purple Heaven Grotto completely collapsed, it reversed time and space, causing an error in time between Purple Heaven Grotto and the primitive universe. The experts from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Area who went in later, such as the more than 10 almighty mentioned by Song Qiong, were mostly rushing toward the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Halfway through, they encountered the collapse of Purple Heaven Grotto and were trapped inside. Just like Lu Ming and the others, they were trapped inside for so many years. Chapter 4951. 8,000 years, plus the previous 1,500 years, it's about 9,500 years. It's not far from the origin tribulation of 10,000 years. Lu Ming calculated silently and felt a little complicated. He originally thought that he would have enough time to slowly accumulate and prepare to break through to the origin realm. He didn't expect that after coming out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the end of the origin tribulation was not far away. He felt that time was tight again. 8,000 years have passed. No wonder the universe ruins have changed so much. Dandan and the others whispered. Previously, the universe ruins had already begun to recover. The cultivation environment was getting better and better. The desolation chi was getting denser and denser. Divine herbs were also appearing everywhere. Now that 8,000 years had passed, it was normal for the environment of the universe ruins to change so much. By the way, have the various forces attacked Heaven Destroyer in the past 8,000 years? Lion asked. No. Maybe the top experts of the various forces are not here, or maybe they are afraid of our origin realm experts. God Lord Dream Void said. Lu Ming nodded. This was normal. The top experts of the various forces were not here. Even if the other God Lords wanted to attack Heaven Destroyer's base, it would not be easy for them to break through the defensive array of Heaven Destroyer's base. Moreover, if they were really forced into a corner, the origin would awaken desperately. Who could stop those ordinary God Lords? They would all die. Therefore, when the top experts and leaders of the various forces did not come out of Purple Heaven Paradise, the universe ushered in a rare period of peace. The various forces were silently developing on their own. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Lion and the others quickly adjusted their mentality. For people at their level, 8,000 years wasn't a very long time. After all, many God Lords would go into seclusion for hundreds of millions of years or even a few stellar years. 8,000 years was really nothing. After chatting for a while, they returned to Heaven Destroyer's base. Heaven Destroyer's members cheered when they saw Lu Ming and the others return. Let's get ready. Since we have come out of the Purple Heaven Grotto, the masters of the other forces have most likely come out as well. After they come out, the peace of the universe will definitely be broken. Maybe they will attack our Heaven Destroyer again. In the main hall of the Heaven Destroyer, all of the higher-ups of the Heaven Destroyer were present. Lu Ming spoke slowly. This time in Purple Heaven Cave, Lu Ming learned a lot of information. The three races of the Forbidden Grounds, the Celestial race and the Demon race, were not races of this universe. They were all suppressed by this universe, especially those at reciprocity and above. In addition, the forbidden power he controlled was actually the power of the universe. As his cultivation base increased, the power of the universe would become stronger. The stronger the power of the universe, the stronger the suppression of the three races, the heavenly human tribe, and the demons would become. Therefore, the taboo physique and these powers were mortal enemies. He didn't know for now, but the three tribes of the forbidden area and the heavenly human tribe definitely wouldn't give up. This time, when the masters came out, they might attack them. They had to be careful. We have been strengthening the defensive array for the past 8,000 years, Dream Void said. It's not enough. It's far from enough. Lu Ming shook his head. Most of the arrays in the Heaven Exterminating Army's encampment were main-level arrays. At most, there were some broken origin-level arrays. They were enough to defend against an ordinary Divine Master, but they were difficult to defend against an invincible Divine Master. An invincible Divine Master was so powerful that ordinary Divine Masters couldn't compare to him at all. Moreover, there were the three races of the Forbidden Grounds now. In the past, the heavenly human tribe had a special method to break the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer in a short time, let alone the three races of the Forbidden Grounds. Lu Ming waved his hand and a large number of scrolls flew out. There are some source-level arrays, some refining methods, and some alchemy methods in here. They are all from the last era. Take them and study them. Dandan, you study them too. Then try to set up the source-level arrays around the Heaven Destroyer. Lu Ming said. Of course, no problem. Leave it to me. Dandan's eyes lit up. He was very excited to study source-level arrays. However, to set up source-level arrays, you need to be in the origin realm. It's very difficult with my cultivation. I need some special materials such as some special metals, or even the bones of origin realm experts, Dandan said. That's not a problem. You can ask Senior Line. Senior Line, I believe the Heaven Destroyer should have such materials in stock, right? Lu Ming looked at Line. Now, everyone had a feeling that Lu Ming was the leader. After all, the Heaven Destroyer has been established for 60 years. We still have such materials in stock. Lion nodded. Also, this is a joint attack array. We need to choose suitable people to train. It can greatly increase our strength. Lu Ming waved his hand again and a large number of joint attack arrays appeared. Most of the treasures they had obtained in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven were hidden in the Chaos Ring. So many, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, and the others knew about this, but Divine Lord Dream Void and the others did not. They stared at the large number of joint attack arrays and breathed heavily. Complete source-level arrays, artifact forging and pill refining methods from the last epoch, and so many joint attack arrays. Just how much had they gained from the trip to the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven? There were many things that they could not excavate from the ruins of the universe. They were things they could only dream of. Now, there was actually so much placed before them. Also, it's best to call back all the people scattered around the base or out adventuring to guard the base. I'm afraid that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds will attack us before long. Lu Ming continued. Everyone nodded. After a little more discussion, they began to move out in groups. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Xiu Qiu Moon, and the others obviously went into seclusion to cultivate. Lion, Tang Jian, and the others would naturally take care of the other miscellaneous matters. The most important thing for them now was to break through in seclusion, especially Lu Ming. Breaking through to the peak Divine Lord level was a top priority. The three races of the Forbidden Grounds had too many experts. According to Zhang Qiong, apart from the previous 6 invincible Divine Lords, there were more than 10 invincible Divine Lords. This was a shocking number. Once they attacked together, the Heaven Destroyer would be in great danger and might even be destroyed. Time was of the essence. In a quiet courtyard, Lu Ming took out a teapot and began to brew original God tea. After drinking a cup of original God tea, Lu Ming closed his eyes and began to comprehend the origin. On a fragment of a continent far away from the Heaven Destroyer base, dozens of figures flashed and appeared out of nowhere. The one in the lead was Yi Wuxiu. Behind Yi Wuxiu, there were dozens of celestial race experts. Yi Qiuxian was among them. Yi Immortal's face turned pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 4952. Old Ancestor, are you all right? Yi Qiuxian asked with concern. Yi Qiuxian's cultivation had also reached the peak of the almighty level. Yi Immortal had obtained 2 pieces of Source Spirit Tea and gave one to Yi Qiuxian so that he could break through to the peak of the almighty level. However, Yi Qiuxian didn't go to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom. Instead, he led dozens of heavenly human experts to search for treasures outside the Purple Heaven Grotto. When the Purple Heaven Grotto was about to collapse, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they went to the Purple Heaven Immortal Kingdom to find Yi Immortal. They found the severely injured Yi Immortal on the way and escaped from the Purple Heaven Grotto together. They had just come out and wanted to return to the Heavenly Palace, but Yi Immortal's injuries were too severe and they had to stop here. The Eldritch universe has changed a lot. The laws and profound are much more stable than before. Perhaps the collapse of the Purple Heaven Grotto has disrupted time. Many years have passed in the Eldritch universe. Yi Immortal murmured. He was an old monster who had lived for countless years and was very experienced. He could deduce many things with just a few clues. Many years have passed? Yi Qiuxian and the others were slightly shocked. However, the origin tribulation is still there. It should be within 10,000 years. This time, my injuries are very serious. I need to find a place to heal as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be repercussions. Go back to the Heavenly Palace and check on the situation, Yi Immortal ordered. Then he entered the fragment and swallowed a divine pill to heal his injuries. Yi Qiuxian guarded him while the other heavenly human experts returned to the Heavenly Palace to check on the situation. More than 10 days later, a few heavenly human experts returned and reported the news. 8,000 years have passed, Yi Immortal murmured. His expression was unreadable. Old ancestor, who injured you? Is it a creature from the Forbidden Land? Yi Qiuxian asked. He had been holding this question in his heart for more than 10 days. It's Lu Ming, Yi Immortal said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. What? Lu Ming again? Has he already broken through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm? Yi Qiuxian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with jealousy. When Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had been able to fight against the pinnacle Divine Master Yi Immortal. This also meant that when Lu Ming had been a 9th-level Divine Master, he had possessed the combat strength of an unrivaled Divine Master. Even though he was a peak Divine Master, he didn't have such combat prowess. His combat prowess was only comparable to Guangxian's emissary of the Primordial Light Clan. Back then, when he was in the Supreme Immortal City, Lu Ming was at most on par with him. But now, she had far surpassed him. Lu Ming hasn't broken through to the peak of the God Lord level, but this time, he's working with others to attack me. He alone won't be able to do anything to me. Ye Immortal said. He must be eliminated. Old Ancestor, this Lu Ming must be eliminated. Otherwise, there will be another Tang Feng, Yi Qiuxian roared, his eyes turning red. Given his temperament, he shouldn't have reacted this way. But he had been suppressed by Lu Ming too much and felt too aggrieved. Yi Qiuxian's growth hadn't been smooth sailing. In the beginning, he wasn't famous in the heavenly human tribe and was even looked down upon. But he had been enduring and cultivating in secret. He had planned to achieve great success in his cultivation and shock the world with a single brilliant feat finally. He cultivated the perfect power of heaven and became the third peerless genius in the history of the heavenly human tribe to have mastered the perfect power of heaven. Coincidentally, the supreme immortal city had appeared at this time. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to shock the world with a single brilliant feat, but in the supreme immortal city, he had lost to Lu Ming. He had been holding back his anger for so long. But before he could vent it, he had been suppressed. This was more unbearable than anything else. Later on, he had always wanted to surpass Lu Ming and suppress Lu Ming. But every time, the result was that he was suppressed by Lu Ming. Every time he was defeated, his mentality would explode at the mention of Lu Ming. Lu Ming must be eliminated. Yi Qiuxian said coldly. Yi Wuxiu said coldly, after I recover from my injuries, I will join forces with the 3 clans in the Forbidden Land to kill Lu Ming. Not only will Lu Ming be eliminated, but the Heaven Exterminating Army will be eliminated as well. This time, his injuries were very serious. He had been attacked by Lu Ming, Gu Changfeng, and the Joint Attack Array. Although he had managed to escape, he had been hit by the destructive force of the Purple Heaven's collapse. His injuries had worsened. It would take at least a few months for him to fully recover without any sequelae. He had gone through so much to reincarnate. If he wanted to reach new heights in this life, surpass his cultivation in his previous life, and even become an immortal, he had to walk steadily and not leave any sequelae. Moreover, it didn't matter if it happened a few months earlier or later. He had stayed in the Purple Heaven for 8,000 years. Lu Ming and the others must be the same as him. Moreover, he didn't know that Lu Ming and the others had obtained the original divine tea leaves. Without the original divine tea leaves, it would take a long time to reach the peak of the Divine Master Realm from the 9th tier Divine Master Realm. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Yi Immortal continued to cultivate in seclusion. Yi Qiuxian and the others stood guard for him. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Yi Wuchang's injuries were finally healed, without leaving behind any trace of aftereffects. You all return to the Heavenly Palace first. I will go to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain first, Yi Immortal ordered. Then he took a step forward and disappeared without a trace. The entire universe was now shrouded in Dark Yin Qi. It had become the Dark Yin tribe's territory. Outside the Dark Pit Demon Mountain, Yi Immortal saw Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Pit. There were 3 other Dark Yin tribe experts with Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. They looked very young, but the aura they exuded was extremely terrifying. They weren't any weaker than Gaishak and the Lord of the Dark Yin tribe. The 3 of them were invincible divine masters. They were the peerless geniuses of the Dark Yin tribe. These 3 were the ones who woke up later. They had entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, wanting to help the Infernal Fiend King and the Spectre King. However, not long after they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven was completely destroyed before they even reached the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. They had only come out of the Purple Heaven Cave a few months ago. Ye Immortal, how dare you come to the Dark Pit Demon Mountain alone? You must be tired of living. Gaishak said coldly. His eyes flashed with cold, killing intent as he stared at Ye Immortal. He wouldn't forget that Ye Immortal had once taken away a top-grade source-level divine herb from them. Ye Immortal's expression didn't change at all. He said, I'm here to return your divine herb. Moreover, killing me won't do you any good. After he finished speaking, Ye Immortal's hand glowed. A divine herb appeared. It was a top-grade source-level divine herb. The divine herb kept struggling, but it was bound by Ye Immortal's power. It couldn't break free at all. Return our divine herb? The 5 invincible god lords present were all taken aback. Yi Immortal took out a jade box and put the top-grade source-level divine herb into it. Then he closed the jade box. There were layers of seals on the jade box. There was no need to worry that the divine herb would escape. Chapter 49:53. After Gaishak took the jade box, he finally believed that Yi Immortal was really here to return the top-grade source-level divine herb. Speak. What are you here for? King Spectre's gaze shifted as he spoke. He didn't believe that Yi Immortal would come just to deliver the top-grade source-level divine herb. If Yi Immortal was so cowardly, he wouldn't have taken the initiative to snatch the top-grade source-level divine herb. He was a ruthless person. This was Gaishak's evaluation of Yi Immortal. There were only 2 people in the primitive universe that Gaishak had evaluated. The other person was Lu Ming. I want to work with you to kill Lu Ming and attack the Heaven Destroyer. Yi Immortal said. Kill Lu Ming? Attack the Heaven Destroyer? Gaishak's eyes flashed. It's easy to say, but don't forget that there are many reciprocity experts slumbering in the Heaven Destroyer's base. If our army attacks and the Heaven Destroyer faces the danger of being destroyed, will those reciprocity experts awaken? We don't need many. We won't be able to stop a few terrifying reciprocity experts if they awaken. The Infernal Fiend King continued. The calamity of reciprocity is still present. If the Heaven Destroyer's reciprocity experts awaken by force, they'll be courting death. The stronger they are, the greater the effects of the calamity of reciprocity will be. They'll die faster. Yi Immortal smiled faintly, as if he had everything under control. They'll be able to kill us before they die, the Infernal Fiend King continued coldly. That's easy to do. That's easy. I have 2 suggestions. First, we can make preparations to open a wormhole near the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army in advance. Secondly, we can also join forces with the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe. Lu Ming has a taboo body and controls the power of the universe. He is our common enemy. I believe that the Primordial Light Tribe and the Blue Sea Tribe would be very willing to kill Lu Ming. The 4 of us can join forces and each side can bring some slumbering origin source. If the Heaven Destroyer awakens too many origins at once and is too powerful, we can also awaken our origins to fight against them. As far as I know, there are only 49 Heaven Destroyer's origins. If the 4 of us work together, even if there are losses, it won't be too great. We can even exhaust the Heaven Destroyer to death. If the Heaven Destroyer doesn't awaken much of its origin energy and isn't strong enough, we can stop it by ourselves. Even if we can't stop it, we can leave through the wormhole. You should know that once the origin energy is awakened, it's irreversible. Once it awakens, it will die in vain. We won't suffer any losses, so we can exhaust them to death. The Yi Immortal explained his plan in detail. The eyes of Gaishak and the others lit up. This plan was completely feasible. If the 4 of them worked together, each side could bring some origins to the Heaven Destroyer. Even if all 49 of the Heaven Destroyer's origins were awakened, they could also awaken 49 origins. Even if they perished together, each side would only lose a dozen or so origins if the 4 forces worked together. Given their strength, they could definitely bear it. At the very least, it would be worth it if they could kill Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng, 2 people with taboo bodies. This was called getting rid of all future troubles. Gaishak, the Lord of the Underworld, and the other 3 invincible divine masters discussed secretly and decided to agree with the Yi Immortal's proposal. In fact, when they first attacked from the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, they also wanted to deal with the Heaven Destroyer and kill Lu Ming because they were afraid of the Heaven Destroyer's origins that were still asleep. However, they did not take the Divine Master's words seriously at all. No matter how strong Lu Ming and Gu Changfeng were, they were only 2 people. They were equivalent to 2 invincible Divine Masters. We have agreed, but the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan may not agree. Gaishak said. They have no reason to disagree. Yi Immortal smiled confidently. As expected, when they went to the Yuanguang clan and the Tsangming clan, the 2 clans agreed without much consideration. The experts of the 3 forces gathered and charged toward the Heaven Destroyer's base once again. However, this time, Their momentum was even greater than before. The three clans of the Forbidden Grounds had joined forces with the Heavenly Human Clan and the Heavenly Human Clan. They didn't send out a lot of people. However, they were all top experts. The three clans of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal had a total of 16 invincible divine masters. In addition to the 16 of them, each force mobilized hundreds of people to drive the dozens of war chariots. The Origin Realm experts of the four forces were sleeping in these war chariots. The 16 invincible divine masters flew at the very front. I heard that your clan is called the Heavenly Human Clan and the force you founded is called the Heavenly Palace? A young man from the Yuanguang clan asked coldly as he looked at the Yi Immortal. This person was called Yuan Ciji. That's right. Yi Immortal said after a moment of thought. Hee, you dare to use heaven as your name? You truly don't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. If those existences were to find out, your entire race would instantly turn into ashes and disappear from this world without leaving a single trace behind. Yuan Ciji sneered. The others also looked at the Yi Immortal with half-smiles. Yi Wuxiu's face instantly turned as white as snow. He seemed to have thought of something. His eyes, which had always been calm, revealed an expression of extreme fear. It's just a name in this abandoned primitive universe. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Yi Wuchang revealed an ugly smile, but it was a forced smile. It's not a problem if those existences don't know. However, if they do, it's hard to say, Yuan Ciji smiled. The demi-human clan is the demi-human clan. How dare you call yourselves heavenly? I advise you to change it back as soon as possible. Now that the primitive universe has recovered, no one can predict what will happen in the future, Gaishak said. You mean those existences will descend upon the primitive universe? Yi Immortal said in fear. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? However, Heaven Destroyer will only die a worse death if they call themselves Heaven Destroyer. We'll be helping them by eliminating them in advance. Gaishak sneered. Yi Xiu fell silent and did not speak. He seemed to be thinking of many things and had a lot on his mind. Heaven Destroyer's base. During this time, Heaven Destroyer had gathered everyone in the surrounding area to guard the base. For the past few months, Dandan had been researching source-level formations with Heaven Destroyer's other formation masters day and night. However, source-level formations were too abstruse and difficult to understand. Even with Dandan's knowledge of formations, it was difficult for him to study them. Setting them up was out of the question. In the past 3 months, Dandan and the other formation masters had only managed to set up a corner of the base. They did not even cover 1% of Heaven Destroyer's base. Even with sufficient metal materials and origin bones, it was not enough. Their cultivation bases were still too weak. Dandan was only a 9th-tier Divine Master. He could not set it up himself. He could only let other peak Divine Master elites do it for him. However, it was extremely difficult for a peak Divine Master to set up a source-level formation. It took a lot of effort to inscribe each formation. In addition, they were unfamiliar with formations. They had to study and compare each formation pattern repeatedly. Naturally, their speed was slow. Chapter 4954. Lu Ming was still cultivating, and he had already used up all the energy in one of the Origin Spirit tea leaves. The leaf was no longer emerald green and had become transparent. However, Lu Ming still hadn't broken through. His cultivation was still at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. Moreover, he had already used up the 2nd leaf for some time. Shao Qing and Tang Jun have both broken through, and Autumn Moon is about to break through. The others only need 1 leaf of Origin Spirit tea. I've almost used up the 2nd leaf, but I still haven't broken through. Lu Ming was speechless. The origin energy in his origin source seed was much stronger than it was a few months ago, but he was still stuck at the 9th layer of the Divine Master realm. He had already guessed that he needed more resources to cultivate than others. As expected, 1 leaf of Origin Spirit tea was not enough. He even felt that 2 leaves of Origin Spirit tea were not enough. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked in one direction. There was a powerful aura coming from that direction. Autumn Moon has broken through. Lu Ming was delighted. Xian Yanqing and Tang Jun had broken through first. The two of them were reincarnated and were at the origin realm in their previous lives. Naturally, they broke through faster than the others. Now that Autumn Moon had broken through, the others were probably not far away. I have to work harder. Although the creatures of the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human race haven't done anything in the past 3 months, it's still hard to predict the future. I keep feeling uneasy. Lu Ming took a deep breath to calm himself down. Then, he drank a pot of tea made from origin spirit tea leaves. He closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Dong dong dong. Not long after, there was a series of loud noises. It was the sound of war drums. Lu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. There was a solemn look in his eyes. The war drums are beating. After a few months, they're finally here. Lu Ming sighed. He released his spiritual sense and left the cave. It was as if a pair of eyes had condensed outside and looked at the void above. Dong, dong, dong. The war drums continued to beat. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. Formation rise. Roars rang out one after another as countless figures dashed into the sky and stood there. Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jian, Rong Jin, Godlord Meng Su, and even Tang Jun and Xian Yanqing appeared one by one. The Yi Immortal and the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands have joined forces. Looking out into the void, Lion's expression changed drastically. The other people's faces were also extremely solemn. At this moment, countless runes appeared around the Heaven Destroyer's base and intertwined to form a huge formation that enveloped the Heaven Destroyer's base. Through the formation, several huge wormholes appeared about 100 million miles away from the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Army. Chariots rushed out of the wormhole one after another. In the end, more than 1,000 figures stood outside the wormhole. Although there weren't many people, they were a gathering of forces from all over the world. The Heavenly Human Tribe, the Primordial Light Tribe, the Baleful Een Tribe, and the Blue Sea Tribe. The 6 invincible divine lords and the Yi Immortal have all arrived. Gu Changfeng said. The expressions of the other members of the Heaven Destroyer changed drastically. In the past, they had thought that the Lord of Heaven was the most powerful person below the origin, but now they knew that there were several levels above the Lord of Heaven. The invincible divine lords were many times more powerful than the Lord of Heaven. This time, 7 invincible divine lords had come at once? How were they going to fight? Without the origin, they were no match for them. Don't be too happy. I've only seen and know these 7 people. There must be other invincible divine lords from the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands that I don't know. Gu Changfeng's words made everyone's hearts sink to the bottom. There were about 1,200 people from the 4 forces. They pulled dozens of chariots and stood side by side outside the wormhole. They were very close to the wormhole and could leave through it at any time if they wanted to. Swish, swish, swish. Some of them stepped forward and approached the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were 16 of them. Yi Immortal was among them. The other 15 people were from the Een Spirit race, the Yuan Guang race, and the Tsang Ming race. Gaishak, Lord Pluto, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsangqing were among them. Although they were 100 million miles away, the 15 of them were extremely fast. In a few flashes, they had crossed that distance and arrived near the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There was a terrifying energy coming out of the 16 of them. They were like 16 terrifying black holes floating outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer. 16 invincible divine lords. Gu Changfeng's eyes widened and he exclaimed. The others immediately felt a chill run up from the bottom of their feet to the top of their heads. 16 invincible divine lords. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands had sent out so many terrifying overlords. They really did have so many terrifying overlords. 16 invincible divine lords. What did that mean? Back then, the 20 most powerful heavenly lords of the heavenly human race had attacked. Their power was already shocking enough. However, compared to this, it was like a small child in the presence of a great magician. The difference between a candle flame and the bright moon was like the difference between a candle flame and the moon. There was no comparison at all. What should we do? Oh no, do we have to let the origin wake up? Many people in the base of the Heaven Destroyer thought. Lu Ming saw all of this with his spirit will. The 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands are indeed full of powerful cultivators. Each of them has sent out 5 invincible divine lords. The defense array of the Heaven Destroyer base will definitely not be able to stop them. I have to speed up, Lu Ming yelled in his mind as he put a determined look on his face. He took out another leaf of the Origin God tea and put it in the teapot, then started brewing. 2 leaves of the Origin God tea were brewed together. It was best to brew the Origin God tea 1 leaf at a time without any side effects, but no one knew what would happen if 2 leaves were brewed together. Because no one was that extravagant. However, Lu Ming didn't care about that anymore. He had to speed up. He quickly made a pot of tea and drank it all. Hiss! Lu Ming sucked in a breath of cold air immediately. There was a tearing pain in his head. The effect was too strong. Hold it. Lu Ming took a deep breath and endured the pain, then he started to comprehend the origin. Lu Ming's mind was extremely tough. Even though the pain in his head was getting more and more intense, it didn't affect his heart. After a while, he even looked a bit happy. The speed of comprehending the origin had indeed increased with the 2 leaves of the Origin God tea. This way, the time it would take for him to reach the peak of the Divine Lord level would be shortened. Outside the base of the Heaven Destroyer base, 16 terrifying figures stood side by side. Do you have any good ideas to break the array? Immortal glanced at the other 15 people. Of course we have to let the Een spirits break the array. Their Een spirits array-breaking beads are the best weapons to break the array. A young man from the Yuan Guang race chuckled. He was Yuan Ciji. Yuan Ciji seemed to be the leader of the 5 invincible divine lords of the Yuan Guang race. Not all 5 of them were brothers. Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Liuji were brothers. The other 2 were only 2 peerless geniuses of the Yuan Guang race, but their status wasn't as high as Yuan Ciji and the others. Chapter 4955. The 5 invincible divine lords of the malevolent Een race all looked smug. The arrays of the Heaven Destroyer are messy and messy. Most of them are master-level arrays. Some of them are incomplete source-level arrays. Although there are many of them, they aren't very powerful. It won't be difficult to break them. The king of evil ectoplasms analyzed calmly, with a confident look on his face. Then please make your move. We don't want any unforeseen circumstances. Immortal said. Unforeseen circumstances? What unforeseen circumstances can there be? A pale-faced youth from the malevolent Een race sneered disdainfully. This person was called the Evil Spirit Lord. He looked down on Immortal. The demi-human race had been enslaved by the human race, but now they were on equal footing. What a joke! Immortal cursed in his heart, but his expression didn't change. Let's do it, Gaishak said. He waved his hand, and the storage bag at his waist glowed. A dozen black beads flew out. The storage items of the 3 races in the Forbidden Area were very similar to those in the primeval continent in the previous era. They didn't use storage rings, but storage bags. In fact, their functions were almost the same. On the side, the Nether Spirit Lord, the Evil Spirit Lord, and the other 3 also took out a dozen black beads from their storage bags. These black beads were the malevolent Een array-breaking beads, a treasure unique to the malevolent Een race. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the 5 experts of the baleful Een tribe threw out the baleful Een formation-breaking beads in their hands. A total of more than 60 baleful Een formation-breaking beads flew in all directions of the Sky Exterminating Troops' encampment and exploded one after another. Boundless baleful Een chi spread out and shrouded the entire Heaven Exterminating Troops' encampment. The baleful Een chi collided with the defensive formation of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The malevolent Een chi in the malevolent Een array-breaking beads was extremely corrosive. When it came into contact with the defensive array, it sizzled and started to corrode the defensive array. The encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Troop was shrouded in darkness. The surrounding array was trembling non-stop. In just a few hours, the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer base had become much weaker. Many of the formations even directly dissipated. Of course, the baleful Een chi outside had also been greatly depleted. Streaks of light penetrated the baleful Yin Chi and shone into the Heaven Exterminating Troop's encampment. Everyone in the Heaven Exterminating Troop looked pale. Give me despair. Looking at the expressions of Heaven Destroyer's members, the evil spirit king laughed evilly. After a few more hours, the baleful Yin energy outside the Heaven Destroyer's base was almost exhausted. However, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation had also dimmed a lot and was on the verge of collapse. Now, let's break it open, Gaishak said. He took out a black banner and waved it. 9 malevolent wraiths appeared and rushed toward the Heaven Destroyer Station's spell formation. Clang. The Yi Immortal also made his move. He slashed out with his sword, and a shocking sword beam spanning hundreds of millions of miles slashed towards the Heaven Destroyer base. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 5 elites of the Primordial Light clan pierced the Heaven Destroyer base with their light beams like sharp swords. The elites of the malevolent Yin tribe and Blue Sea tribe also made their moves. The power of the 16 invincible divine lords was too terrifying. When their attacks landed on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation, cracks immediately appeared on the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation. Previously, the 10,000 divine lords of the heavenly human tribe had needed hundreds of years to break the formation. However, they could break it in a few hours. One reason was that the formation's energy had been depleted by the dark Yin formation breaking beads. The second reason was that the invincible divine lords were too powerful. It was impossible to say that the power of the 16 invincible divine lords was more than 10,000 divine lords. The main reason was that although the power of 10,000 divine lords was strong, it was scattered. They couldn't combine their power, so their attack power was scattered. Naturally, it wasn't enough to destroy the formation. On the other hand, the invincible divine lord's attacks were concentrated on a single point. The destructive power was too strong. Even without the dark Yin formation breaking beads, the Heaven Destroyer's defensive formation wouldn't be able to hold them off for long. Break! Yi Immortal shouted. His sword radiance surged and tore a crack in the defensive formation. They were about to charge through the crack. Get out of here! Gu Changfeng shouted. He took a step forward and appeared not far from Yi Immortal. Then he threw out a punch. The fist energy shattered the void and crushed toward Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal swung his sword to block the attack. With a boom, he retreated. The defensive formation started to wriggle and the crack disappeared. However, on the other side, Yuan Ciji also tore a crack in the defensive formation. Gu Changfeng's expression changed. He immediately rushed toward Yuan Ciji and punched Yuan Ciji back. You're just an invincible divine lord. Let's see how you're going to stop us. Tear it apart. Yuan Ciji, Gaishak and the others sneered. They also attacked with all their might. The defensive formation shook and was about to be torn apart. Gu Changfeng was alone and he couldn't stop all of them. Set up the formation. Let's throw them out of here. Gu Changfeng shouted. Instantly, the figures of the Sky Exterminating Troop flashed and set up a combined attack formation. There were formations of all levels. The most powerful combined attack formation was a 21-man combined attack formation. It was formed by 21 peak divine masters. The people who had set up the other joint attack formations were almost all peak divine masters as well. The most powerful people in the Heaven Destroyer had been selected to set up the formations. There were dozens of combined attack arrays of various sizes. The carriers of these combined attack arrays were naturally brought out by Lu Ming and the rest from Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. The formations of different sizes formed into different shapes. Some of them were swords, some were knives, most of them condensed into warriors wearing battle armor. These formations shot up into the sky and attacked the invincible divine masters who were trying to tear the formation apart. Get out of my way! You want to stop me with a mere 9-man formation? The cold voices were heard as terrifying attacks were launched. One by one, the combined attack formations were sent flying. More than a dozen formations collapsed. The bodies of the people who had set up the formations were torn apart and they died on the spot. The invincible divine masters were too powerful. Other than the 21 formation that could match the invincible divine masters, the other formations couldn't. It was already good enough that they didn't collapse. However, the 9-man and 7-man formations weren't enough. There were also quite a few that were incomplete joint attack formations. They lacked a carrier and were not perfect enough. What had collapsed just now was this relatively small and incomplete joint attack formation. Unless it's a 21 formation, you want to stop us with these broken formations? You're too naive. Break! Yi Wuxiu and the others came out again. Cracks had appeared in the defensive formation. They stepped through the cracks and entered the encampment of the Sky Exterminating Troop. More than a dozen terrifying auras spread out and pressed down on the people of the Heaven Destroyer. Chapter 4956. The 16 invincible divine lords tore apart the defensive array and stood in the sky. They didn't attack the members of Heaven Destroyer right away. Instead, they waved their hands and shot out beams of light in all directions of Heaven Destroyer's base. They were aiming at the array foundations. Once they destroyed the array foundations, the array of Heaven Destroyer wouldn't be able to function anymore and they would be able to move freely. In the end, they were still afraid of the origin of Heaven Destroyer. They were afraid that if the origin went all out and awakened too many of them at once, they wouldn't be able to retreat in time with the array behind them. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the formation bases were blasted apart. The array covering Heaven Destroyer's base completely disappeared. The 15 invincible divine lords heaved a sigh of relief. This way, they would be able to move freely. Once they sensed the energy of the origin, they would be able to retreat instantly. Gather together and defend. Lion roared. The elites of Heaven Destroyer quickly gathered together. The combined array landed on the periphery while the other divine lords were in the middle. As for those below the divine lord level, they were all on the ground below. If the situation went south, they would escape through wormholes or teleportation arrays. Those below the divine lord level wouldn't be able to intervene in this battle. You want to stop us? Gaishak and the others sneered and looked down at the members of Heaven Destroyer as if they were looking at lambs to be slaughtered. Where's Lu Ming? Where is he? Yi Wuxiu's gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. The one he cared about the most in Heaven Destroyer was Lu Ming. Even if he killed everyone in Heaven Destroyer and let Lu Ming escape, it would still be useless. That's right. Where's Lu Ming? Is he hiding like a coward? Come out and die. Humph, if he doesn't come out, we'll kill everyone in Heaven Destroyer. Gaishak and Yuan Wuji shouted coldly. At this time, Lu Ming was still cultivating, but he saw what was happening outside. Damn it, is it still too late? Lu Ming roared in his heart. He still hadn't broken through. There was no time left. The speed of the 3 races in the Forbidden Lands was too fast. He originally thought that the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer could delay them for a while. It seemed like they could only fight. At this point, there was no other choice but to fight to the death. It was impossible for him to watch the others die in battle while he continued to live. Just as he was about to end his cultivation and head out to participate in the battle, he suddenly sensed something and looked in a certain direction. A terrifying aura emanated from that direction. It was as if a dormant, ferocious beast was awakening. The terrifying aura was instantly sensed by everyone. The 16 invincible god lords all grimaced. It's the origin. The origin has awakened. Retreat first. The 16 invincible god lords all had grave expressions as they retreated like bolts of lightning. Although they were powerful, they did not dare to be careless in the face of the origin. Although they were able to sense that only a single source energy had awakened, they were unable to determine exactly how powerful that source energy's aura was. They would only be at ease if they were far enough away. They only stopped after retreating tens of millions of miles. Although the origin tribulation is much weaker than it was at its peak, the awakening of an origin still means death, Yuan Wuji said. That's right. That's right. Furthermore, the higher the cultivation level of an origin, the greater the effects of the origin tribulation and the faster it will die. This awakened origin shouldn't have a very high cultivation level. Infernal Fiend King analyzed. The 3 races in the Forbidden Lands had a deep foundation and knew many secrets. They also understood the origin tribulation very well. However, they still did not dare to be careless. They were afraid that the origin of the Heaven Destroyer would go all out and awaken a terrifying origin. The origin has awakened. The people of the Heaven Destroyer naturally sensed it as well, but their expressions were not excited but sorrowful. Once an origin awakened in the origin tribulation, it was irreversible. Once it awakened, it was destined to die. Which origin was it? The aura of an origin erupted like a volcano, enveloping the Heaven Destroyer's base. Then, a figure suddenly appeared in the void. This figure was as heavy as a mountain in the eyes of the people of the Heaven Destroyer. Starfire Origin Supremacy! Someone cried out in sorrow. Many people recognized that this origin was Starfire Origin Supremacy. Lu Ming had seen this origin before in the Thousand Autumn battlefield. Starfire Origin Supremacy was enveloped in dense origin energy. His aura was powerful and his eyes were like torches. He stared at Immortal and the others and shouted coldly, "Kill those who offend the Heaven Destroyer." With that, he took a step forward and charged towards Immortal and the others like lightning. So it's just an early-stage origin supremacy. And here I thought you were strong. What a joke. Leave this person to me. I'll make the people of the Heaven Destroyer feel despair. Yuan Wuji sneered and took a step forward. He actually wanted to fight an origin supremacy alone. Yuan Wuji's body glowed, and a red ray of light was particularly eye-catching. Red Immortal Light. Facing an origin supremacy, even an early-stage origin supremacy, Yuan Wuji didn't dare to be careless. He used his strongest move as soon as he attacked. The red Immortal Light fused with his sword and slashed out a shocking strike. Starfire Origin Venerate also unleashed a killing move. Their attacks collided. Boom! The void trembled, and hideous cracks were torn open. Then, the two figures retreated. The draw. This move was actually a draw. The people of the three forbidden races weren't surprised, but the people of the Heaven Destroyer opened their eyes wide. The draw. A Divine Master was actually able to fight an origin supremacy to a draw? What kind of battle prowess was this? Was this an invincible Divine Master? An invincible Divine Master could fight an origin supremacy? The hearts of most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer sank. Although they knew that the invincible Divine Master was very strong, they didn't know that he was this strong. In reality, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had never seen an invincible Divine Master before the beings of the Forbidden Grounds came out. They hadn't even heard of him in their entire lives. Before this, the Lord of Heaven was the strongest origin supremacy. However, the Lord of Heaven was far weaker than an origin supremacy. He couldn't fight an origin supremacy at all. The difference between the Divine Master realm and the origin supremacy was just too great. They thought that no one in the Divine Master realm could fight an origin supremacy. Starfire Origin Supremacy was shocked. Similarly, Starfire Origin Supremacy had never encountered an invincible Divine Master before. He originally thought that he would be able to suppress his opponent after awakening, or at least repel him. However, his opponent had actually blocked him alone. Don't tell me that this is all you've got? Yuan Wuji laughed. Starfire Origin Supremacy roared as a scorching aura radiated from his body. His origin supremacy leaned towards the fire attribute. Every time he struck out, it was like the fire of a star. He struck out a dozen times in a row, sending a dozen scorching and huge palm prints toward Yuan Wuji. Chapter 4957. Starfire Origin Supremacy threw out a dozen palm strikes, but Yuan Wuji was not afraid at all. He activated his scorching red Immortal Light and held his top-notch source-grade divine weapon as he clashed with Starfire Origin Supremacy. The two of them were so fast that anyone below the almighty level wouldn't even be able to see their movements clearly. In an instant, the two had exchanged dozens of blows, but there was still no clear victor. Is this all you've got? You don't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. You're really a disgrace to Origin. Yuan Wuji laughed loudly, not putting Starfire Origin Supremacy in his eyes at all. Starfire Origin Supremacy's eyes were filled with anger, but there was nothing he could do. He knew very well that his battle prowess was one of the weakest in the Origin realm. There were many factors that affected one's battle prowess in the Origin realm. Cultivation was one of them, but it was only a part of it. Even with the same cultivation, the difference in battle prowess could be as great as the difference between heaven and earth. For example, source-grade divine weapons, source-grade battle armor, and origin techniques were all important factors that affected one's battle prowess. Starfire Origin Supremacy's cultivation was at the early Origin realm, and he didn't have a source-grade divine weapon or an origin technique. He was basically the weakest Origin realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to deal with the Almighty. Heaven Destroyer's people were filled with anger and sorrow. Starfire Origin Supremacy had risked his life to awaken, but he had been stopped by a Almighty. Moreover, there were 15 other people at the same level. How could they fight? Did Heaven Destroyer have to sacrifice a dozen origins just to deal with a few Almighty? Fifth brother, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. I'll help you kill him. Yuan Siji's cold voice rang out as he took a step forward and charged at Starfire Origin Supremacy. He also used a killing move to kill Starfire Origin Supremacy. Starfire Origin Supremacy was immediately unable to withstand the attacks of two Almighty and was forced to retreat. Fourth brother, fifth brother, I'll help you kill him. Yuan Wuji also charged forward, his hair like a divine sword stabbing at Starfire Origin Supremacy. With the three experts working together, Starfire Origin Supremacy was no match for them and was forced to retreat. The other Almighty didn't make a move. Instead, they just stood in the distance and watched the show. The three of them were enough. They could also force the Heaven Destroyer to awaken more of the Heaven Destroyer's origin. The Source Great Tribulation was irreversible. Once awakened, there was only the path of death. They wanted to make Heaven Destroyer lose even more of its source energy. Due to a moment of carelessness, the Starfire Origin Venerate was struck by Yuan Wuji's sword. The terrifying red celestial light instantly tore through the Starfire Origin Venerate's origin source body, leaving a hideous wound on his body. The red celestial light's scorching energy was constantly eroding the Starfire Origin Venerate's body. Die! Yuan Wuji took the opportunity to attack. Starfire Origin Supremacy did not dare to face him head-on and dodged to the side. Below, Heaven Destroyer's people were extremely anxious. What should we do? If this continues, Paragon Starfire will be killed. Someone said anxiously. It was a great tragedy for an awakened Origin to be killed by a few Divine Masters instead of dying under the Origin Tribulation. Should we ask a stronger Origin to awaken? Kill the enemy in one fell swoop? Someone suggested. No. Although the Source Great Tribulation is at the late stage and is weaker than before, it's not over yet. The higher the cultivation, the stronger the Source Great Tribulation will be. If an early-stage Origin Source Cultivator awakens, they can still hold on for a while. Once a mid-stage Origin Source Cultivator or someone with a higher cultivation awakens, they will not be able to hold on and die under the Source Great Tribulation. Lion shook her head and rejected the suggestion. Under the Source Great Tribulation, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the tribulation power. Now that it was at the late stage of the Source Great Tribulation, early-stage Origin Source Cultivators could still hold on for a while. If an expert with a higher cultivation awakened, their Origin Source would be sucked dry and they would die on the spot. Then what should we do? Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy will not be able to hold on for much longer. Someone was anxious. If Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy died, it would be their turn. Even awakening an Origin Source was not enough. Was Heaven Destroyer really going to be destroyed today? At this moment, a figure soared into the sky. It was Guimo. He rushed toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy and shouted, "Senior, take the divine weapons." With a wave of his hand, two divine weapons flew toward Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy. One was the purple gold battle axe, while the other was a pitch-black armor. It was the top-grade source-grade divine weapon armor obtained from Xisha Grotto. Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy's eyes lit up. His body was like lightning as he rushed toward the two divine weapons. Stop him. Don't let him get it. Yuan Cg Wuji roared. His body glowed as he launched a terrifying attack. However, a skeleton appeared in front of them. Its body quickly enlarged, blocking the attacks of Yuan Cg and the others. "You're courting death. Break!" That Yuan Cg, Yuan Wuji, and Yuan Luji shouted coldly as 3 beams of immortal light bombarded Guemo. Clang. 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 The sound of metal clashing was heard. The bone demon's body shook violently. Like a cannonball, his body smashed into the ground below the heaven-exterminating troops' encampment. With a boom, he smashed into the ground, creating a huge pit. Guemo, Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, Lion, and the others hurriedly rushed over, only to find that Guemo had already flown out of the crater. There were only 3 shallow marks on his body. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Guemo said. Only then did everyone relax. After being blocked by Guemo, Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy finally seized the opportunity to grab the 2 divine weapons. The origin energy in his body frantically poured into the top-grade source-grade battle armor. He could tell at a glance that the 2 divine weapons were top-grade. However, refining the battle armor first was more effective. The origin energy of reciprocity surged and was extremely dense. Almost instantly, the armor was refined and appeared on the Starfire Origin Exalt's body, basically enveloping his entire body in the armor. As soon as he put on the battle armor, the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others arrived. However, an Origin Realm existence could fully display the power of a source-grade divine weapon. The power of a top-grade source-grade battle armor in the hands of an Origin Realm expert and in the hands of a divine master were 2 completely different concepts. When the attacks of Yuan Wuji and the others landed on Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy, his body only trembled a few times. He was completely fine. He constantly circulated his origin energy and rushed toward the purple-gold battle axe to refine it. Buzz. The purple-gold battle axe trembled and was also refined. Kill. Paragon Starfire Origin Supremacy roared as his killing intent surged. He slashed out with the purple-gold battle axe. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Yuan Luji. An Origin Realm existence using a top-grade source-grade divine weapon was just too powerful. Yuan Luji's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly used his top-grade source-grade battle armor to block the attack. That's right, Yuan Luji also had a top-grade source-grade battle armor. The foundation of the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds was just too deep. Source-grade divine weapons and armor were very precious to the heavenly human race and Heaven Destroyer, but they were nothing to the creatures in the Forbidden Grounds. The invincible divine masters of the Forbidden Grounds all had top-grade divine weapons and armors. Chapter 4958. Boom. The violet gold war axe viciously struck Yuan Liuji's body. Yuan Liuji's body violently shook. Even with the protection of his supreme source-grade armor, it was no use. The power of a supreme weapon wielded by a reciprocity expert was just too terrifying. The violent power passed through the armor and struck Yuan Liuji. Yuan Liuji's body directly collapsed, turning into strands of dense baleful Yin Qi. However, the bodies of the baleful Yin race were special. Their vitality was extremely tenacious. The baleful Yin Qi rapidly retreated before condensing once more. Although Yuan Liuji didn't die, his aura was extremely weak. His face was pale white, and his baleful Yin Qi was many times weaker than before. Yuan Wuji and Yuan Cg were shocked. They didn't dare to face him head-on and retreated. Kill! Exalt Starfire roared as his killing intent surged. His current battle prowess had reached an all-time high. Many reciprocity experts didn't even have a source-grade weapon, let alone a supreme source-grade weapon. Moreover, they also had a supreme source-grade armor. The combination of the 2 caused Exalt Starfire's battle prowess to skyrocket. Right now, he didn't even need to treat a mid-reciprocity expert seriously. Source-grade weapons had a huge impact on reciprocity experts. The difference in battle prowess between having one and not having one was huge. Exalt Starfire charged toward Yi Immortal and the experts of the 3 forbidden races. The expressions of Yi Immortal, Gaishak, and the others changed. Let's attack together and stop him. Yi Immortal roared. Attack! Gaishak, the Infernal Fiend King, Prince Kanglo, and the others all attacked together, using their killing moves. Yuan Ciji and Yuan Wuji also stopped and attacked together. Only Yuan Liuji retreated far away to heal. 15 invincible divine lords attacked with their full strength, their attacks shaking the world. However, Exalt Starfire didn't care at all. He had no intention of blocking, allowing the attacks to land on him. Moreover, he used his violet gold war axe to slash out. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen attacks landed on Exalt Starfire, but they were all blocked by his supreme source-grade armor. The defense of a top-grade origin-grade battle armor used by an origin realm expert was just too great. The attacks of invincible divine lords were basically unable to penetrate the armor and attack the Starfire Origin Exalt. In order to harm the Starfire Origin Exalt through his armor, only reciprocity existences wielding soul-grade weapons, or even peak soul-grade weapons, could harm the Starfire Origin Exalt. Bang! The purple gold battle axe struck Infernal Fiend Lord. Infernal Fiend Lord's body shook violently as he was sent flying. Just like Yuan Liuji, he was severely injured. If it weren't for his top-notch source-grade armor, he would have been killed on the spot. After severely injuring one person with one move, Paragon Starfire continued to swing his purple gold battle axe and sent another person flying. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, 5 or 6 invincible divine masters were sent flying, all of them severely injured. Retreat, all of you, retreat. At this moment, the king of evil spirits roared. Behind them, the experts of the 4 clans took the war chariots and charged into the wormhole. As for the invincible divine lords, they gathered together and continuously attacked the Starfire Origin Supremacy, retreating as they attacked. They didn't want to injure the Starfire Origin Supremacy. They only wanted to obstruct him. Wave after wave of attacks landed on the Starfire Origin Supremacy, preventing him from charging forward. Although the Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't fear these attacks, they still had some impact. When they landed on his soul-grade armor, they formed a shockwave. It wasn't easy for the Starfire Origin Supremacy to charge through. He constantly swung his purple gold battle axe, breaking through these attacks as he constantly approached Ye Immortal and the others. However, at this moment, Ye Immortal and the others had already approached the wormholes. Bush, 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 bush. Following this, the invincible divine lords all retreated, charging into different wormholes and disappearing. The Starfire Origin Supremacy stood outside the wormholes and didn't chase after them. There were 4 or 5 wormholes. Which one should he chase? If he chased down one wormhole, the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds from the other wormholes would rush out. Who would protect the Heaven Destroyer's base then? After a moment of thought, the Starfire Origin Supremacy returned to the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. All of you, do your best to repair the base's defensive array. After saying this, the Starfire Origin Supremacy sat cross-legged in the air above the Heaven Destroyer's base. Do your best to repair the array. Start repairing the array. Lion and the others shouted. They knew that the Starfire Origin Supremacy was buying time for them. The experts of the Heaven Destroyer's array formation immediately got to work. As for Lu Ming, he continued to comprehend the origin source with all his might. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. More than 100 million miles away from the Heaven Destroyer's base, a few more figures silently appeared from the 4 or 5 wormholes. One of them was Ye Immortal. The others were the invincible divine lords of the 3 Forbidden Grounds. The Starfire Origin Supremacy suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were as bright as 2 suns. However, he didn't make a move. Ye Immortal and the others were standing beside the wormhole. It was obvious that as soon as he made a move, Ye Immortal and the others would immediately return to the wormhole and escape. The people of the Heaven Destroyer also noticed Ye Immortal and the others and immediately became vigilant. Hee, you want to stop us here? What a joke! That's right. How long can you stop us with the origin source tribulation? It won't be long before you fall. Your origin root is constantly being devoured by the cosmic sea. With each passing day, your origin root will weaken a little. Look, you'll die in half a month at most. Yuan Wuji, Gaishak, and the others sneered and mocked. The Starfire Origin Supremacy only glanced coldly at Immortal and the others before closing his eyes. He didn't pay much attention to them. This way, he could hold on for a little longer. The Starfire Origin Supremacy didn't make a move. Immortal and the others didn't leave either. They stood near the wormhole and waited quietly. Time passed, day by day. More than 10 days later, Autumn Moon, Bubbles, Wan Xin, Ling Yue, and the others broke through one after another. Their cultivations all reached the peak of the almighty level. However, Lu Ming still hadn't made a breakthrough. Over the past 10 days, the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy had become weaker and weaker. Even people with ordinary cultivation could feel that the aura of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was much weaker than when he'd just woken up. From afar, the Starfire Origin Supremacy's body looked like a leaf in the wind that could decay at any time. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in grief, tears in their eyes. The fall of the Starfire Origin Supremacy was inevitable. He was doing this for the sake of the Heaven Destroyer and the continuation of the Heaven Destroyer. From the day he'd woken up, he'd known the final outcome, but he was still determined. Many people felt like a rock was stuck in their throats. It was very uncomfortable. They secretly hated themselves for not being strong enough. Otherwise, why would they need the Origin Supremacy to protect them? He's already a leaf in the wind. He's about to perish. At most, he'll fall in a few more days. You can protect them for a while, but can you protect them forever? When you fall, the Heaven Destroyer will still be destroyed. Gaishak and the others mocked. Chapter 49-59. Gaishak and the others kept mocking them. The people of Heaven Destroyer were furious. Do what you have to do. As long as you survive, all the sacrifices will be worth it. Starfire Origin Supremacy's voice sounded. Origin Supremacy, many people cried out in sorrow. In the distance, Gaishak and the others sneered, but they still didn't dare to make a move. Although Starfire Origin Supremacy was very weak now, and his combat strength was probably not as strong as an invincible Divine Lord, they were still afraid. They were afraid that Starfire Origin Supremacy would counterattack or even self-destruct. The power of a Origin Supremacy's self-destruction was unimaginable. They didn't want to be dragged down by Starfire Origin Supremacy. Anyway, they just had to wait a few more days. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed. Starfire Origin Supremacy had been sitting cross-legged in the sky above Heaven Destroyer's base for half a month. Sigh. Suddenly a sigh sounded. It came from Starfire Origin Supremacy. He waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the top-notch Origin battle armor flew toward Bone Demon. Then he looked deeply at Heaven Destroyer's base with a strong reluctance. Then, his body gradually turned into a rain of light and drifted in the void. Origin Supremacy. The people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in sorrow. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared in the distant void. Specks of light scattered like meteors. This was the ruins of the universe. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any meteors. This was a phenomenon that only occurred when an Origin Supremacy fell. Heaven and earth mourned. He's finally dead. Now, let's continue. Yuan Ciji, Gaishak, and the others stepped out and walked toward Heaven Destroyer's base. There were still 16 invincible Divine Lords. Those who had been injured by Starfire Origin Supremacy had already recovered after half a month of recuperation. Set up the array. Lion and the others shouted. Runes appeared around the encampment of the Heaven Exterminating Troop. Then, formations appeared one after another. However, the array's strength was far inferior to before. Although they had been repairing it day and night in the past half a month, they had only repaired a part of the array. You want to stop us with this array? Gaishak sneered. This time, they didn't take out their Fiend formation-breaking beads and attacked directly. 16 invincible Divine Lords had attacked, and the array could not withstand it at all. In just a short while, it was torn apart. However, at this time, another powerful aura spread out from the depths of the Heaven Destroyer base. The aura of the Origin. Clearly, another source origin of the Heaven Exterminating Army had awakened. A figure appeared out of nowhere in the void. This was an old man. His hair and beard were all white, but he had the air of a transcendent being. Venerable Feng Xian Yuan. Many members of Heaven Destroyer recognized this old man. The old man was also an early reciprocity expert. Seeing Feng Xian Yuan appear, Heaven Destroyer's people were not happy at all. Instead, they were filled with sorrow. If Venerate Feng Xian woke up, he would end up exactly like Venerate Starfire. Lend me your source-grade divine weapon and armor. Feng Xian Yuan Venerate looked at Bone Demon. Please. Bone Demon waved his hand, and the purple gold battle axe and the origin armor flew to Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate grabbed the purple gold battle axe and the armor, and took a step out, leaving the Heaven Destroyer base's array. Seeing that the origin had awakened, Ye Immortal, Gaishak, and the others had already retreated to the edge of the wormhole. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate did not chase after them. Instead, he sat cross-legged at the place where Venerate Starfire had fallen. Then, Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate glanced at a certain place in the Heaven Destroyer base. This place was where Lu Ming was cultivating in seclusion. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to feel Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate's gaze on him. Lu Ming's heart shook violently. He knew what this meant. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate most likely knew that he was cultivating in seclusion to break through. He was placing his hopes on him. He was trying to buy time for Lu Ming. Venerate Starfire must have meant the same thing. They sat cross-legged at the Heaven Destroyer base and could only guard it for a dozen days. This was simply a way to treat the symptoms but not the root cause. If they died, the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race would continue to attack. The reason why they still did this was mainly to buy time for Lu Ming. Senior, Lu Ming felt that his nose was sour and his chest was blocked by a big stone. Don't be distracted. Continue to cultivate. The Heaven Destroyer is counting on you. A gentle voice sounded in Lu Ming's ears. Lu Ming knew that it was Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate who sent him a message. Senior, I promise you that I will destroy the three races of the Forbidden Lands and the heavenly human race in the future. Lu Ming responded with a voice transmission. This was his oath and also his goal. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate did not respond again. He just sat quietly in the void. Another one has come to throw his life away. He wants to guard this place, but for how long? At most half a month he will die. This is also good. There are only 49 origins of the Heaven Destroyer. In a few years, all of them will die. Gaishak and the others sneered. This was exactly what they wanted. They only needed to wait quietly. They could destroy the source of the Heaven Exterminating Army effortlessly. What they would lose was only a few years. However, what was a few years to them? Damn it, they've gone too far. This is unbearable. Let's go and fight with them. Yes, let's go all out. We can't let more origin experts die in vain. The faces of the members of the Sky Exterminating Troop flushed red. Their hearts were burning with rage. They couldn't bear it. They couldn't bear to watch the Origin Realm seniors die one after another in order to protect them. It was too cowardly and sullen. A real man would rather die in battle and be buried in horsehide than live in such a stifling manner. Shut up. At this time, Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate shouted. He opened his eyes and glanced at the people of the Heaven Destroyer. A little impatience spoils great plans. Do you want Xinghua to die in vain? But many people still wanted to say something. When it's time to endure, you have to endure. Do you want the Heaven Destroyer to be destroyed? Many of your clansmen and family members have died in the hands of the heavenly human race. Don't you want revenge? Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate continued to shout. His voice resounded in the ears of every Heaven Destroyer. It was like thunder, deafening. The people of the Heaven Destroyer slowly calmed down. Yes, most of the people of the Heaven Destroyer had deep hatred for the heavenly human race. They all wanted to destroy the heavenly human race to avenge their families, friends, or clansmen. They couldn't die yet. Hee, the demi-human race really has a lot of enemies. Yuan Wuji looked at the Yi Immortal and sneered. Yi Immortal's face was calm. He didn't answer. Instead, he showed a thoughtful expression. Venerate Feng Xian Yuan Venerate was stalling for time? However, what was the use of stalling for time? What was the use of stalling for more than 10 days for the Heaven Destroyer? What was the Heaven Destroyer preparing for? However, what could happen in a mere 10 days or a little more time? Chapter 4960. Yi Immortal continued to ponder this question. Suddenly he thought of Lu Ming. Could it be because of Lu Ming? Speaking of which, Lu Ming hasn't shown himself. Could he be in seclusion, trying to make a breakthrough? Yi Wuxiu's heart suddenly stirred as he thought of this point. Lu Ming had only been a 9th-tier divine lord in the past, but his fighting strength had been astounding. Although he was only a 9th-tier divine lord, he had the fighting strength of an invincible divine lord. If he broke through to peak divine lord, his fighting strength would be unimaginably terrifying. Yi Immortal was stunned by this thought. Could Lu Ming really be breaking through to peak divine lord? No, that was impossible. Without the origin god tea leaves, it would be impossible to break through to peak divine lord in such a short time. Even the most brilliant of geniuses would need at least 1,000 years to break through. He had a deep understanding of the forbidden body. Although the forbidden body was powerful, breaking through to peak divine lord was much more difficult than breaking through to peak divine lord. The time required was much longer, and it was even more impossible to break through in a few dozen days. Origin god tea? Could they have obtained the origin god tea? Yi Wucheng thought about it repeatedly, bewildered. The origin god tea leaves moved at an astonishing speed and were extremely difficult to capture. Back then, he had only managed to obtain 2 leaves before the origin god tea ran away. Logically speaking, the origin god tea should have been hidden even deeper, making it nearly impossible to find. Moreover, if Lu Ming had obtained the origin god tea leaves in the purple firmament paradise, he would have used them to break through long ago. However, during the struggle for the immortal molting, Lu Ming's cultivation had remained at 9th-tier divine lord and had not broken through. Could he have obtained the origin god tea leaves in the last few days? The chances of this were too small. His gaze swept over Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, and the others, hoping to see something from their bodies. However, Xian Yanqing, Tang Jun, and the others were too far away from him, and there was also the barrier of the array. It was impossible to see the exact cultivation levels of Xian Yanqing and the others. Yi Immortal, what are you thinking about? Infernal Fiend King said to Yi Immortal. Nothing. In the end, Yi Immortal shook his head. He felt that he was worrying too much. How could it be so easy to obtain the divine origin tea leaves? Most importantly, he thought of a key point, and that was the Blue Sea Race's Princess Tsong Xian. When he first met Princess Tsong Xian, he clearly remembered that Princess Tsong Xian's cultivation was at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. However, during the fight for the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough, he discovered that Princess Tsong Xian's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master level. To be able to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm in such a short period of time, he guessed that Princess Tsong Xian was the one who had the highest chance of obtaining the origin god tea. Perhaps the origin divine tea had already fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. The Blue Sea race would never give the origin divine tea leaves to Lu Ming. He had no idea that Princess Tsong Xian was actually the Dark Night Rose. He only thought that Princess Tsong Xian had obtained the Celestial Slough. Later on, when he met Prince Kanglo and the others, he did not mention this matter. He thought that Princess Tsong Xian and Prince Kanglo had colluded. Prince Kanglo and Prince Tsongqing had fought for the Celestial Slough of the extreme Yin tribe, while Princess Tsong Xian had secretly taken action to obtain the Celestial Slough of the Purple Heaven Grotto Celestial Slough. He had no right to question Prince Kanglo and the others. It was because of this that he felt that it was almost impossible for Lu Ming to obtain the divine origin tea leaves. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Origin supremacy. Suddenly, the people of Heaven Destroyer cried out in grief. Feng Xian origin supremacy followed in the footsteps of Starfire origin supremacy. His body turned into specks of light rain and dissipated into the void. Specks of light rain appeared in the void of the universe like meteors. In just 1 month, Heaven Destroyer had lost 2 origin supremacies in succession. A strong sense of sadness permeated the air of the heaven-exterminating troop. Ha, another one has died. Let's go and force another one out. Let's see how long they can last. Gaishak and the others laughed as they stepped into the air and headed towards Heaven Destroyer's base. In an instant, they arrived above Heaven Destroyer's base and launched a fierce attack. The formation of the Heaven Exterminating Troop shook violently. Soon, cracks began to appear on it. Damn it, damn it. Do we have to awaken the Origin Supremacy again? If this continues, the Origin Supremacy will fall. What's the use of keeping us alive? How can we take revenge? Let's fight it out with them. Have you forgotten what Fengxian Origin Supremacy said? With our strength, we will die in vain if we fight them head-on. Then what should we do? Run, scatter and escape. The people of Heaven Destroyer were in an uproar. Gu Changfeng, Lion, Tang Jun and Xian Yanqing were also extremely gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly and their nails dug into their flesh. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Lion and the others whispered. They could only pin their hopes on Lu Ming now. Cracks began to appear in the defensive formation of the encampment. The creatures of the Forbidden Grounds and the Yi Immortal were about to attack. Boom! At that instant, a loud explosion could be heard from somewhere in the camp of the Heaven Exterminating Army, as a powerful aura burst out from it. Everyone at the scene was shocked. They thought that another Origin Supremacy of Heaven Destroyer had awakened. Gaishak and the others were about to retreat. But immediately, they found that something was wrong. Although the energy was powerful, it wasn't the energy of the Origin Supremacy. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. He broke through. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others were the first to react. They were overjoyed when they felt the energy. Then Yi Immortal also reacted. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Lu Ming, it's Lu Ming. This energy is Lu Ming. He broke through, Yi Immortal shouted in shock. At this moment, he couldn't stay calm and was about to explode. Regret. Yi Immortal was deeply regretful. Lu Ming was really breaking through and he had succeeded in doing so. Could it be that Lu Ming had really obtained the Origin Divine Tea Leaves? No matter what the reason was, Yi Immortal was extremely regretful. What? Lu Ming has broken through. Gaishak and the others were also shocked. How is that possible? How can a 9th-tier Divine Master break through to the peak Divine Master realm so quickly? Prince Kanglo shouted. The Divine Source Tea must be the Divine Source Tea. There's a Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven. I broke through with the help of the Divine Source Tea. Yi Immortal shouted. What? Divine Source Tea? There's Divine Source Tea in Purple Heaven? Gaishak, Prince Kanglo, and the others shouted. Don't you know about the Divine Source Tea? Wasn't the Divine Origin Tea obtained by your Sea Flood clan? Otherwise, how could Princess Songxian break through so quickly? Yi Immortal said. Songxian? We've already found out that the Songxian in Purple Heaven is a fake. The real Songxian has already fallen. Prince Kanglo said. Their Songxian only found out that Princess Songxian had already fallen after leaving Purple Heaven. Chapter 4961. Princess Songxian had died? Yi Immortal's body shook violently. Then he connected the dots and his face turned pale. The Princess Songxian in Purple Heaven was impersonated by someone who had obtained the Divine Source Tea. In that case, Lu Ming might also have obtained the Divine Source Tea. Before this, Lu Ming had been using the Divine Source Tea to break through his cultivation level. Now, he had finally succeeded. Yi Immortal, why didn't you say so earlier? Gaishak roared. I didn't know that Lu Ming had obtained the Divine Source Tea. I thought that the Divine Source Tea had fallen into the hands of the Blue Sea clan. Yi Immortal said. Damn it, Gaishak and the others roared angrily. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming was. If a 9th-level Divine Master was comparable to an invincible Divine Master, how strong would he be when he broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm? In the past, they didn't take Lu Ming seriously. No matter how strong Lu Ming was, he was only an invincible Divine Master and only one person. What could an invincible Divine Master do? However, once Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the Divine Master realm, things would be completely different. Boom! A powerful aura spread out. Then, A figure soared into the sky and stood in the void. It's Lu Ming. At this moment, the ordinary members of Heaven Destroyer also noticed Lu Ming. However, they weren't too happy. Lu Ming didn't know Lu Ming's actual combat strength. He didn't know that Lu Ming was already comparable to an invincible divine master. Therefore, they thought that even if Lu Ming broke through to the peak of the divine master realm, what use would it be? The other party had 16 existences comparable to the origin. His heart was still heavy. Lu Ming's gaze fell on Yi Immortal and the others. His eyes burned with anger and strong killing intent. All of you deserve to die. A cold voice came from Lu Ming's mouth. Lu Ming had seen the deaths of Astral Fire Origin Supremacy and Virtuous Cloud Supremacy. The murderous intent in his heart had reached its limit. If it weren't for the fact that he was at the crucial moment of his breakthrough, he would have attacked long ago. Finally, not long ago, he officially broke through, using up 3 Origin God Tea leaves. Now that he was a peak God Lord, his Origin seed had grown 10 times larger, and his Origin energy had also increased by more than 10 times. His battle prowess had reached its peak in history. Arrogant. Even if you've broken into the peak of the God Lord realm, there are so many of us here, and we're more than enough to kill you. Fourth Yuan shouted. He had never fought with Lu Ming before. He had only heard of him. Hearing about it would never be as real as experiencing it yourself. Lu Ming didn't waste any more words. With a cold shout, he rushed out of the formation with the war god's spear pointed at Yuan Siji. Lu Ming, he doesn't want his life anymore. Many people in the Heaven Destroyer were shocked. Lu Ming had gone out alone. He was digging his own grave. Before Astral Fire Origin Supremacy obtained the 2 divine weapons, he could only fight with one of them. He was immediately injured when he fought with several of them. Lu Ming was only a God Lord. How could he take the initiative to attack so many terrifying experts? Wasn't he digging his own grave? Don't worry, Gu Changfeng's voice was heard. What? The people in the Heaven Destroyer were stunned. Gu Changfeng seemed to be very confident in Lu Ming. But where did this confidence come from? Kill. Let's attack together. 4th Yuan CG, 5th Yuan CG, Yi Immortal, Gaishak, Prince Kanglo, Prince Tsongqing and the other 16 experts attacked at the same time. 16 terrifying attacks were launched at Lu Ming. The joint attack of 16 invincible God Lords was terrifying. An early-stage Origin energy expert would be killed if he didn't have an Origin-grade armor. Chaos style. Lu Ming threw out a palm and a continent formed in front of him. Although he had a top-level Origin-grade armor, he couldn't take it head-on like Astral Fire Origin Supremacy. After all, Astral Fire Origin Supremacy was the true Origin. He could fully unleash the power of a top-level Origin-grade armor. After all, he was only a peak God Lord. The strength of his Origin energy couldn't be compared to the true Origin energy. He couldn't fully unleash the power of a top-level Origin-grade armor. In this way, the attacks of the 16 invincible God Lords would still hit him through the armor. Therefore he had to block them. The Chaos Continent formed by the Origin energy was more solid than before. There were rays of light like the Great Tao on it. It was much more powerful than before. Boom, 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 boom. The Chaos Continent shook violently. The attacks of 16 invincible divine lords were, after all, far too powerful. Even the primitive Desolation style, which had been greatly strengthened, could not completely block them. Cracks began to appear, and then they exploded. However, more than half of the attacks of the 16 invincible God Lords had been neutralized. There wasn't much power left. Lu Ming could completely block them. Heaven-breaking style. Lu Ming stopped defending. Instead, he used the heaven-breaking style. He became one with his spear and turned into a spear light that stabbed toward Yuan Siji. In an instant, Lu Ming broke through the layers of power and the spear gleam neared Yuan Siji. Yuan Siji was horrified. A blue light appeared on his body. This was the blue icy celestial light. It was the same level of celestial light as the red scorching celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The difference was that the blue icy celestial light contained a terrifying chill. The blue icy celestial light attached to the battle sword in Yuan Siji's hand as he slashed at Lu Ming. Clang! The spear and sword clashed, exploding with a shocking boom. Rings of terrifying power swept out in all directions. Then, Yuan Siji's body shook violently and he was pushed back. His arm that was holding the sword kept trembling and blood oozed out. The bones in his arm had been broken and blood was also coming out of his mouth. Just one move and he was already injured. Buzz. After injuring Yuan Siji, Lu Ming swung the spear of the battle god in his hand. The spear of the battle god quickly enlarged like a mountain and searched Gaishak and Lord of Infernal Spirits. The dark Yin Chi that Lord Spectre and Lord Infernal Spectre unleashed was being broken apart by the divine battle spear. When the divine battle spear landed on their bodies were like two rubber balls that were sent flying a few million miles away. They both spat out a mouthful of blood and the dark Yin Chi on their bodies had dimmed significantly. Meanwhile, in the Heaven Destroyer, other than Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and other people who were familiar with Lu Ming, the others were dumbfounded. Some of their eyes almost popped out. What did they see? Lu Ming was beating up an invincible divine master. And he was beating up an invincible divine master while being surrounded by 16 invincible divine masters. This was too fierce. It was even fiercer than the origin. Was he still a divine master? Some people even thought that they were hallucinating because they were looking forward to the counterattack of the Heaven Destroyer. They only confirmed it after slapping themselves a few times. Chapter 4962. Kill! Lu Ming bellowed. His aura surged as he fought more and more ferociously. Clang, clang. Two terrifying attacks landed on Lu Ming, but they were blocked by Lu Ming's divine armor. He only staggered a little, but he was fine. The two attacks didn't deal much damage to him after passing through the armor. My origin energy seems to be extraordinary. Even though it's nowhere near as dense as reciprocity, the origin grade battle armor seems to have been activated by me. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He discovered that his origin energy was much more powerful than he had expected. Was there a difference in strength between origin energy? His origin energy was transformed from the taboo energy as a foundation. According to Gu Changfeng, this origin energy was known as forbidden origin energy. Although it was only a peak divine lord and his origin energy wasn't particularly powerful, Lu Ming could already sense that forbidden origin energy was different. It was indeed more powerful than ordinary origin energy. He would have to wait until he reached reciprocity to know exactly how powerful it was. However, this was great news for Lu Ming. He could reduce his defensive power and increase his offensive power. Buzz. The war god's spear trembled as if a power had awakened. Just the trembling of the spear caused the surrounding space to become chaotic. Swish, swish, swish. The war god's spear stabbed out continuously. At the same time, Lu Ming used the desolation form. Using the desolation form and the sky splitter form consecutively, Lu Ming was like an invincible god of war, slaughtering his way through the dozen or so divine lords. No one could stop him. Invincible. What was invincible? This was true invincibility. Invincible below reciprocity. At this moment, Lu Ming's invincible figure was deeply imprinted in the hearts of the Heaven Destroyer members. Bang, bang. More than a dozen invincible divine lords were sent flying by Lu Ming one after another. They spat out blood as their faces paled. During this period, Lu Ming was hit at least dozens of times, but he was unharmed. At most, he was only lightly injured. Now that he had reached the peak of the God Lord level, not only could he use more of the power of the origin grade armor and increase its defensive power, but his own defensive power and vitality had also received a massive boost. Therefore, even if the power passed through the armor and struck his body, he would be able to completely block it. Even if he suffered some minor injuries, he could recover quickly. Bang! Yi Immortal was struck by the desolate style and was sent flying backward. His face was pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Following that, the war god's spear pierced through the 9 devils condensed by Gaishak. The spear didn't stop there as it pierced through Gaishak's body. A pitch-black armor appeared on Gaishak's body and blocked the war god's spear. However, his body trembled violently and he was forced to retreat. Die! Lu Ming stared at Gaishak and didn't stop attacking. He continued to use the sky-piercing style and stabbed at Gaishak's forehead. Gaishak's entire body was covered by the armor, so the spear naturally pierced through it. However, the spear contained a terrifying penetrating power and continued to attack Gaishak through the armor. The king of the evil ectoplasm let out an agonizing scream. His head almost exploded. His head had suffered a terrifying shock, and even the soul inside had been injured. He frantically retreated toward the wormhole. At this moment, he was extremely terrified. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight with Lu Ming, he might be killed by Lu Ming. Even if he had the origin-grade armor, it would be useless. Fortunately, the other people's attacks arrived and blocked Lu Ming, allowing Gaishak to successfully retreat to the edge of the wormhole. Retreat! Retreat! This Lu Ming is undefeatable. We are no match for him at all. Gaishak shouted. He was already scared out of his wits. Go! Retreat! The others also retreated and rushed toward the wormholes. They had already decided to retreat. Lu Ming, who was at the peak of the almighty level, was too strong. Coupled with the origin-grade armor and origin-grade armor, his combat strength was far beyond theirs. Moreover, their attacks didn't seem to have much effect on Lu Ming. If they continued to fight, Lu Ming would be fine. However, some of them wouldn't be able to withstand it and would be killed. With their talents, their future was unimaginable. Who would be willing to die? Even if some of them were unwilling, they didn't dare to stay when they saw that the others had retreated. Ye Immortal! Lu Ming's gaze swept across and fixed on Ye Immortal. Ye Immortal had retreated earlier than Gaishak. This guy was very cunning. He was an old fox and knew how to play mind games. The invincible almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground were far inferior to him. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming's gaze, Ye Immortal rushed into a wormhole without hesitation and disappeared. The other invincible almighty from the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground also rushed into the wormholes. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. His voice sounded in the ears of Gu Changfeng, Xian Yanqing, Dandan, and the others. I'm going after Ye Immortal. If anything happens, send me a message. With that, Lu Ming rushed into the wormhole that Ye Immortal had escaped through. He wasn't afraid that the people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground would wait for him to leave and come back. Because they didn't have the guts and there was no need for them to do so. He was completely different from the Origin. The Origin would die after half a month. The people of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground came back for 2 reasons. First, they wanted to watch a good show. Second, they wanted to continue attacking after the Origin died and force the other Origins to wake up. However, Lu Ming would not perish. It was meaningless for them to come back. Of course, Lu Ming asked Gu Changfeng, Dandan, and the others to be prepared and inform him if anything happened. After passing through the wormhole, he came to a void. Lu Ming flew for a while and recognized that this was the area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe. Heavenly Human Tribe. Lu Ming's eyes flashed coldly. He moved and disappeared from the spot. He was heading toward the area where the Heavenly Palace was. Not long after, Lu Ming arrived. In front of him, there was a huge piece of land floating in the air. This piece of land was extremely large. Apparently, a large number of pieces of land had gathered over the years. In fact, the Heaven Destroyer base had also undergone great changes over the years. The Heaven Destroyer base used to be made up of dozens of pieces of land. But over the years, these pieces of land had gathered together and formed a huge continent. The area occupied by the Heavenly Human Tribe was the same. In the sky above this continent, there were 5 huge and ancient palaces. 5 heavenly palaces? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. When the Heavenly Human Tribe was at its peak, there were 9 heavenly palaces. Later, 4 of them were destroyed, so there were 5 left. But there were only 4 in the primitive universe. They were the Dreamy Heavenly Palace, the Ziwei Heavenly Palace, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace, and the Shunji Heavenly Palace. The most mysterious Heavenly Palace had never appeared. But now, there were 5 heavenly palaces. Chapter 4963. However, there were 5 heavenly palaces here. This meant that the fifth and most mysterious heavenly palace was here. Lu Ming's gaze immediately fell on the heavenly palace in the middle. This heavenly palace looked the smallest, but it was also the oldest. There was a frightening aura emanating from it, as though some terrifying monster resided inside. This heavenly palace had no protective arrays, and there were no figures in sight. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, there were many figures in sight. Ye Immortal. Lu Ming immediately saw that Ye Immortal had rushed into one of the heavenly palaces. On the signboard of this heavenly palace, there were 4 huge ancient words. Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal had entered the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming also chased after Ye Immortal towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Activate the arrays. A loud roar reverberated throughout the area. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Dense runes appeared around the 4 heavenly palaces. Arrays appeared one after another, enveloping the 4 heavenly palaces within them. Only the smallest heaven palace, which seemed to be the oldest, did not move, nor did it have any formation. However, this heavenly palace gave off the strongest sense of danger. Moreover, this heavenly palace was still devoid of people. It was as though it was empty. As for the other 4 heavenly palaces, they were already filled with figures. Lu Ming saw many familiar faces. In the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, he saw Ye Immortal. Beside Ye Immortal stood a young figure. It was Yi Qiuxian. Yi Qiuxian stared fixedly at Lu Ming. His eyes were filled with jealousy, murderous intent, fear, and other complex emotions. They are all master-grade formations and some broken origin-grade formations. There are no complete origin-grade formations. Lu Ming glanced around and made a judgment in his heart. The reason why he could recognize them was because the formations in the Heavenly Palace looked similar to the formations in the Heaven Destroyer Station. Even if they were stronger, they wouldn't be much stronger. Lu Ming didn't feel threatened by them. Lu Ming stepped out and headed towards the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Ye Immortal, do you think you'll be safe if you hide in the Heavenly Palace? It was you who instigated the 3 clans to besiege the Heaven Destroyer, wasn't it? Lu Ming's voice was very cold. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands were also in a competitive relationship. It wasn't that easy for them to join forces. Among them, there were definitely people who were working together. This person was most likely the old fox Ye Immortal. Lu Ming, the origin tribulation will be over in a few hundred years. When the time comes, the origin and the existences above the origin will wake up. The Heaven Destroyer will be destroyed in an instant. It's useless even if you struggle. Your fate has been sealed. Ye Immortal said coldly. His meaning was obvious. Once the origin tribulation was over, the terrifying existences of the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands would wake up. How could the Heaven Destroyer survive? Lu Ming's expression was gloomy. He had thought of this long ago. Once the origin tribulation was over, not to mention the 3 clans of the Forbidden Lands, even the heavenly human race alone wouldn't be something they could fight against. I can point you in the right direction. There is only one way to protect your heaven exterminating troop. That is, you people with forbidden bodies have to cripple your own cultivation and forbidden power. Then, you can lead the heaven exterminating troop and seek refuge in a forbidden land. Only then will you be able to survive. Otherwise, your entire heaven exterminating troop will be exterminated, Ye Immortal said coldly. Before the Heaven Destroyer is destroyed, I will definitely cut off your head first. Lu Ming sneered and was unmoved. He had experienced countless storms in his life. How could he be easily swayed by such words? Swish. Lu Ming didn't waste any more time and directly thrust out his spear. A ray of spear light broke the void and became bigger and bigger. It pierced the defensive array around the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. The defensive array around the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace shook violently. I can break it. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. He didn't use his full strength in the spear attack just now. It was just a test. After a test, he found that the defensive array of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace wasn't that strong. At most, it was stronger than the defensive array of the Heaven Destroyer. With his current combat strength, he could definitely tear it apart. Heaven-breaking style. Then, Lu Ming used all his strength. The battle art was activated 9 times his combat strength, and he thrust out his spear again. The people of the heavenly human race only saw a ray of dazzling spear light burst out from the void. The next moment, it pierced the defensive array of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. Rumble! The entire Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace shook violently. The defensive array flashed wildly. At the same time, the place that was pierced by the spear light caved in. It was like a tough balloon being poked by a finger. It was as if the balloon was about to burst with a little more force. In the end, the defensive array withstood the attack, but the light around the caved-in area dimmed a lot. The array can't hold on any longer. How can his attack be so strong? Our array can withstand the attack of an Origin Realm expert. He's the Divine Master. He's the Divine Master. The people of the Heaven Destroyer roared in shock. Shock, disbelief, disbelief. In the end, all these emotions turned into fear. Lu Ming actually had such battle prowess. This battle prowess was already comparable to Origin Realm experts. No, it was even stronger than regular Origin Realm experts. Who could defeat such a person in this era where Origin Realm experts didn't exist? If he broke through the array, who could stop him? Even their strongest ancestor couldn't, right? Many people looked at the Yi Immortal. Yi Immortal's face was gloomy. Yi Qiuxian, who stood beside Yi Immortal, was pale. He clenched his fists tightly. Ancestor, what should we do? Our array won't be able to hold on for long. At this rate, the array will be broken in less than 10 moves. No, I'm afraid it'll only take 5 or 6 moves. Many heavenly human experts in the surroundings asked one after another. Activate the Origin Realm array on the Heavenly Palace, Yi Immortal finally said. Yi Wuxian finally spoke. With a wave of his hand, pieces of bone appeared. These bones were as white as jade and gave off the aura of Origin Realm. These bones were all left behind by Origin Realm experts. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming blasted out another attack, causing the Heavenly Palace to shake continuously. The light of the defensive array dimmed even more. Quick, take the Origin Realm bones and activate the array. Yi Immortal shouted. Immediately, dozens of heavenly human powerhouses took dozens of Origin bones and left. Break, break. Lu Ming circulated his Origin Realm energy and blasted out a few more attacks. The array shook even more violently. Every time Lu Ming attacked, he would attack a point. It seemed that the point was about to be penetrated. At this moment, runes appeared on the ancient walls of the Heavenly Palace. These runes seemed ancient and profound. They were filled with the aura of time. Next, a terrifying aura permeated the air. Chapter 4964. Ancient and mysterious runes appeared on the walls of the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. At the same time, a terrifying aura filled the air. This aura made Lu Ming's hair stand on end. Retreat! Lu Ming retreated without hesitation. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat, it would be very dangerous. In an instant, he retreated millions of miles. At this time, a huge array formation appeared on the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. It was just an array formation, but it enveloped the entire Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace. An source-level array formation, and an extremely terrifying one. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He had been wondering why the heavenly human race didn't have an source-level array formation. Celestial Clan, for better or for worse, was still a clan from the last great era. However, judging from their various appearances, they were just too pitiful. They were extremely short of source-level divine weapons. They didn't have any source-level array formations. They didn't have any joint attack array carriers. This didn't seem like a race from the last era at all. Not to mention the creatures of the Forbidden Lands, even the quasi-sage race was far inferior. Similarly, the demons were the same. Lu Ming guessed that this was related to their identity as slaves of the human race. Now, the heavenly human race used an source-level array formation. Lu Ming wasn't so surprised. After all, they were a race from the last era. It was normal for them to have some trump cards. If they didn't even have this trump card, how could the Heavenly Palace rule the universe for countless years? Moreover, This array formation seemed to be engraved on the walls of the heavenly palace. Could it be that it came with the heavenly palace? Lu Ming had heard that the 9 heavenly palaces weren't built by the heavenly human race themselves, but by a force from the last era. It seems that the conditions for activating the source-level array formation are very harsh. It needs an origin bone. Fortunately, when I attacked the illusory heavenly palace last time, there were almost no experts in the illusory heavenly palace. Lu Ming couldn't help but think of the time when he attacked the illusory heavenly palace. At that time, most of the powerful beings of the heavenly human tribe had gone to attack the base of the Heaven Destroyer. There were very few powerful beings left to guard the heavenly palace. There weren't many divine masters. If one wanted to activate this kind of source-level array, they would probably need a peak divine master and an origin bone. Treasures like the origin bone were most likely carried around by top-notch heavenly human tribe cultivators. After all, when Lu Ming and the others opened the treasury of the illusory heavenly palace, they didn't see any origin bones. Therefore, at that time, even if the people of the illusory heavenly palace wanted to activate the source-level array formation, they couldn't. Thinking of this, Lu Ming couldn't help but rejoice. If the heavenly human tribe had been able to activate the origin-level spell formation at that time, none of them would have been able to come out alive. This kind of formation is not something that I can break. Lu Ming watched from afar. He even felt that this formation not only possessed defensive power, but also terrifying offensive power. However, even if the crepe myrtle heavenly palace couldn't break through, there were other heavenly palaces. Lu Ming looked at another heavenly palace. The illusory heavenly palace. The heavenly palace that they had robbed years ago. Swoosh! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward the illusory heavenly palace. A large number of heavenly human tribe cultivators were guarding the illusory heavenly palace. When they saw Lu Ming rushing toward them, their expressions changed. "My lord, what should we do? Should we activate the source-level array formation?" Many people looked at a middle-aged man. This man had the highest status in the illusory heavenly palace. He was one of the 4 most powerful Lord of Heaven in the heavenly palace, the Lord of Heaven of 100 battles. Activate the array formation. The Lord of Heaven of 100 battles gritted his teeth. His storage ring glowed, and pieces of origin bones flew out. They had all seen how Lu Ming attacked the crepe myrtle heavenly palace before. He was too powerful. The defensive array of the illusory heavenly palace couldn't block Lu Ming's attack at all. Only by activating the source-level array formation could it. Dozens of peak divine master Lord of Heaven rushed in all directions with dozens of source-level array formations. Soon, the source-level array formation of the illusory heavenly palace was activated. When the array formation was activated, Lu Ming quickly retreated. As expected, every heavenly palace has a terrifying array formation, Lu Ming muttered to himself. The array formation of the illusory heavenly palace gave him the same feeling as the one in the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. However, without the help of an origin realm cultivator, the array formation required the activation of origin bones. "Let's see how many origin bones you have," Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He moved and charged toward another heavenly palace, the Hongmeng heavenly palace. Damn it! Activate the array formation. The Hongmeng heavenly palace was also guarded by a large number of heavenly humans. The strongest Lord of Heaven roared and took out dozens of origin bones. Soon, the Hongmeng heavenly palace also activated a terrifying array formation. Lu Ming charged toward the Shinji heavenly palace. The Shinji heavenly palace could only activate its array formation. Just like that, the 4 heavenly palaces all activated their terrifying arrays to stop Lu Ming. The array formation was too terrifying. Lu Ming knew he couldn't break it. He looked at the 5th heavenly palace, the primeval heavenly palace. The primeval heavenly palace didn't activate its array formation. There were no arrays at all. However, after some consideration, Lu Ming still didn't do anything. The heavenly palace gave him a feeling of dread. Although it didn't give off any powerful auras, the feeling of dread still lingered. It was as if there were terrifying primordial beasts residing inside. The energy of the origin bones is limited. I'd like to see how long you can last. Lu Ming's cold voice rang out. Afterwards, he sat down in the air and closed his eyes to rest. The energy of the origin bones was limited. If he used them to activate the array formation, the energy would eventually run out. Once the energy ran out, the array formation would lose its power. Lu Ming was waiting. He was waiting for the energy of the origin bones to run out. Yi Immortal and the others in the Heavenly Palace had extremely ugly expressions. However, there was nothing they could do. Qiu, go back to the base and check on the situation. Get Dandan and Bubbles to come as well. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes again and said to Qiu. He was still a little worried about the situation at the Heaven Destroyer base. Although he was sure that the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds wouldn't dare to go back, he wasn't afraid of accidents. Qiu had been following Lu Ming in the form of a bracelet. All right. After saying that, Qiu turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Lu Ming didn't have to wait for long. Dandan, Bubbles, and Qiu came again. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also came. They rushed over because they were worried about Lu Ming. Dandan, take a look at the Heavenly Palace's array formation. Lu Ming said. Dandan stared at the 5 Heavenly Palace helplessly. Most of the arrays set up in these 4 Heavenly Palace are master-level arrays and broken source-level arrays. There's nothing to be afraid of. The truly terrifying ones are the arrays carried by the origin of the 4 Heavenly Palace. After looking for a while, Dandan saw the trick. The arrays carried by the origin of the Heavenly Palace? Bubbles was curious. That's right. The array formation activated by the Heavenly Palace is engraved on the walls of the Heavenly Palace. It's ancient, mysterious, and powerful. It's probably not set up by the heavenly human race, but by the Heavenly Palace itself. Dandan explained. Chapter 4965. In that case, the celestial race didn't even set up a single source-level formation? Bubbles blinked and said, didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? This is too shabby. Qiu Autumn Moon muttered. The celestial race was as poor as the Heaven Destroyer. Didn't they say that the celestial race was a race from the previous era? As a race from the previous era, the quasi-sage race had a much deeper foundation and was much richer. The celestial race and the demons were slaves of the human race. Perhaps this is related to the reason? Lu Ming said. Everyone nodded. This was the only reasonable guess. Dandan, do you have a way to break these formations? Lu Ming asked again. No. Dandan immediately shook his head and said, this kind of formation is very terrifying. It's definitely top-notch among the source-level formations. It's both offensive and defensive, and its power is boundless. With my strength, I'm still far from it. Lu Ming wasn't too disappointed. He was mentally prepared for this. Dandan, do you have any idea about the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming pointed at the 5th Heavenly Palace and asked. This Heavenly Palace also carries a terrifying formation. However, apart from this formation, I always have a feeling that there's something terrifying in this Heavenly Palace, Dandan said. Yes, I have the same feeling. Bubbles also cried out. Then, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue also spoke one after another. They also had the same feeling of terror. Everyone was a peerless genius. They had sharp spiritual senses and strong perception. This Heavenly Palace is very mysterious. It's better not to act rashly. Lu Ming nodded. They're like cowards. However, the energy of the origin bone is limited. It won't be long before the energy of the origin bone is exhausted. We just have to wait. Dandan said. I have the same intention. Lu Ming nodded. In any case, Dandan and the others said that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands didn't attack the Heaven Destroyer base, so the Heaven Destroyer base was very safe. Lu Ming had plenty of time to waste. In the end, everyone waited here. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The formation of the Heavenly Palace is about to collapse. Dandan was excited. He stared at the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the crepe myrtle Heavenly Palace with the war god spear in hand. The Yi Immortal's expression darkened, and he waved his hand again. Dozens of essential bones flew out and were given to the other heavenly humans to continue powering the spell formation. The crepe myrtle heavenly palace's array formation shone brightly again. However, not long after, the power of the illusory heavenly palace's formation began to weaken. Damn it! The heavenly palace of Baijan roared and took out dozens of essential bones with a pained expression. The heavenly humans had dominated the primitive universe for countless years. Although they had accumulated a lot of essential bones over such a long period of time, they couldn't afford to use them like this. He was heartbroken that they had to use dozens of essential bones each time. Then, the Hongmeng Heavenly Palace and the Heavenly Palace of Shinji could only take out their essential bones to power the array formation again. Lu Ming and the others continued to wait. Half a month later, the power of the Heavenly Palace's array formation had weakened. They could only continue to use their essential bones to power it. Ancestral Patriarch, we can't go on like this. No matter how many essential bones we have, they will be used up eventually. A Lord of Heaven said, "That's right. Lu Ming and the others must be planning to use up our essential bones. When our essential bones are used up, they will still come in. It's better to fight with them now." Another Lord of Heaven said, "Fight? How can we fight with them? I joined forces with the 3 races in the Forbidden Area. There were 16 invincible divine masters in total, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. Without their essential bones, no matter how many people there are, they won't be able to defeat Lu Ming." Immortal said coldly. The other heavenly humans fell silent. "We can only cooperate with the creatures in the Forbidden Area now. The closest ones to us are the evil Yin race," Immortal said. "Cooperate with the evil Yin race? The evil Yin race will cooperate with us?" A Lord of Heaven said. "There's nothing that can't be done. It just depends on the benefits. I'll send the message now." Immortal took out a voice transmission jade talisman and sent the message. He certainly didn't send the message directly to the evil Yin race. They were too far away. No matter how advanced the voice transmission jade talisman was, it couldn't reach that far. He sent the message to the heavenly humans outside so that they could send the message to the evil Yin race. "I think it's time to force the heavenly humans." Lu Ming suddenly got up and said coldly, "You mean?" Dandan rolled his eyes and looked at the large continent under the heavenly palace. "That's right. There are a lot of heavenly humans living on this continent and there must be a lot of resources. It's a waste not to take them," Lu Ming sneered. The primitive universe had been recovering for so many years. The continent under the heavenly palace must contain a lot of resources. That's exactly what I want. I've been wanting to do this for a long time." Dandan laughed. "You guys attack together. I'll keep an eye on the heavenly palace. If there's a problem, retreat in time." Lu Ming said. Let's go." Dandan smiled and turned into a ray of light, rushing to the continent below. Then, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Bubbles and Qiuqiu also attacked and rushed to the continent below. Now, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others had reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. With their talent and combat strength, even the weakest of them had the combat strength of the strongest Lord of Heaven. As long as Yi Immortal and Yi Qiuxian didn't attack, they didn't have to worry about the safety of Xian Yanqing and the others. Boom, boom, boom. After a while, the continent below the heavenly palace started to shake violently, followed by screams. Damn it, they're killing the ordinary people of the heavenly humans, damn it. Many heavenly humans roared. A large number of ordinary heavenly humans lived on the continent below. Their cultivation wasn't very high and there were only a few divine masters. In fact, there were only a few divine emperors. After all, above them were the 5 heavenly palaces. Most of the existences above the divine emperor realm lived in the heavenly palace. Lu Ming didn't attack before because he didn't want to attack the ordinary heavenly humans. But now that he thought it through, he didn't need to be polite or soft-hearted to the heavenly humans. If the Heaven Destroyer's base was breached, the heavenly humans wouldn't be polite to the Heaven Destroyer. They would definitely slaughter the entire Heaven Destroyer. This was proven by history. Over the years, how many powerful races had been wiped out by the heavenly humans? The Sky Heart race, the Heaven and Earth race, the Dragon race, etc. Only a few of these races were lucky enough to survive. The rest had all died in the hands of the heavenly humans. There was no need to be compassionate to such a race. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan and the others restrained themselves and only attacked existences above the Divine Lord realm. Ling Yue didn't have any scruples when she attacked. The entire elf race was almost wiped out by the heavenly humans. Only a few people survived. Her hatred for the heavenly humans was overwhelming. Chapter 4966. Ling Yue stood high in the sky with a towering tree floating behind her. Boundless energy gathered in Ling Yue's body. She held a large bow in her hand and knocked an arrow. Buzz. He loosened the bowstring, and an arrow flew toward the ground below. After the arrow flew out, it became bigger and bigger. In the end, it became an arrow that was hundreds of miles long and bombarded the ground. A huge crater was immediately created on the ground. A large number of heavenly humans were swept into the destructive energy and turned into ashes. Ling Yue didn't show any mercy to the heavenly human race. She had sworn that she would personally destroy the heavenly human race and avenge the countless elves. Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others spread out and moved like lightning across the continent. No one could stop them. A large amount of resources were taken by them. In the 4 heavenly palaces, the eyes of the heavenly human race members were bloodshot. What? Is it very uncomfortable? I wonder if you thought of this when you attacked the other races? Lu Ming's cold and mocking voice sounded. How can those lowly races compare to our race? A heavenly human race member roared. You still think you're better than others? Lu Ming's eyes were cold and there was no longer a trace of pity in his heart. These heavenly human race members had dominated the universe for countless years and had long been used to being high and mighty. They viewed other races as ants and killed them. There was no need for such a race to stay in this world. In the sky above the continent, Ling Yue shouted coldly and continued to work. Arrows were shot out continuously, and large numbers of heavenly human race members fell under the arrows. Damn it, Ancestor, what should we do now? Many people looked at Yi Immortal. Sigh, we can only awaken the origin. Yi Immortal spoke. There was a trace of anger and helplessness in his voice. Previously, they had forced Heaven Destroyer to awaken its origin. Now, the situation was completely reversed. Not long after, a powerful aura suddenly filled the air from the crepe myrtle heavenly palace. The aura of the origin. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. He wasn't surprised that an origin source had awakened. He had asked Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others to do so in order to force the other party's origin to awaken. Shao Qing Mid-Autumn Moon. The origin of the heavenly human clan has awakened. Retreat quickly. Lu Ming immediately sent a message to Xian Yanqing and the others. Xian Yanqing and the others were already prepared. When they received Lu Ming's message, they quickly left the continent and rushed into the distance. Ling Yue also stopped her attacks and left the continent. Boom! In the crepe myrtle heavenly palace, a powerful aura rushed out. Then, a middle-aged man stepped out. Patriarch. The middle-aged man bowed to Yi Immortal. His expression was calm. Since he had already awakened, he was prepared to die. Go stop him. Yi Immortal pointed at Lu Ming. I will take his head. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold and filled with shocking killing intent. He was the origin and had the same lifespan as the universe. Did he really want to die? How was that possible? He was forced to do so. All of this was caused by Lu Ming. His killing intent towards Lu Ming was monstrous. Don't underestimate the enemy. This person's combat strength is extremely strong. He's not weaker than Tang Feng back then. Yi Immortal said. With just one sentence, the middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Not weaker than Tang Feng? How is that possible? The middle-aged man couldn't believe it. In the Divine Master realm, this person might be even stronger. Tang Feng has become stronger after entering the origin. So, you just need to stop him. Yi Immortal said. The middle-aged man's expression became particularly grave. A battle armor appeared on his body, and he held a purple-gold battle spear in his hand. The battle armor and the battle spear were both origin-level divine weapons. Of course, They were only ordinary-level divine weapons and not top-level ones. Top-level divine weapons were too rare, and the Heavenly Human clan didn't have many either. Swoosh! The middle-aged man stepped out and circulated his origin power crazily, raising his aura to the peak. Origin? Let's give it a try. Lu Ming's eyes also revealed a strong fighting spirit. It was his first time fighting against an origin with his own combat strength. Kill! With a loud shout, Lu Ming took the lead. The war god's spear turned into a dazzling spear light and stabbed out. Fight! The origin of the Heavenly Human clan also attacked. The purple-gold battle spear stabbed out violently. The two divine weapons clashed in the void, like two sharp needles against each other. Boom! In the void, it was as if hundreds or thousands of stars had exploded. Rings of light swept out in all directions. The place where the two clashed turned into chaos. Then, the two figures retreated backward. This move was evenly matched. What a strong power! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. The origin of the Heavenly Human clan was very strong. It was not something an ordinary origin could compare to. Although it was also at the early origin realm, it was definitely stronger than the astral flame origin. Of course, this referred to the astral flame origin without an origin weapon. Obviously, the Yi Immortal would not randomly choose an origin attribute. He had a target. He knew that Lu Ming's combat strength was very terrifying. If an ordinary origin awakened, they would not be Lu Ming's opponent and could not stop Lu Ming. Therefore, this awakened origin had extremely strong combat strength. At least among the early origin realm, its combat strength was very strong. Now, he could only awaken the early origin realm. Once those above the mid-origin realm were awakened, they would soon die. The early origin realm could still last for a while. This kind of combat strength. The pupils of the Heavenly Human clan's origin shrank sharply. He was really shocked. He had used almost all his strength just now, but he was only evenly matched with Lu Ming. It was terrifying for a divine master to have such combat strength. Again, Lu Ming's eyes brightened, and his confidence increased greatly. The origin realm was only SOS. He just happened to want to use the origin realm's combat strength to help him comprehend Genesis techniques. In the Purple Heaven Utopia, Lu Ming had not only comprehended the 3000th ancient secret technique under the four statues, but he also had a general outline and direction for Genesis techniques. The two great experts clashed again. It was an intense battle. In the Four Heavenly Palace, everyone except the Yi Immortal was dumbfounded. Their eyes were round and full of shock. Although they had heard from the Yi Immortal that Lu Ming was terrifyingly strong and had defeated 16 invincible divine masters by himself. However, they had no idea how strong invincible divine masters were. Therefore, they had no idea how strong Lu Ming was. After all, apart from the Yi Immortal, no one had seen Lu Ming fight. Now that they had finally seen it with their own eyes, they finally had an idea. This was because they had an origin realm as a reference. How is this possible? How is this possible? Among the crowd, the one who was the most shocked was Yi Qiuxian. At this moment, he was muttering to himself in a daze. His body was trembling and his face was pale. Although he had been defeated by Lu Ming time and time again, he had not given up. He still had a little hope that he could defeat Lu Ming in the future. But now he was in despair. He realized that the gap between him and Lu Ming was growing larger and larger. It had now reached an astonishing level. Chapter 4967. Boom boom boom. Violent explosions continued to erupt above the 5 heavenly palaces. Lu Ming and the Heavenly Human race's origin source had exchanged more than 10 blows in the blink of an eye. The two were still evenly matched. To be honest, the Heavenly Human race's origin source was indeed very powerful. The origin source's combat strength was determined by many factors. The strength of the origin source's power, whether they had mastered any Genesis techniques, whether they had an origin weapon or armor, and the level of their cultivation. Although the Heavenly Human race's origin source didn't master any Genesis techniques, he had an origin weapon and armor. The origin source's combat strength had been greatly enhanced by the origin source's origin source. Without the origin source wouldn't be Lu Ming's match. As the two continued to exchange blows, Ye Immortal and the others also began to take action. They sent out messages to the continents below, urging them to hurry up and enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up and gather. Enter the heavenly palace. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Don't take the divine herbs. Hurry up. Don't take these materials either. Let's go. Which is more important, your life or the materials? On the continents, some of the heavenly human race members with higher cultivation commanded the crowd to fly toward the 4 heavenly palaces. Yes, there were 4 heavenly palaces, not 5. This was because no one was flying toward the 5th heavenly palace of origin. The densely packed heavenly human race members flew toward the 4 heavenly palaces. At the same time, the Crepe Myrtle Heavenly Palace, Dreamy Heavenly Palace, Shinji Heavenly Palace, and Hongmeng Heavenly Palace also opened the array formation to allow the heavenly human race members to fly into the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was very large, like a planet. It could accommodate an astonishing number of people. Moreover, the number of heavenly human race members was actually not large compared to the other races in the universe. The 4 heavenly palaces could easily accommodate them. Lu Ming didn't stop him. In fact, he couldn't stop him. Now that the celestial race's source had awakened, the result was already decided. Hence, his attacks were all fighting with his life on the line. Lu Ming had to deal with it with all his focus. If he wasn't careful, he would suffer a great loss. Therefore, they could only watch as the heavenly human tribe entered the heavenly palace. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the heavenly human tribe's origin source had already exchanged over 100 blows, but the outcome was still undecided. Lu Ming quickly retreated, and the origin of the heavenly human tribe quickly followed. Its spiritual consciousness was locked onto Lu Ming, preventing Lu Ming from attacking the other heavenly human tribe members. Soon, the two of them were far away from the 5 heavenly palace. Suddenly, the space around Lu Ming rippled like water, and a figure appeared. It was Bubble. The bubble enveloped Lu Ming with the power of time and space. Lu Ming's speed increased explosively, and he instantly shook off the heavenly human tribe's essence. Humph! The origin of the heavenly human tribe snorted coldly and did not continue to chase. Instead, he returned to the 5 heavenly palace and sat down cross-legged. His cultivation was at the early stage of the origin realm. Under the current origin tribulation, he could hold on for half a month. He had to protect the heavenly human tribe members and ensure their safe retreat. Lu Ming stood in the distance and did not continue to attack. However, he did not go far either. Instead, he waited quietly. He had already gained a lot from the battle just now. There was no need to fight again. As long as he waited for half a month, this origin would naturally die. It took an entire day. On the continent below, almost all the heavenly human tribe members had entered the 4 heavenly palace. However, many treasures, such as the planted divine herbs, were not taken away. Lu Ming planned to find an opportunity to let Dandan, Bubble, and the others take away all the treasures on this continent. Of course, now was not the time to make a move. The origin was still guarding there. If it suddenly attacked, Lu Ming might not be able to stop it. Lu Ming also sat cross-legged in the void. In the previous battle with the origin, he had pushed his battle strength to the limit. He had indeed gained something, and his understanding of Genesis techniques had increased a little. Time passed quickly, and another few days passed. Rumble! All of a sudden, the 5 heaven palaces began to tremble, and then flew off in a certain direction. They're leaving? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The heavenly human tribe was going to move? In fact, Lu Ming also knew that in the face of such a situation, the heavenly human tribe had no other choice but to move. Because that origin could only protect them for half a month. Then what about after half a month? Without the origin to block Lu Ming, they still had to rely on the formation to block Lu Ming. However, activating the formation required the bones of the origin. Over countless years, they had accumulated a lot of origin bones, but they would be used up. Once the origin bones were used up, what should they do? Continue to let the origin awaken? Then wouldn't their origins be completely wiped out in the end? Therefore, they could only move and seek protection. Now, only the creatures in the forbidden area can protect the heavenly human tribe. Could it be that the heavenly human tribe has surrendered to the creatures in the forbidden area? In this direction, only the baleful Een tribe is left, and the heavenly human tribe is the closest to the baleful Een tribe. Lu Ming guessed. The 5 heavenly palace quickly flew in the direction of the baleful Een tribe, which was the original direction of the universe. And the origin queen left with the 5 heavenly palace. Swish, 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 figures appeared beside Lu Ming. It was Xian Yanqing and the others. Lu Ming, what should we do now? Dandan asked. Follow and take a look. Lu Ming said. They flew behind, following the 5 heavenly palaces. This place was very far from the universe where the baleful Een tribe was. The speed of the 5 heavenly palace naturally couldn't be compared to Lu Ming and the others. Therefore, after more than 10 days, the 5 heavenly palace didn't reach the universe, and the origin was about to die. Retreat. Lu Ming quickly retreated with Xian Yanqing and the others, away from the origin. He was afraid that the origin would counterattack before dying. However, the origin didn't counterattack. Instead, it sat quietly in the void and turned into specks of light rain and dissipated. This essence had also perished. Damn it. Damn Lu Ming. Seeing this scene, many heavenly human tribe members roared in anger. 10,000 years ago, the heavenly human tribe was the overlord of the universe. No one dared to go against them. Every heavenly human tribe member was like the moon surrounded by stars. No one dared to be disrespectful to them. But now, they had been slaughtered right to their doorstep, and they didn't even dare to fight back. They could only hole up in their heavenly palaces behind the array formation, relying on the protection of their source energy to struggle at death's door. They could only watch as their source energy perished. The difference between the two was simply too great. They were also extremely aggrieved. However, there was nothing they could do. Reactivate the array formation. Ye Immortal's voice spread far and wide. The 4 heavenly palace reactivated the array formation with the origin bones. Then, they continued to fly in the direction of the baleful Een tribe. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow behind. If there was a chance, Lu Ming wanted to force the other party to awaken another origin. Unfortunately, Lu Ming couldn't get what he wanted. The heavenly human tribe had accumulated a lot of origin bones. When they ran out of energy, they took out another batch and continued to activate the array formation. Just like that, after some time, the universe came into sight. The universe was filled with black fog, completely shrouded by the baleful Een Chi. Chapter 4968. Compared to 10,000 years ago, the starry sky of the universe today was completely different. Being shrouded by the baleful Een aura at all times, all living things withered and turned into baleful Een monsters. The plants were also slowly converted to baleful Een attributes. They were no longer emerald green, but cold and dark. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 5 heavenly palaces rushed into the baleful Een aura and flew toward the dark pit demon mountain. Lu Ming and the others continued to follow, but they were more cautious. Half a day later, they gradually approached the dark pit demon mountain. At this moment, the 5 heavenly palaces suddenly stopped. Stop! Dandan suddenly shouted. Lu Ming and the others stopped and looked at Dandan. There are many terrifying formations ahead. They should be source-level formations. Dandan said. It seems that the baleful Een race has been waiting for us here. Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was not afraid of the baleful Een race as long as they did not use their origin. The only thing he was afraid of was their source-level formations. The heavenly human race could not compare to the living beings in the Forbidden Lands. They had many source-level formations. With enough time, they could use their origin bones to set up source-level formations. Back in Purple Heaven, Lu Ming had almost suffered a great loss because of this. Obviously, the evil Een race knew that Lu Ming and the rest would follow them. Hence, they had set up source-level arrays in this area in advance, and there was more than one. It was a pity that Dandan had detected them in advance. Let's go! Lu Ming shook his head. He knew that the heavenly human race must have cooperated with the baleful Een race. Moreover, the baleful Een race had set up source-level formations in advance, so they could not do anything to the heavenly human race. The 5 heavenly palaces had stopped because they had entered the range of the formations. As long as Lu Ming and the others approached, they would immediately be enveloped by the source-level formations. Although Lu Ming's current combat strength was strong, facing source-level formations that had been set up in advance, he was probably in danger. Seeing Lu Ming and the others leave, Immortal and the others were disappointed. They had wanted to use source-level formations to trick Lu Ming and the others, but Lu Ming and the others were too smart and did not fall for it. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others left the baleful Een race's range. "Let's go to the primordial light race," Lu Ming said. "Let's go to the light race?" Xian Yanqing and the others were surprised. That's right. The baleful Een tribe must have communicated with the heavenly human tribe in advance. That's why they were able to set up the origin-level spell formation in advance. However, the primordial light tribe didn't know that we would suddenly attack the primordial light tribe, so they definitely wouldn't have set up a combined attack spell formation in advance. There was a murderous glint in his eyes. The 3 clans of the Forbidden Ground had a part to play in killing 2 sources of the heaven-exterminating army. Lu Ming would not let this matter rest. Danden's eyes lit up. The prime holy mountain where the primordial light race was located had many top-grade primordial divine herbs. They set off immediately, crossing the void of the universe and heading towards the prime holy mountain. With their current cultivation, as long as they didn't go to any particularly dangerous places, or if they were unlucky, they wouldn't encounter any disaster-level places. In the ruins of the universe, safety wasn't a big problem. Moreover, they were very fast. It did not take long for them to cross the void and arrive at the prime holy mountain. Compared to the last time Lu Ming was here, the light from the prime holy mountain was brighter and more dazzling. The 3 of them rushed into the continent where the primordial holy mountain was located. The void beast, Danden suddenly whispered. There was a huge beast lying on the ground in front of them, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the void beast. The void beast was still in a deep sleep. However, they could clearly feel that the void beast's aura was more terrifying than the last time they saw it. Perhaps it was because the origin source tribulation had reached the end. Once the origin source tribulation was over, the void beast would most likely awaken. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly when he thought of this. He could feel that the void beast was extremely terrifying. Even with his current battle prowess, the void beast's aura was extremely terrifying and pressuring. Moreover, it was still in a deep sleep. Who knew how powerful it would be when it woke up? It could probably kill him with a single slap. There were 4 void beasts in the prime holy mountain. Once the origin source tribulation was over, the 4 void beasts alone would be terrifying, let alone the primordial light race. Once the origin source tribulation was over, how would the Heaven Destroyer fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds? I wonder if Senior Fei Huang, Senior Tang Feng and the others have any countermeasures. Lu Ming sighed inside. His cultivation was still too low. There were still a few hundred years before the origin source tribulation would be over. No matter how fast he improved in a few hundred years, he would be lucky to break through to the origin realm. To be honest, breaking through to the origin realm in a few hundred years was nothing more than a pipe dream in the eyes of others. Breaking through to the origin realm was many times more difficult than breaking through to the peak of the Divine Master realm. However, how could he fight against the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds after breaking through to the origin realm? He still had to rely on veteran experts like Fei Huang and Tang Feng. Lu Ming and the others carefully avoided the void beasts and continued on their way to the prime holy mountain. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed in front of them to the right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. That was clearly a top source level divine herb. That was right. Lu Ming was not mistaken. That was a top-notch source level divine herb. Lu Ming really did not think that they would be so lucky to encounter a top source level divine herb not long after entering the prime holy mountain. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Danden and the others also discovered the source-level divine herb. It's a top source-level divine herb. Danden immediately became excited. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Lu Ming and the others sped up and chased after the top source-level divine herb. The top source-level divine herb was extremely fast, flying toward the prime holy mountain like a bolt of lightning. Soon, they were close to the prime holy mountain. Lu Ming and the others even saw many figures entering and exiting the prime holy mountain. They were all members of the Primordial Light clan. There were thousands of them at a glance. "Who's there?" A member of the Primordial Light clan shouted. He had already discovered Lu Ming and the others. Several thousand pairs of eyes turned toward Lu Ming and the others. "It's Lu Ming. It's Lu Ming and the others. Damn it, they want to capture a top source-level divine herb. How dare they try to capture a source-level divine herb in our prime holy mountain? They're courting death. Set up the array and kill them." Roars rang out as at least a few hundred members of the Primordial Light clan charged toward Lu Ming and the others. These members of the Primordial Light clan were all very strong, and they even had joint attack arrays. Many joint attack arrays were set up. There were 7-man joint attack arrays, 9-man joint attack arrays, 12-man joint attack arrays. The greatest number of combined attack formations was an 18-man combined attack formation. Chapter 4969. The Primordial Light Tribe's combined attack array took the shape of a blade or a sword as it charged toward Lu Ming. Scram! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as the war god's spear vibrated violently. In an instant, dozens of spear lights shot out and collided with the combined attack array. Bam! 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 These swords and sabers instantly exploded. Then, there were screams of agony. Many of the people who had set up the array were crushed by the destructive power and turned into ashes. At least 30 of the Primordial Light clan's experts had been killed. The other Primordial Light tribe members gasped and retreated in fear. "Lu Ming is too strong. We are no match for him. Send a message to the other lords." Many Primordial Light tribe members shouted angrily. Lu Ming and the others ignored the Primordial Light tribe members and continued to chase after the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With the help of Bubble's space-time power, their speed increased greatly. Especially now that their cultivation had increased to the peak almighty level, their speed was much faster than when they were in the Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven. Space-time power. Heavenly Demon Field. Bubble and Xian Yanqing attacked at the same time. The space-time power and heavenly demon field enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb, causing its speed to plummet. Dandan attacked quickly. Dense runes flew out and formed a large array. It was like an inescapable net that enveloped the top-grade soul-level divine herb. Then, Lu Ming, Autumn Moon, and Ling Yue gathered their hands and grabbed at the top-grade soul-level divine herb. With their combined strength, the top-grade soul-level divine herb could not escape. Lu Ming grabbed it and put it into the ancient desolation ring. In the distance, the Primordial Light tribe members watched but did not dare to attack. "Dandan, take a look at the Primordial Divine Mountain and see if there are any terrifying arrays." Lu Ming looked at Dandan. "Let me see." Dandan returned to its original form. Its turtle shell glowed as if it was sensing something. After a while, Dandan's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of fear flashed through his eyes. When Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others saw this, their hearts sank. "I can sense that there's only one formation in the primordial celestial mountain," Dandan said. "Only one formation? A terrifying array formation?" Lu Ming said. "That's right, it's extremely terrifying. It's even more terrifying than an origin grade formation," Dandan said with a solemn expression. Lu Ming and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. An array that was even more terrifying than an origin grade array? What kind of array was that? Once this formation was activated, killing them would be as easy as flipping one's hand. However, this formation is dormant, as if it's dead. I think only truly terrifying experts can use this formation. Even reciprocity experts can't use it, Dandan said. Even reciprocity existences could not use it. Lu Ming and the others immediately relaxed. Now that the origin grade tribulation was happening, reciprocity experts and those above had sealed themselves and were all hibernating to avoid the tribulation. The stronger they were, the less likely it was for them to awaken. If that was the case, this formation would be useless. Even if early reciprocity experts were to awaken, they would not be able to use it. Lu Ming finally knew why there was only one array formation in this dignified forbidden land, the primordial divine mountain. This was because before the origin tribulation, the primordial light clan definitely had terrifying existences that had not sealed themselves, or they could awaken at any time. Once a powerful enemy attacked, he could just activate that terrifying array formation. With such a formation, there was no need for other formations, such as a master grade formation or an origin grade formation. Once this formation could not be activated, there would be no formation in the primordial celestial mountain. Dandan, are you sure you can do it? Lu Ming looked at Dandan with bright eyes. Lu Ming, I know what you want to do. Let me tell you, I'm 100% sure. Come on, let's do it. Dandan shouted excitedly. Let's do it. Let's do it big. It's best if we can get 1 or 2 top origin grade divine herbs. Lu Ming also said excitedly. Bush. Lu Ming and the others did not retreat. Instead, they rushed toward the primordial celestial mountain. The primordial light clan did not dare to stop them at all. When they saw Lu Ming and the others approaching, they all retreated. However, at this moment, a large number of figures flew out of the primordial celestial mountain. They were all from the primordial light clan. There were tens of thousands of them. One had to know that there were only a few thousand primordial light clan members before they entered the Purple Heaven Grotto. This showed that a large number of primordial light clan members had awakened in the past 8,000 years. Lu Ming, how dare you come to the primordial celestial mountain? A few angry roars were heard. Lu Ming looked around and saw some old acquaintances. Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, Yuan Baji, Yuan Jiuji. The ones who roared just now were Yuan Baji and Yuan Jiuji. Look, there's a herb field below. Bubbles suddenly pointed below and said, sure enough, not far below, there was a medicinal field. The area was extremely large, and it was verdant and lush, filled with all different types of divine medicines. These divine herbs were very neat and they were obviously cultivated by the primordial light clan members. Take them all and transplant them into the ancient desolation ring. Lu Ming glanced at Yuan Jiuji and the others before shifting his gaze to the herb field. Lu Ming and the others rushed toward the herb field. This made Yuan Ciji and the others furious. They were completely ignored by Lu Ming. Set up the formation and stop them. Yuan Ciji roared. His figure flickered as he set up a series of joint attack formations. In an instant, more than a dozen combined attack formations were set up. Among them, there were a total of 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. The others were all combined attack formations with 18 people. They knew that low-level combined attack formations would be ineffective against Lu Ming and the others. There are 9 combined attack formations with 21 people. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. However, it was normal. After so many years, at least tens of thousands of primordial light clan members had awakened. It was normal for there to be more combined attack formations. Shao Qing, go and pick the divine herbs. Leave these people to me. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu and the others. He stood alone in the void with the battle god's spear in his hand and blocked the primordial light clan members. He was covered in a top origin grade armor and looked like a god of war. In the next moment, more than a dozen combined attack formations were in front of him. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted with a crazy aura. He threw out a palm strike and a piece of land appeared in the void. It was like a real world and pressed down on the combined attack formations. The land pressed down with overwhelming power and no one dared to underestimate it. More than a dozen combined attack formations turned into battle swords and battle sabers. All of them attacked the sky in an attempt to break the land. Boom, 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 boom. The land kept shaking but the combined attack formations were also shaking. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming continued to attack. The battle god's spear vibrated and swept out. With 2 loud bangs, the war god's spear, which was as huge as a mountain, swept across the 2 huge battle swords. Chapter 4970. The war god's spear swept across the 2 huge swords. These 2 huge swords were formed from 2 21 people joint attack formations. However, the two 21-man joint attack formations couldn't withstand Lu Ming's attack at all. With two loud bangs, the two swords were sent flying tens of thousands of miles away. The people who had set up the formations all coughed up blood. After sending the two 21-man joint attack formations flying, Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He changed the direction of his spear and stabbed forward. Bam! Another joint attack formation was sent flying. The people who had set up the formation were all injured. The swords formed by the formation kept trembling and almost couldn't be stabilized. At this time, the people of the primordial light race had also defeated the continent formed by the primeval desolation form and started their counterattack. More than 10 swords slashed at Lu Ming's body, but they were all blocked by the top source-grade armor. Lu Ming's body only staggered a little. Then, as if nothing had happened, the war god's spear swept out again. Boom! Another formation was blasted away. Lu Ming was simply like an invincible god of war. His attacks were bold and powerful, and he was invincible. Every move was able to send the joint attack formations flying. These joint attack formations were like rubber balls that couldn't resist at all. Bam! Finally, a combined attack array of 18 people could no longer withstand Lu Ming's attacks and was blasted apart by him. The people who had set up the formation were all sent flying. 7 of the 18 people who had set up the formation were blown up and died on the spot. The others were all injured and vomited blood. They didn't dare to stay any longer and frantically retreated. The others were also terrified, especially the 18-man joint attack formations. They were even more terrified and didn't dare to continue attacking. The 21-man joint attack formation could still exchange a few moves with Lu Ming. However, the 18-man joint attack formation was a little weak. It couldn't withstand more than 2 moves and would explode, unable to maintain the formation. Lu Ming alone blocked more than a dozen joint attack formations. On the other hand, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Dandan, Bubbles, and the others were crazily plundering the herb fields. They were like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds. Wherever they passed, even the ground was swept away. Soon, all the divine herbs in the field fell into the hands of Xian Yanqing and the others. Lu Ming, we've finished plucking the divine herbs. Let's go and look for other divine herbs. Dandan shouted. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he joined up with Dandan and the others, rushing towards the other side of the supreme celestial mountain. For a time, the dozen or so combined formations didn't dare to pursue. Quick, chase after them. They want to enter the mountain. Stop them. Origin Baji and Origin 9 Origin roared loudly, but they themselves did not dare to step forward. What a joke! With their strength, stopping Lu Ming was just courting death. Most likely, Lu Ming could stab them to death with a single spear. Chase after them. Yuan Ciji gritted his teeth and chased after Lu Ming with Yuan Wuji and the others. Soon, Lu Ming and the others entered the territory of the Supreme Celestial Mountain. They could see that there were many valleys in the Supreme Celestial Mountain. Lu Ming knew that a large number of Origin Light Tribe members were sleeping in these valleys. At the same time, he could see that there were figures flashing in and out of the Supreme Celestial Mountain like ants. They were all members of the Origin Light Tribe. Since entering the Supreme Celestial Mountain, Lu Ming had discovered at least 100,000 members of the Origin Light Tribe. Moreover, most of the Origin Light Tribe members had very high cultivation bases. The weakest among them was at the Celestial the Arch Realm. Half of them had even reached the Divine Master Realm. This was an unimaginable force. Compared to it, the Heaven Exterminating Army was thousands of miles away. Even the Heavenly Human Tribe couldn't compare. However, it was strange that all of them were at the Celestial the Arch Realm or above. This didn't conform to the development pattern of a tribe. The development of a tribe would definitely be made up of people from all walks of life. Bottom, middle, top. It was impossible for all of them to be at the top. Why didn't the Origin Light Tribe have celestial thearchs, or even lower-level members? It was impossible for the Origin Light Tribe members to be born at the Celestial the Arch Realm. This was impossible. It was unbelievable. A tribe from outside the chaotic universe? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. In the Purple Heaven Cave, He already knew that the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands were all from outside the chaotic universe. Could they be invaders? Lu Ming's mind started to work quickly. Why would a tribe from outside the chaotic universe enter the chaotic universe and form the Forbidden Lands? Perhaps it was because these tribes were invaders. They had invaded the chaotic universe for some reason. In the end, for some other reason, they sealed themselves in a place and formed the Forbidden Lands. This would explain why the Origin Light Tribe members were all at the Celestial the Arch Realm or above. This was because they couldn't have brought along their entire family when they invaded the chaotic universe. It was also impossible for them to bring along people of lower cultivation bases. Could the 3 tribes of the Forbidden Lands be invaders? If that's the case, what happened in the chaotic universe in the last era? Why did these tribes become the Forbidden Lands in the end? Lu Ming's thoughts continued to stretch. He thought about many things and more questions came to his mind. He knew very little about the great desolate continent of the previous epoch. However, there was one thing that he was certain of. The great desolate continent of the previous epoch was a magnificent era. It was many times more prosperous than the present. Legend had it that there was more than one immortal in the chaotic universe in the last era. It was an era where immortals fought for supremacy, unlike the current era where there was no immortal. There's also a herb field there. It's so big. It's several times bigger than the previous one. At this moment, Danden's excited exclamation interrupted Lu Ming's thoughts. Indeed, there was a herb field below them. In this medicinal field, the desolate chi was excessively dense. It was almost materialized. This was an excellent place to plant divine medicines. Even from a distance, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted over. I'm sure there are origin divine herbs in here. Danden's nose kept twitching. He was almost drooling. They didn't hesitate and rushed towards the herb field. Yuan Ciji and the others were shocked. Quick, let's go and stop them. Yuan Ciji shouted. They rushed over madly with their joint attack formations. Who are you people? Get lost. There were also some Yuan Guang clan guards in the herb field. They shouted when they saw Lu Ming and the others. Kill. Ling Yue shouted coldly. She was very murderous. She drew her bow and shot dozens of arrows in an instant. Ling Yue's talent and potential were getting stronger and stronger. Her combat strength was also getting more and more shocking. Now that she had reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm, she was even stronger than the Lord of Heaven. The ordinary Yuan Guang clan couldn't resist at all. Dozens of them were shot to death. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon and the others also attacked. They killed dozens of Yuan Guang clan members in an instant. The other Yuan Guang clan members didn't dare to stay. They all ran away. They easily entered the herb field. This herb field didn't have any experts guarding it. There were also no array formations. This herb field was in the Yuan Ji Divine Mountain. With the Yuan Guang clan guarding it, there was no need for any array formations. This made it easier for Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4971. That's a top-tier source-grade divine herb. Danden suddenly shouted in shock. Lu Ming, Xian Yanqing, and the others were also shocked and their eyes widened. There was a clear spring in the herb field. It was only 1 meter wide and looked like a small pond. There were 2 divine herbs bathing in the pond. These 2 stalks of godly medicine were extremely mystical. On top of each godly medicine, there was a small stalk of godly medicine running around. They were both top-tier source-grade divine herbs. It was obvious that this herb field was extraordinary. There were actually 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs living here. Go, these 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs are ours. Danden shouted excitedly. Of course, he didn't dare to be too loud for fear of disturbing the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted. They moved like a bolt of lightning and approached the 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs in a flash. This spring water should be some kind of divine spring. The 2 top-tier source-grade divine herbs were bathing in the divine spring and quietly nourishing themselves. They obviously didn't expect anyone to come after them. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were very precious and mysterious. They were completely different from ordinary source-grade divine herbs. Ordinary source-grade divine herbs were mostly one-time use and would be gone after one use. However, top-tier source-grade divine herbs didn't need to be consumed whole. Instead, they could be used for a long time. Therefore, top-tier source-grade divine herbs could be cultivated for a long time. Top-tier source-grade divine herbs were treated very well. They could come and go freely in the primeval divine mountain, and no one from the primeval light race would come after them. By the time the two top-tier source-grade divine herbs discovered Lu Ming and the others, it was already too late. Xian Yanqing and Bubbles attacked at the same time, using the heavenly demon domain and the power of spacetime. Dandan quickly set up several trapping arrays. The two top-tier source-grade divine herbs rushed out of the divine spring and tried to escape. Lu Ming, how dare you? How dare you? At this moment, Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others had already arrived. When they saw this scene, they roared furiously. Even in the Primordial Light clan, top-notch source-grade divine medicines were extremely rare and precious. The entire Primordial Light race didn't have that many, so they couldn't bear to give them to Su Xing. Now, Lu Ming and the others actually dared to make a move on a top-grade source-grade divine herb. This made them furious. Stop them! Yuan Ciji, Yuan Wuji, and the others all made their moves. There were 6 people who attacked. 6 terrifying attacks rained down on Lu Ming. Invincible Divine Master. As soon as the other party attacked, Lu Ming knew that the 6 people who attacked were all invincible almighty existences. There were only 6 of them. This number was less than Lu Ming had expected. Lu Ming had thought that the Primordial Light tribe had at least 10 unrivaled divine masters. Actually, Lu Ming had misunderstood the scarcity of unrivaled divine masters. In fact, there were only 6 unrivaled divine masters in the Primordial Light race. Those who hadn't awakened yet didn't have any unrivaled divine masters. This was because they were in the midst of the origin tribulation. If the origin didn't appear, the unrivaled divine masters would be too useful. In addition, the Primordial Light race had invested a lot of resources to awaken unrivaled divine masters in the past. Although more than 100,000 members of the Primordial Light race had awakened over the past 8,000 years, there were only 6 unrivaled divine masters. In addition to the 6 of them, the combined attack of the 21 people was also rushing over. I'll stop them. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He held the Battle God's spear in his hand and retreated. The Battle God's spear stabbed at Yuan Ciji and the others. After all, the 2 top-grade source-grade divine medicines were like turtles in a jar. He didn't have to worry about them. 6 streaks of spear radiance shattered the void and exuded a terrifying power. Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people couldn't help but tense up. They were shocked. They attacked with all their might and used their strongest killing moves. Their killing moves were very similar. They all relied on the light in their bodies. For example, Yuan Wuji and Yuan Ciji had the red celestial light and the black moon celestial light. The others were similar. They all controlled a type of celestial light. Those who could become unrivaled divine masters were all light controllers. The 6 streaks of celestial light collided with the 6 streaks of spear radiance. Boom, boom. On the other hand, Lu Ming only staggered a little before he steadied himself. Although Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people already knew about Lu Ming's combat strength, they still couldn't help but gasp. Their faces were grave. Lu Ming's combat power was beyond their expectations. He was able to fight the 6 of them head-on by himself. Moreover, he managed to force them to retreat. That kind of combat strength was terrifying. Although Lu Ming had defeated 16 invincible almighty single-handedly in front of the heaven-exterminating army's encampment, he had relied on the defensive power of the top-notch source-level armor to barge in and defeat them one by one. Now, Lu Ming had forced 6 unrivaled divine masters to retreat. In other words, the combined strength of the 6 unrivaled divine masters couldn't compare to Lu Ming. How could they not be shocked? Attack! Continue to attack! Yuan Ciji shouted. The 6 invincible divine lords continued to attack, unleashing 6 different attacks. Lu Ming continued to wield the war god's spear and attack. Now, Lu Ming mainly focused on defending. His goal was to let Xian Yanqing and the others successfully capture the 2 top soul-grade divine herbs and plunder the other divine herbs. If he charged forward like last time and took the initiative to attack, he could easily defeat Yuan Ciji and the other 5 people. However, this way, the other members of the Primordial Light Tribe could take the opportunity to rush over and attack Xian Yanqing and the others, especially with their joint attack array. There was another series of explosions and the 6 unrivaled divine masters were forced to retreat. However, Xian Yanqing and the others had finally succeeded. The 2 top soul-grade divine herbs were trapped by Dandan's array. Then, Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon each grabbed one and put it into their storage rings. Damn it! Yuan Ciji and the others roared. They had already received a report that Lu Ming and the others had already taken one of their top soul-grade divine herbs. Now, there were 2 more, which made it 3. 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. This was a huge loss. It should be known that the Primordial Light Tribe had only obtained 3 top soul-grade divine herbs in the Purple Heaven Cave. Therefore, they couldn't let Lu Ming and the others escape. Otherwise, they would lose 3 top soul-grade divine herbs. Yuan Ciji and the other 5 launched a frenzied attack. The joint attack array also arrived. Get lost! Lu Ming roared, his fighting spirit boiling. Forbidden power circulated wildly as he struck out with his palm. A continent appeared and pressed down on the joint attack array. He put on his armor and began to counterattack. Chapter 4972. Lu Ming started to fight back. Xian Yanqing and the others had already taken the 2 top-level source-level divine herbs. Even if someone attacked Xian Yanqing and the others, they could still fight back. They couldn't fight back before because they were afraid that the top-level source-level divine herbs would run away. Now, even if they were no match for them, they could still retreat with bubbles around. Xian Yanqing and the others gathered together and started to search for other divine herbs. Their first target was the source-level divine herbs. There were at least a dozen source-level divine herbs in this herb field. They were the king herbs of this herb field, and they were scattered in different areas. Buzz. The war god's spear vibrated and Lu Ming swept it out. This time, it wasn't aimed at the 6 of them. It was aimed at Yuan Ciji alone. Yuan Ciji alone couldn't block Lu Ming's attack. Even if he had the immortal light protecting him, it was useless. Under the attack of the war god's spear, the immortal light vibrated violently. Yuan Ciji was sent flying like a ball. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face was pale. As for Lu Ming, although he was hit by the others, they were all blocked by the top-level source-level armor. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The war god's spear vibrated continuously as Lu Ming attacked continuously. Yuan Wuji, Yuan Liuji, and the others followed in the footsteps of Yuan Ciji and the others and were sent flying. In the distance, the other members of the Primordial Light race gasped when they saw this scene. It was terrifying. Lu Ming's combat power was terrifying. In their eyes, the invincible and invincible divine masters were so fragile in front of Lu Ming. They were like rubber balls that were sent flying by Lu Ming's moves. Was Lu Ming still a divine master? If the invincible divine masters were so weak in front of him, what about the ordinary divine masters? Wouldn't they be worse than babies in front of him? Wouldn't they be no different from ants? Kill! Lu Ming was full of fighting spirit. After sending the 6 invincible divine masters flying, he rushed to the array formation and attacked fiercely. Moreover, Lu Ming only focused on one of the formations and attacked fiercely. After a series of attacks, one of the formations was forcibly broken apart. The 21 people who had set up the formation were all injured, and 5 or 6 of them were killed. With a wave of his hand, Lu Ming collected 5 to 6 carriers of the combined attack array. When Yuan Ciji and the others saw this scene, their eyes almost split open. "Sixth brother, you go kill them. Everyone else, do your best to stop Lu Ming. Also, get someone to set up an origin grade formation. I want them all dead." Yuan Ciji roared. Yuan Liuji immediately rushed towards Xian Yanqing and the others. "The situation is tense, let's retreat," Dandan shouted. Bubble immediately used the power of time and space to envelop everyone. Their bodies trembled, and the void rippled as they disappeared. Now that Bubble's cultivation had reached the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm, her power of time and space was even more mysterious. Once she used it, even ordinary origins might not be able to take her down, let alone those at the same level. Even if she used the power of time and space to assist Xian Yanqing and the others, their speed would still increase greatly. Xian Yanqing and the others had almost reached the peak of the Divine Master Realm. Only Dandan was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. Dandan hadn't broken through because he didn't have the time. When everyone was in seclusion to break through, Dandan and the other array masters had to set up a formation. Then, the 3 forbidden races had attacked and retreated, so Dandan didn't have the time to cultivate. However, his array skills were mysterious, and he had many kinds of array skills. Together with the power of time and space, he was very fast. Yuan Liuji couldn't catch up with them. Damn it, Yuan Liuji roared, his face ugly. At this moment, Lu Ming stared at another combined attack array and launched a fierce attack. He didn't care about the attacks of Yuan Liuji and the others. Anyway, he had the top source-grade armor to protect him, so he couldn't take much damage. Boom, boom. After a few consecutive attacks, another combined attack array was destroyed. When this combined attack array was destroyed, Lu Ming seized the opportunity to strike with his palm. A large piece of land was formed, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It enveloped all the people who had set up the array. How could these people resist Lu Ming's primeval style? Under the pressure of the continent, the bodies of the people who set up the array exploded and they died on the spot. Their combined attack array had all fallen into the hands of Lu Ming. This was a complete set of 21 people combined attack array. If he brought it back to the Heaven Destroyer, the Heaven Destroyer would have a powerful combined attack array and a top combat power would appear. Damn it, retreat. All combined attack arrays, retreat. Yuan Liuji roared. If this went on, the other combined attack arrays would be destroyed by Lu Ming and the carriers of the combined attack arrays would fall into the hands of Lu Ming. Lu Ming had no weaknesses. His defense and attack were invincible. Yuan Liuji and the others attacked with all their strength to hold back Lu Ming so that the combined attack arrays could retreat. However, even so, there was still a combined attack array that was destroyed by Lu Ming in the end. Then, another group of people from the Yuanguang clan rushed over. This group of people from the Yuanguang clan were all elders. Each of them was holding a bone in their hands. It was the origin source bone. Dozens of elders from the Yuanguang clan surrounded the battlefield and kept inscribing runes. Humph, you want to set up an source-grade array to deal with me? Lu Ming was stunned. He ignored Yuan Liuji and the others and rushed towards the elder. Swoosh! The battle god's spear pierced through the void and pierced the elder's forehead. Although the elder from the Yuanguang clan was a peak almighty, he was only an ordinary peak almighty. He was proficient in array formations but his combat strength was not strong. How could he fight against Lu Ming? The elder from the Yuanguang clan was killed with a puff. Lu Ming grabbed the elder's origin source bone and caught it in Lu Ming's hand. Afterward, Lu Ming charged toward another old man, scaring the old man so much that he took to his heels. It was impossible to set up an source-grade array. It took time to set up an source-grade array. It was impossible to set it up in an instant like the combined attack arrays. Why would Lu Ming give his opponents time to set up an array? The malevolent Yin beings had set up an array in advance and waited there. He attacked continuously and scattered the elders. Then he returned to the herb field and started to plunder the divine herbs. Xian Yanqing, Dandan and the others also returned to the herb field to plunder. Damn it, damn it. Yuan Liuji and the others stood in the distance and did not dare to attack. They knew that they could not do anything to Lu Ming. Attacking Lu Ming would only increase their losses. Damn it, we should have created a 36-man joint attack formation back then. Yuan Liuji said. A 36-people combined attack array is not that easy to set up. In an era without the origin source tribulation, a 36-people combined attack array is not very useful, but the cost is shockingly high, Yuan Liuji said. There were rules in the universe. Normally, a Divine Lord-level combined attack formation would have a maximum of 21 people. If he wanted to go any further, it would be nearly impossible for him to forge a formation that could accommodate even more people. It would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Chapter 4973. Almost impossible didn't mean it was impossible. It was just that the price was too high. Of the 21 people joint attack formation, there was only a 36 people joint attack formation that could possibly be refined successfully. However, the success rate was shockingly low. It might not even succeed once in 100 attempts because it went against the rules of the universe. Once the refinement failed, all the materials would be destroyed. The materials needed to refine a 36-man formation were extremely precious. Even a single failure would result in a huge loss. Even if it was refined successfully, it would be able to deal with an ordinary origin source. However, it wouldn't be able to deal with a powerful origin source. For a powerful race like the primordial light race, there were many origin source realm experts. There was no need for them to refine such a formation. Therefore, they were regretting it now. The combined attack of 36 people was several times more powerful than the combined attack of 21 people. Even if it could not kill Lu Ming at the very least, it would not be a problem to block or force Lu Ming to retreat. Lu Ming and the others were extremely fast. They swept across the herb field like a whirlwind. Wherever they passed, the divine herbs in the herb field would be swept clean. The primordial light race doesn't dare to attack anymore. Shall we continue? Dandan laughed heartily as he scanned the other areas of the source-level divine mountain. Delightful. This was really delightful. This was especially true when they saw the gloomy expressions on the faces of the primordial light tribe members, who looked like they were about to vomit blood. The primordial light race members were usually arrogant. However, they were now being toyed around by them. Furthermore, they could even plunder divine herbs wantonly. How could they not be delighted? Of course we have to continue. However, we have to prevent them from acting out of desperation. Those who have awakened their origin source realm experts, follow me closely. Once they awaken their origin source realm existences, enter the Great Desolation Ring. Lu Ming said. All right. Xian Yanqing and the others nodded. Then, they stepped into the air and headed to other areas of the Yuanji Sacred Mountain. Damn it. They still want to go to other places. How greedy! Yuan Wuji roared. They deserve to die. They deserve to die. The other primordial light race members also roared. Awaken their origin source. Awaken a powerful origin source and kill Lu Ming. Yuan Wuji roared. Awaken anyone above the mid-origin source realm will die soon after awakening. Moreover, they will be under great pressure from the origin tribulation. I'm afraid they won't be useful. Yuan Wuji. Awaken Yuan Konghai. Yuan Wuji. Yuan Konghai? He comprehended Genesis techniques at the early stage origin stage. He has great talent and great potential. Is it worth it to do so just to deal with Lu Ming? Yuan Wuji. That's right, fourth brother. Lu Ming is wearing a top-notch source-level divine armor and has an expert who can control the power of time and space by his side. His life-saving ability is shockingly strong. Even Yuan Konghai may not be able to kill him. Yuan Liuji added. Yun Wuji and Yuan Liuji's words made Yuan Ciji hesitate. Okay. In the end, Yuan Wuji nodded and accepted Yuan Wuji's and Yuan Liuji's opinions. The main reason was that Lu Ming's life-saving ability was too strong. Even an early origin source realm expert might not be able to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming and the others searched the sky above the origin divine mountain. They wanted to find other herbal fields or top-tier origin divine herbs. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out of a valley on the source-level godly mountain. The aura of origin source. Lu Ming and the others immediately stopped and their faces turned solemn. The origin source race had finally awakened their origin source race expert. All of you, enter the chaos ring. Lu Ming said immediately. The origin source race's awakened origin source race expert was definitely not simple. Since they knew about Lu Ming's battle prowess, the awakened origin source race expert's battle prowess would definitely be extraordinary. There were too many factors affecting battle prowess in the origin realm. Even if they were both at the early origin source realm, the difference in battle prowess would be huge. If a top-tier expert came, Lu Ming would be in danger. Activating the Chaos Ring, a suction force spread out and pulled Xian Yanqing and the others into the Chaos Ring. Lu Ming retreated like a bolt of lightning and pulled away. At the same time, the armor on his body glowed and enveloped Lu Ming completely. He was ready for a great battle. Boom! The aura of an origin source race expert exploded and a streak of light shot out from the valley and stood in the void. It was an old man. His face was filled with wrinkles and his hair was fluttering in the wind. However, the light from his hair seemed a little dim. He looked at Lu Ming with deep killing intent. Even though he was old as an origin source race expert, his lifespan was almost limitless. If nothing went wrong, he could still live for countless years. However, he was about to die because of Lu Ming. His hatred for Lu Ming was overwhelming. "Kid, you're courting death." The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared furiously. His old body emitted a dazzling light as he charged towards Lu Ming. "Heaven and earth divine light art." The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared and thrust out his palms. Beams of light shot towards Lu Ming. An origin grade divine weapon. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. The old man was wearing a pair of gloves that emitted powerful undulations under the influence of forbidden power. It was clearly an origin grade divine weapon. However, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that the old man's attack wasn't an origin grade divine weapon. It wasn't an origin grade divine weapon. Lu Ming relaxed a little. Then, the war god's spear trembled as he unleashed the sky splitter move. Swish, 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 spear light shot out and collided with the old man's attack. Tens of thousands of rays of light shot out and rumbled continuously. After a series of collisions, Lu Ming felt a powerful force surge towards him. His body was pushed back 1,000 meters. On the other hand, the old man had only been pushed back a few hundred meters. A top-notch origin-grade divine weapon and a creature from a forbidden land. How rich! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. The old man from the Primordial Light clan was only an ordinary early-stage origin-grade divine weapon. However, things were different when he had a top-notch origin-grade divine weapon. His battle prowess had skyrocketed. This could be seen from the Starfire Origin Supremacy's performance. In the beginning, the Starfire Origin Supremacy was only comparable to an invincible divine master. However, with the top-notch origin-grade divine weapon given to him by the Bone Demon, he was able to beat back 16 invincible divine masters. Die! The old man from the Primordial Light clan roared. In truth, he was extremely shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. He finally understood why Yuan Ciji and the others had wanted him to awaken. The old man from the Primordial Light clan charged towards Lu Ming again. Lu Ming was fearless. He wielded the War God Spear and fought the old man from the Primordial Light clan. Chapter 4974. Although the elder from the Primordial Light race wielded a top-tier source-grade divine weapon and possessed astonishing battle power, he was even stronger than the heavenly human race's awakened origin source. This was because the heavenly human race's awakened origin source had only wielded an ordinary source-grade divine weapon. However, although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage, his opponent couldn't completely crush him. The two exchanged dozens of blows, but Lu Ming managed to withstand them all. Awesome, awesome, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. It was truly satisfying to fight with such an opponent. He could give Lu Ming immense pressure at all times. In order to deal with his opponent's attacks, Lu Ming had to push his potential to the limit with every move he made. This way, his understanding of Genesis techniques became clearer and clearer. Although there was still a long way to go before he could fully comprehend them, at least he was getting closer step by step. While Lu Ming was fighting with the elder from the Primordial Light race, the other members of the Primordial Light race weren't idling around. The experts who were proficient in formations were setting up source-grade formations in important places around them. The existence of an origin source could only last for half a month at most. After that, it would die and dissipate. They had to set up source-grade formations during this time. When the time came, even without an origin source, they could use the source-grade formations to prevent Lu Ming from getting any closer. Lu Ming exchanged a few more blows with the elder from the primordial light race before his figure rapidly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" The elder from the primordial light race roared as he chased after Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, Bubble had already come out of the chaos ring and enveloped Lu Ming with its space-time power, causing Lu Ming's speed to soar. He instantly shook off the elder from the primordial light race. The elder from the primordial light race was unwilling to give up, but he knew very well that his purpose of awakening was to protect the source-grade sacred mountain. Although he was unwilling, he could only retreat and stop above the source-grade sacred mountain to prevent Lu Ming from attacking. Not long after, Lu Ming appeared in the distance. After observing for a while, he sighed softly in his heart. He knew that it was unlikely that he would gain anything from the primordial light tribe. As soon as he got close, the origin source would stop him. Meanwhile, the array formation masters of the primal light tribe were constantly setting up array formations. As long as the source grade formation was complete, Lu Ming would not be able to get close. However, even if the primordial light race couldn't reap any more rewards, there was still one place that might be able to reap some rewards. Vast Scarlet Sea. He had never been to the Blue Skull Sea before. At the thought of this, Lu Ming turned around and left, disappearing into the void. He was heading towards the direction of the Zhangzhou Sea. After a period of time, Lu Ming appeared near the Blue Sea. The Zhangzhou Sea, as its name implied, was an ocean. There was a vast ocean in the void of the universe. However, there were many islands in the vast ocean. The central island was the largest. Around this island, there were a large number of small islands, at least thousands of them. Thousands of small islands surrounded the large island like stars surrounding the moon. "Dandan, is there a formation in the Blue Sea?" Lu Ming asked Dandan. In fact, Dandan had been observing with rapt attention for a long time. After a while, Dandan said, "Of course there is a formation. The islands of various sizes in the Zhangzhou Sea are the foundation of the formation. These islands form an extremely terrifying formation. I'm afraid its grade is no lower than the formation on the origin grade sacred mountain." "Does that mean that even origin grade existences can't activate it?" Lu Ming asked. "That's right." Lu Ming nodded. "Apart from this formation, are there any other formations? For example, the origin grade formation?" Lu Ming asked. "Like the origin grade sacred mountain, there are none," Dandan said. Lu Ming was delighted. These forbidden lands were all the same. They were all overconfident. Apart from an extremely terrifying formation, there were no other formations. Of course, they were confident for a reason. If it were not for the origin crisis, they would have been able to stop or even kill powerful enemies with their terrifying formation. Not to mention, there were countless experts living in the forbidden lands. Who knew how powerful they were? Moreover, there were barely any experts in the primeval universe now. Even during the origin crisis, there were still a shocking number of experts. Just who would be bold enough to barge into their territory? They had never thought that a freak like Lu Ming would appear. "Then let's take it." Lu Ming smiled. He charged into the Zhangzhou Sea with Dandan and the others. Not long after, the vast Scarlet Sea turned upside down, causing great chaos. Just like the origin grade sacred mountain, the Zhangzhou Sea was planted with a large number of heavenly herbs. Lu Ming and the others plundered them without restraint. Their harvest was even greater than the origin grade sacred mountain. They had actually obtained a total of 4 stalks of top-notch source-grade divine herbs. In the end, the Zhangzhou Sea adopted the same strategy as the origin grade sacred mountain. They awakened their origins and stopped Lu Ming. The others began to set up the origin grade formation. At this moment, Lu Ming retreated calmly. This time, their harvest was huge. They had obtained a total of 7 peak origin grade heavenly herbs from the origin grade sacred mountain and the Zhangzhou Sea. This was an incomparably huge harvest. In addition to the 3 they had obtained previously, they now possessed a total of 10 peak origin grade heavenly herbs. Most likely, the number of peak origin grade heavenly herbs in a forbidden land was not much more than theirs. The origin light race and the Zhangzhou Sea were naturally furious. They wanted to awaken a large number of origins and kill their way to the Heaven Destroyer to destroy it. However, they restrained themselves in the end. It was not worth it. Although a few origin-grade heavenly herbs were precious, it was not worth sacrificing so many origin-grade powerhouses. Moreover, the origin crisis would be over in a few hundred years anyway. It would not be too late to destroy the Heaven Destroyer after the origin crisis was over. Let them be arrogant for a while longer. After Lu Ming and the others returned to the Heaven Destroyer's base, they sent out experts to pay close attention to the outside world. Lu Ming was still a little worried that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands would madly seek revenge. However, in the end, he found that the creatures of the Forbidden Lands did not act rashly. Peace returned to the universe. The various forces were wary of each other. The three races of the Forbidden Lands, the heavenly human race, were wary of Lu Ming and did not dare to invade. The three races of the Forbidden Lands had learned their lesson. They used their origin-grade bones to set up many origin-grade formations in their respective territories. Lu Ming naturally did not dare to attack these Forbidden Lands again. The universe entered a rare period of peace. Everyone gathered resources and quietly developed, waiting for the origin crisis to pass. Dandan went into seclusion. His cultivation was still at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm. He had to break through to the peak of the Divine Master Realm as soon as possible to better set up the origin-grade formations. In the Heaven Destroyer, where Lu Ming lived, Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, Tang Jun, Guamo, Bubbles and the others gathered together. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Ming's hand. This was because Lu Ming was holding a top-grade origin-grade divine herb in his hand. I heard that top-notch source-level divine medicine can be used repeatedly. One can extract a drop of original spirit medicinal liquid every month. Bubbles blinked and stared at the top-notch original spirit medicinal liquid in Lu Ming's hands. Chapter 4975. The most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs was that they could be used repeatedly. Every month, a drop of origin spirit elixir could be extracted from a peak source-grade divine herb. A single drop of origin spirit elixir contained the essence of a source-grade divine herb. Its effects were extremely shocking. Someone had once estimated that 12 drops of origin spirit elixir were equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb. If a single year of production was equivalent to an ordinary source-grade divine herb, how many source-grade divine herbs would it be equivalent to? Moreover, unlike ordinary source-grade divine herbs that could only be absorbed by origin realm experts, the origin spirit elixir could be absorbed and refined by peak god lords. It would be of great help in breaking through to origin realm. This was the most precious aspect of peak source-grade divine herbs. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Grounds did not have many of them. It was no wonder that they would go mad with rage after losing a few. Let's begin. Lu Ming's hands danced as strands of forbidden energy flew out and enveloped the peak divine herb. He then began to refine it according to the method of refining the elixir. Refining the origin spirit elixir was a delicate task that needed to be done slowly. It could not be rushed, or it would harm the peak source-grade divine herb. Around 2 hours later, a drop of elixir was extracted from the divine herb, giving off an extremely dense medicinal fragrance. To the side, Xian Yanqing hurriedly took out a jade bottle and stored the drop of origin spirit elixir within. He then closed the bottle to prevent its effects from leaking out. After refining it, Lu Ming placed the peak source-grade divine herb into the ancient desolate ring. The current environment of the continent in the ancient desolate ring had changed drastically. The desolate qi was many times denser than before. This surprised Lu Ming. The continent in the ancient desolate ring seemed to be the same as the great desolate universe, recovering at the same time. Lu Ming was very curious about the origin of the ancient desolate ring. What was the relationship between the ancient desolate ring and the ancient desolate continent? The environment in the ancient desolate ring had improved, and the various divine herbs planted within were lush and full of vitality. Their effects were shocking. The peak source-grade divine herbs that had been refined would recover much faster in the ancient desolate ring. Refining a drop of origin spirit elixir a month was under good conditions. If one's recovery was not good, it would be very difficult to refine a drop. Even if he managed to extract it, it wouldn't be effective. However, within the Great Desolate Ring, refining 1 drop a month was definitely not a problem. After releasing this stock, Lu Ming and the others entered the Great Desolate Ring. They captured another stock and continued to refine the Origin God medicinal elixir. Just like that, they spent an entire day refining the 10 top-grade source-grade divine herbs, producing 10 drops of Origin God medicinal liquid. 1 drop for each of us. Lu Ming separated the 10 jade bottles and gave each of them a drop. Lu Ming, I think you should keep some more. There's only a few hundred years left before the crisis. If the resources are too scattered, none of us will be able to break through to reciprocity. If we concentrate all of it on you, you'll only have a chance at breaking through to reciprocity after a few hundred years. The myriad gods were the first to speak. I think so too. Among us, Brother Lu Ming is the most powerful. After breaking through to reciprocity, he'll be the most powerful as well. He'll break through better than any of us. Bubble chimed in. Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, and Lin Yue said nothing. They were just too close to Lu Ming after all. If they suggested it first, it would not be too good. It would be best for the myriad gods and Bubble to suggest it first. I don't need it anyway, so I'll give my share to Lu Ming. On the fairway, Bone Demon and Tang Jun nodded when they heard everyone say that. They directly ignored whether Dandan agreed or not. No, we obtained these source-grade divine herbs together. How can I keep them all to myself? Lu Ming shook his head. He was not a selfish person. In the end, everyone came to a decision. 5 of the 10 stalks of source-grade divine herbs would go to Lu Ming, while the other 5 would be split equally among Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Dandan, and Bubble. Among them, Qiu did not need the Origin Spirit Elixir, so it was equivalent to Bone Demon, Qiu, Xian Yanqing, Qiu Yu, Lin Yue, Bubble, Dandan, Tang Jun, Myriad Gods, and the Bone Demon. Everyone split the 10 drops of Origin Spirit Elixir equally and cultivated separately. Lu Ming sat down and ingested a drop of Origin Spirit Elixir. As soon as the Origin Spirit Elixir entered Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming could clearly sense that there were glowing objects in the elixir. They were extremely profound. Lu Ming knew that these glowing objects were Origin imprints. Reciprocity existences could mainly refine treasures that contained Origin imprints and increase their cultivation. The most important component of source-grade divine herbs were Origin imprints. The same was true for the Origin Spirit Elixir. However, the Origin imprints in the elixir were much gentler and gentler, so they could be absorbed by peak god lords. The Origin imprints in other treasures were extremely domineering and difficult for peak god lords to absorb. The Origin imprints in the Origin Spirit Elixir entered Lu Ming's body and circulated through Lu Ming's meridians before gathering in the Origin seed, causing the Origin energy in the seed to become even more powerful. As the Origin energy grew stronger, the seed would grow larger and larger, becoming fuller and fuller. Breaking through to reciprocity was a necessary process. The process of breaking through to reciprocity from peak god lords first involved constantly strengthening the Origin seed. Once the Origin seed reached its limit, it would take root and sprout. The Origin seed would grow roots that would extend downwards and take root beneath the living being. Above, roots would grow and extend upwards, breaking through the top of the head and connecting with the vast universe. Only then would it be considered as true Origin. Lu Ming still had a very long way to go before he could reach this step. He refined the Origin Spirit Elixir very quickly. Before long, a single droplet had been completely converted into Origin energy. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the Origin seed had become slightly larger. The strength of the Origin energy had increased as well. The Origin Spirit Elixir really is worthy of being called the Origin Spirit Elixir. Its effects are truly astonishing. If I could ingest a droplet every day, I would be able to break through to reciprocity in less than 100 years. Lu Ming pondered. However, this was just a pipe dream without a doubt. Ingesting a droplet of Origin Spirit Elixir every day would only be possible if he possessed 30 peak source-grade divine herbs. However, that was impossible. After refining a droplet, Lu Ming still had 4 droplets. Lu Ming did not consume any more. The effects of continuously ingesting the origin spirit elixir were not very good. He needed time to consolidate every droplet. Refining a droplet a day would yield the best results. A day later, Lu Ming took out another droplet of origin spirit elixir and began to refine it. Just like that, 5 days later, all 5 droplets of origin spirit elixir were refined by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's origin energy had become 30% stronger than before. 30% could not be underestimated. When Lu Ming used his divine weapon, he could last even longer. Chapter 4976. Time passed quickly, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming had been cultivating for the past half a year. Every month he would refine 10 top-grade source-level divine herbs into origin god medicinal liquid. 5 drops were given to Xian Yanqing and the others, while he kept 5 for himself. He had made rapid progress in the past half a year. With this speed, he estimated that he would only need 500 years to reach the level of quintessence. This was already an extremely terrifying speed. It should be known that countless peak almighty existences had stayed at the peak of the Almighty for an endless amount of time, and that was measured in stellar years. A single stellar year was equivalent to 10 billion years. Moreover, Lu Ming's taboo power took longer to improve and required more resources. This speed was already heaven-defying. In the past half a year, Danden's cultivation had also reached the peak almighty level. After reaching that level, Danden joined the ranks of setting up source-level formations. I've been in seclusion for half a year. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming stepped out and left the place of seclusion. In the void, the heavenly river. Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing strolled along the heavenly river, hand in hand. They looked like a couple of immortals. The two of them had not been so relaxed for a long time. They chatted casually. They did not talk about cultivation or the current situation of the universe. They only talked about trivial matters, such as Lu Shenhuang and their granddaughter, Lu Qi. When they talked about Lu Qi, Xian Yanqing could not help but complain. Lu Qi was almost 10,000 years old, but she was still alone. She had no intention of finding a partner. It's all your fault. You've raised that girl's standards. I've talked to her several times, and she always said that she had to find a prodigy whose talent is no weaker than Grandpa's. Even if he's not as good, he can't be too far behind. Where can she find one in such a short time? Xian Yanqing began to complain again. Lu Ming rubbed his nose and smiled. Sigh, it's wrong to be too talented. Look at how beautiful you are. Xian Yanqing cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ming and said, why don't you try to persuade that girl? When that time comes, she'll be an old lady and won't be able to get married. Don't worry about it. How could my granddaughter, Lu Ming, not be able to get married? Besides, what's the big deal about cultivators living 10,000 years? They're still very young. You don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming said with a smile. What do you mean I'm worried for nothing? Look at the divine wilderness. They have been married for so many years and they only have one girl, Qi. How can I not worry? Xian Yanqing glared at Lu Ming. Oh, so it's because you don't have enough children and grandchildren. Then let's work hard ourselves. Lu Ming revealed a mischievous smile and chuckled. Xian Yanqing blushed. Lu Ming hugged Xian Yanqing's waist and entered the Great Desolation Ring in a flash. There was only a Great Desolation Ring floating by the heavenly river, flashing. For the next half a month, Lu Ming accompanied Xian Yanqing and worked hard. You accompany me every day. Aren't you afraid that Autumn Moon and Yue will be jealous? It's rare for you to have time now. Go accompany them. Xian Yanqing said. Little Qing, is what you said true or false? When did you become so magnanimous? Lu Ming subconsciously replied. But the moment the words came out, Lu Ming knew that it was bad. He wished he could slap himself. Sure enough, Xian Yanqing's beautiful eyes widened as she stared hatefully at Lu Ming and said, What do you mean? Are you saying that I'm narrow-minded? Absolutely not. I swear to the heavens. Lu Ming immediately swore to the heavens. Humph, you don't want to go, right? Then forget it. Xian Yanqing said faintly. Little Qing, you are the most magnanimous person in the world. There is no better woman in the world than you. Then I will go first. After saying that, Lu Ming walked away. This guy, I knew it, Xian Yanqing sighed. Heaven Destroyer's base station. In a beautiful forest, there were many courtyards. The forest was rich with desolation qi and the environment was very good. This was where the Lu family lived. The population of the Lu family had increased to an astonishing level. There were hundreds of millions of them and all of them lived in this vast forest. Among them, the most central and spacious hall was where Lu Ming's parents lived. In the courtyard, Autumn Moon was chatting with Lu Yuntian and Li Ping. As they chatted, Li Ping brought the topic to children. Lu Ming only had 2 descendants, Lu Shenhuang and Lu Qi. They felt that there were too few of them. Autumn Moon, it has been so many years. Are you still not pregnant? Li Ping suddenly asked. Autumn Moon blushed and shook her head. Is Ming neglecting you? That kid only knows how to cultivate. Humph, I will talk to him another day. Li Ping snorted. No. Why would young master neglect Autumn Moon? Autumn Moon quickly shook her head. Not yet. You have been here for almost 2 months and he has not come to you even once. Li Ping said unhappily. Madam, he really didn't. I just heard that the higher the level of cultivation, the harder it is to get pregnant. Autumn Moon explained in a low voice. Dad, Mom, Autumn Moon, what are you talking about? Suddenly, Lu Ming's voice came from the sky. Lu Ming flew over with a curious look on his face. However, he was smiling bitterly in his heart. With his level of cultivation, he could hear them from afar. However, he had to pretend that he didn't hear them. Ming, you came at the right time. I have something to talk to you about. Li Ping said. Mom, I have something to talk to Autumn Moon about. Let's talk another day. Autumn Moon, let's go. Lu Ming quickly pulled Autumn Moon away and ran for their lives. He knew very well that if Li Ping were to chat with him, she would definitely complain for a while, and it would not end until a few hours later. In another courtyard, Lu Ming and Qiu Yu's figures flashed and they appeared in this courtyard. Young master, you just heard it? Autumn Moon blushed and didn't dare to look at Lu Ming. She knew Lu Ming's level of cultivation. With Lu Ming's level of cultivation, how could he not hear it? I heard it. So, we have to work hard. Lu Ming sighed. Autumn Moon blushed and nodded. Then, a breeze blew and the two entered the room. Half a month later, Lu Ming appeared in the sky above a forest. In the center of the forest, there was a towering tree that pierced through the sky. It was so huge that it looked like the world tree. This tree was the elf tribe's sacred tree. It grew from the seed of the sacred tree that Lu Ming gave it. This was the habitat of the elf tribe. The elf tribe was almost wiped out by the heavenly palace. Their population was declining. Over the years, they had been working hard to increase their population. After almost 10,000 years, the population of the elf tribe had increased greatly. Their population had increased, but the number of experts was not high. This couldn't be helped. The birth of an expert required time. 10,000 years wasn't enough time for an expert to be born. Chapter 4977. However, now that the great desolate universe had recovered, the former universe ruins had long become a cultivation holy land. The cultivation conditions were many times better than before, and the cultivation speed of cultivators was also many times faster than before. In just 10,000 years, several divine lords and hundreds of divine lords had already been born in the elf clan. In the past, this was unimaginable. 10,000 years was just a blink of an eye for a divine realm existence. Any divine realm existence would be in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. According to this development, it was only a matter of time before the elf clan recovered to the level before they were annihilated. At the top of the elven holy tree, there was a luxurious palace. At this moment, Ling Yue was having a meeting with the upper echelons of the elf clan. Without a doubt, Ling Yue sat at the head of the table. In the elf clan, whether it was in terms of cultivation or identity, Ling Yue was undoubtedly the number one person. In the sky above the elven holy tree, Lu Ming's figure suddenly appeared. Ling Yue seemed to have sensed something and raised her head to look up. Other than Ling Yue, none of the other elves discovered it. All right, let's call it a day, Ling Yue said, and the others took their leave. After the others left, Lu Ming silently appeared in front of Ling Yue. You still remember to come and find me. I thought you had forgotten about me. Ling Yue rolled her eyes at Lu Ming, her eyes full of resentment. How is this possible? As soon as I finished my cultivation, I immediately came to find you. As Lu Ming spoke, he walked over and held Ling Yue's small hand. Ling Yue's small face blushed slightly, and she allowed Lu Ming to hold her hand. Let's go out for a walk. Lu Ming stopped Ling Yue and strolled in the sky above the elf clan. In the following month, Lu Ming accompanied Ling Yue, and the relationship between the two of them was also rapidly improving. In an extremely secretive underground secret room of the quasi-immortal race, 5 figures were waiting respectfully. One of them was Song Qiong. However, the current Song Qiong's face was somewhat pale, and his aura was extremely weak. Judging from his aura, Firmament was only at the 5th level of the Divine Lord realm. Back then, Firmament's cultivation had been at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. It was clear that in Purple Heaven Paradise, Firmament had used the Immortal's brand without any regard for the consequences. Although he was lucky enough to keep his life, his cultivation had plummeted. Not only that, but his foundation had also been damaged. It would be impossible for his cultivation to improve in the future. At the side, the other 4 higher-ups of the Quasi-Saint tribe sighed in their hearts. Originally, with Song Qiong's talent, his future was limitless. But now, a genius had fallen, and there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread out from the underground chamber. This aura was as brilliant as the might of the heavens, supreme and eternal. Song Qiong and the others became energetic, as their faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. Could it be that their ancestor, a transcender, had awakened? The aura rose, but it didn't last for long before it was quickly restrained. In the next moment, the space within the secret chamber rippled and a figure appeared. This figure was very small, only the size of a palm, and its entire body was filled with mysterious multicolored light. However, one could still see that it was a very handsome young man. He was filled with domineering aura as he looked down on all living beings. Upon seeing this figure, the 5 people led by Song Qiong were ecstatic. Then they bowed respectfully and said loudly, "Descendant Song Qiong, Song Luo pays respect to ancestor. Get up." The palm-sized figure waved his hand, and a force lifted Song Qiong and the others. "Ancestor, could it be that you have completely recovered?" Song Qiong looked at this figure expectantly. This figure was the ancestor of their quasi-saint tribe, and also their greatest trump card. This was because this was a transcender, a true, immortal, an invincible existence who had survived from the previous era's primitive continent. However, this immortal had been seriously injured in the previous era's war and had been in a deep sleep. For countless years, the quasi-saint tribe had been enduring silently and keeping a low profile. Their goal was to secretly collect treasures to cure this immortal. However, how could it be so easy to cure an immortal? The treasures needed to cure an immortal's serious injury were too high level. Even in the previous era's primitive continent, they were top-notch treasures. It was too difficult to find them in the broken primitive universe. However, the immortal's molt in Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven gave the quasi-saint tribe hope. The immortal's molt was the essence left behind by an immortal expert. It was a peerless treasure and would definitely be helpful for their ancestors' recovery. Therefore, Song Qiong did not hesitate to activate the immortal's mark to fight for the immortal's molt. How could it be so easy to completely recover? The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and continued, "However, the immortal's molt is very useful. It has already helped me recover about 50%. Only 50%? Song Qiong and the others were disappointed. You don't have to be disappointed. It is already very difficult to recover 50%. I have already recovered a part of my strength and can heal myself. As long as I spend some time, the remaining 50% will recover sooner or later." The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Song Qiong and the others were delighted again. "Ancestor, can you help?" Song Qiong asked. If an immortal were to help, even if he was seriously injured, his battle strength would be extremely terrifying. Not to mention the 3 races of the Forbidden Area, he would be more than enough to wipe out the heavenly human tribe, the evil demons, and the Heaven Destroyer. Moreover, the experts of the 3 races of the Forbidden Area could not come out during the Great Origin Tribulation. They would definitely be able to seize some of the top treasures of the primitive universe. For example, the human monarch's body. Once they controlled these top treasures, even if the future situation was chaotic, the quasi-saint tribe would at least have some power to protect themselves. Unfortunately, Song Qiong and the others were immediately disappointed. The old man of the quasi-saint tribe shook his head and said, "Under the Great Origin Tribulation, even an immortal would be greatly affected and would not be able to help. In addition, the current primitive universe is broken. The core of the universe is broken, and the laws and profundities are incomplete. It is difficult for it to withstand the power of an immortal. Once an immortal takes action, I am afraid this universe will not be able to withstand it and completely collapse. Then all the living beings trapped in it will be buried along with it, including the immortal. The broken primitive universe cannot withstand the power of an immortal? Then, those immortals in the primitive universe suddenly disappeared without a trace. Could it be that they did not die in battle?" Song Qiong seemed to have thought of something and exclaimed in a low voice. Back then, the primitive universe was full of experts and immortals. There were many amazing people. How could they all die so easily? I guess the universe was broken and could not withstand their power, so they moved. The ancestor of the quasi-saint tribe said. Where would they move to? Song Qiong was puzzled. Chapter 4978. The people of the quasi-immortal tribe were puzzled. Transferred? Wasn't there a rumor that the primitive universe was destroyed and everyone was buried, including those immortals? Could it be that some people didn't die and left the primitive universe? Where did they go? I don't know. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe shook his head and said, "This world is bigger than you think. I don't know where they went, but I'm sure that those experts from the previous era didn't die and will return one day. Well, it's too early to think about these questions." Speaking of this, the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe looked at Song Qiong and said, "Song Qiong, you did well this time. As long as it can help with the old ancestor's injury, I'm willing to die 1,000 times." Song Qiong said respectfully. The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal race nodded his head in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this junior and continued, "You have contributed greatly this time. I won't treat you unfairly. Your talent is also not bad. I will open the immortal refining pool for you to cultivate for 3 years." Hearing this, Song Qiong was ecstatic and kowtowed repeatedly. "Thank you, old ancestor." The other 4 experts of the quasi-immortal tribe were envious, but of course, they were also gratified for Song Qiong. What kind of place was the immortal refining pool? It was the place where the old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe slept after he was seriously injured. It was extremely helpful to immortals, let alone others. Especially to the quasi-immortal tribe, it had a heaven-defying effect. Moreover, entering it to cultivate for 3 years was a heaven-defying fortune. Ordinary people couldn't even enter it to cultivate for a day. Although Song Qiong was seriously injured in the fight for the immortal molt and his foundation was damaged, as long as he cultivated in the immortal refining pool for 3 years, his foundation could definitely be repaired and even improved. "Follow me." The old ancestor of the quasi-immortal tribe nodded and walked toward the depths of the secret chamber. Song Qiong hurriedly followed. In the following period of time, Lu Ming spent a few days every month refining the Origin Spirit medicinal liquid and the rest of the time accompanying Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, Ling Yue, and of course his parents. At the same time, he would also find time to teach a few disciples. His 2 disciples, Lu Xiang and Ouyang Moli, had both entered the Divine Master realm. This speed could be said to be very fast. Of course, it also had something to do with the current cultivation environment. The current cultivation environment was much better than before. In addition, Lu Ming had given them a huge amount of resources, and the 2 of them were originally very talented. It was normal for their cultivation speed to be fast. However, Lu Xiang's cultivation level was higher. She had already reached the 4th level of the Divine Master Realm, while Ouyang Moli had just broken through to the Divine Master Realm not long ago. In fact, over the past 10,000 years, the number of people who had broken through to the God Lord level in Heaven Destroyer had greatly increased. In 10,000 years, the Heaven Destroyer gained 2,000 Divine Masters. This was an astonishing number. It should be noted that in the past 60 stellar years, the Heaven Destroyer had only accumulated a total of 5,000 to 6,000 Almighty. In the past, no one would have believed that he could increase it by 2,000 in 10,000 years. Not only had the number of Almighty increased, but most of the original Almighty had also broken through. The number of people at the 9th level of the Divine Master Realm and at the peak of the Divine Master Realm had increased. Of course, it was not only the Heaven Destroyer that had increased in strength. The other forces were about the same. The evil demons, the celestial humans, and other races, such as the former top 10 races, had more and more experts. There were constantly people breaking through to the Divine Master Realm. In the past, it had been extremely difficult for a God Emperor to break through to the Divine Master Realm. Now, however, the difficulty had decreased significantly. In fact, it was not that the difficulty had decreased, but that the current cultivation conditions were too good. When people broke through, they had more resources at their disposal. Naturally, the chances of breaking through were higher. It could be said that the universe was developing in a flourishing direction. In addition, Lu Ming's 2 in-name disciples, Zhuang Shaoshan and Zhuang Xiaoro, had also reached the God Emperor realm. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed. After 50 years, under the cooperation of Dandan and many formation masters, several source-grade formations had finally been set up around the Heaven Destroyer's base. These source-grade formations were set up with various precious metals and origin bones as the foundation. They were shockingly powerful and had both offense and defense. Now, not to mention the 16 invincible Almighty, even the 16 powerful Origin Realm experts would be in danger. If they were not careful, they might even be killed by the source-grade formations. The power of source-grade formations was not just for show. Ordinary Origin Realm experts would not be able to withstand them. Once the formations were set up, the Heaven Destroyer was finally relieved. A huge weight had been lifted from their hearts. At least before the Origin Tribulation was over, the Heaven Destroyer's base was safe. The 3 races of the Forbidden Area and the celestial humans could no longer threaten the Heaven Destroyer's base. In the past few years, the Heaven Destroyer had not stopped sending people to search for clues about the human king's heart, but to no avail. It was not only the Heaven Destroyer. The celestial humans, the quasi-immortals, the evil demons, and the 3 races of the Forbidden Area had also sent people to search, but to no avail. Almost all the areas occupied by the major forces had been searched. On this day, Lu Ming left the Heaven Destroyer's base and headed towards the Baleful Een race. He was not going to the Baleful Een race, but to the original universe's starry sky. In the past few years, he had become more and more worried about the safety of Mulin's and Huangling. Back then, Mulin's and Huangling had mistakenly entered an ancient teleportation formation and entered an ancient starry sky path. No one knew where they had gone. However, now that the universe's starry sky, including 1/3 of the universe's ruins, had been searched, there was no trace of Mulin's and Huangling. This made Lu Ming very worried. Could it be that Mulin's and Huangling had mistakenly entered the territory of a powerful race and were killed by that race? After all, Mulin's and Huangling's cultivation back then was too low. There were many people in the universe who could kill them. Therefore, Lu Ming decided to find out where Huangling and Mulin's had gone. Of course, Lu Ming brought Dandan with him. Now that Dandan's formation skills were many times stronger than before, he might be able to repair the ancient teleportation formation that had exploded. The universe's starry sky was shrouded in dense baleful Een Chi. This baleful Een Chi had terrifying power and could turn ordinary creatures into baleful Een Chi monsters. However, with Lu Ming and Dandan's cultivation, it was very easy for them to block this baleful Een Chi. The two silently walked towards the ancient teleportation formation. With their speed, it did not take long for them to arrive. Dandan, take a look and see if this teleportation formation can be repaired, Lu Ming said. Let me study it first. Dandan surrounded the exploded ancient teleportation formation and carefully observed it. The more he looked, the tighter Dandan's frown became. Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. Could it be that with Dandan's attainments in formations, he could not repair it? Dandan looked for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. Chapter 4979. Dandan, how is it? Lu Ming hurriedly asked as soon as he saw Dandan stop. This teleportation formation is very, very old. It's definitely not something that can be set up by people of this era. It's also very mysterious. It actually contains 108 transformations that intertwine with each other to form 72 combinations. Dandan began to rattle on. Cut the crap. Just tell me, can you fix it? Lu Ming interrupted Dandan. Why are you in such a hurry? You're not calm at all. Don't you know who I am? How can a mere teleportation formation be difficult for me? Although it's very difficult to restore this teleportation formation, and it's impossible for others to succeed. Dandan squinted at Lu Ming and was very unhappy that Lu Ming interrupted him. If he didn't tell him the difficulties of this ancient teleportation formation, how could he show his extraordinary strength? This guy is not cooperating at all. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about Dandan's thoughts. When he heard that it could be repaired, he relaxed and smiled. Dandan, then I'll have to trouble you. If you need any help, just let me know. Lu Ming said. Of course, some precious materials are indispensable to restore this ancient teleportation formation. I'm afraid it'll take a few months. Immediately, Dandan told him the materials he needed. They were indeed top-grade materials. Lu Ming had some of them, and some of them could only be found in the Heaven Destroyer. The two returned to the Heaven Destroyer and prepared all the materials. After that, Dandan began to restore the ancient teleportation formation. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. 3 months later, a brand new teleportation formation appeared in front of them. I've heard that this teleportation formation is one way. Is that true? Lu Ming asked. Dandan shook his head and said, I might have misjudged it. After I repaired it, I found that this teleportation formation is not one way. It's two-way. Two-way? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and then he asked, do you know where this teleportation formation leads to? During the restoration process, I vaguely felt that it leads to the depths of the universe ruins, but I'm not sure about the specifics. Dandan said, the depths of the universe ruins? Where is it? Lu Ming furrowed his brows. Now, almost 1/3 of the universe ruins that had been explored had been searched, but there was no trace of Mulin's and Huangling. However, there was another saying in the depths of the universe ruins. The remaining unexplored universe ruins could also be called the depths of the universe ruins. Could it be that the ancient teleportation formation leads to the remaining unexplored universe ruins? If that's true, who built this ancient teleportation formation? According to Dandan, the method of setting up this ancient teleportation array was very ancient. If it was not from this era, then it must be from the previous era. However, it was impossible for it to have been set up in the previous era. This was the universe, and these planets had undergone the evolution of the universe. How could an ancient teleportation array from the previous era be preserved? Then who was the one who built it? Creatures of the forbidden area? Heavenly human race? Or quasi-immortal race? Buzz. Just as Lu Ming was thinking, the newly repaired teleportation formation suddenly trembled slightly, emitting a dazzling light. Countless runes flashed on it. What's going on? Why is the ancient teleportation formation activated? Dandan cried out in shock. Is there a creature coming from the other side of the teleportation formation? Lu Ming said. They didn't activate the teleportation formation, but the teleportation formation was activated. There was only one explanation. The other side of the teleportation formation was activated. Was there a creature coming from the other side? Could it be Mulin's and Huangling? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and his heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate. It wasn't impossible. Perhaps, back then, Mulan and Huangling had mistakenly entered this ancient teleportation formation and entered a strange place. Because the teleportation formation here had exploded, they could not return and were trapped there. Now that the teleportation formation was repaired, It was very likely that Mulin's and Huang Ling activated the teleportation formation to return. Lu Ming couldn't help but have a lot of expectations in his heart. But in the next moment, Lu Ming and Danden's pupils suddenly shrank. In particular, Lu Ming looked disappointed. Because a figure appeared on the teleportation formation platform. This figure couldn't be either Mulin's or Huang Ling. Although it was enveloped by the dazzling light, one could still see that it was a very tall and sturdy figure. It was about 3 meters tall. Moreover, other than its normal hands and feet, there were 4 black shadows behind it. It was as if it had 4 extra arms. It couldn't be Huang Ling or Mulin's. Lu Ming and Danden looked at each other. They couldn't help but take a step back, ready to fight. In the next moment, the light on the teleportation formation disappeared completely. The figure was completely exposed in front of Lu Ming and Danden. It was a man. His entire body was black. Only his face was snow white and his whole body was emitting a cold aura. The 4 black figures behind him didn't have 4 arms but 4 spider legs. Yes, they looked exactly like spider legs and were extremely sharp. What kind of race was this? Lu Ming and Danden's hearts jumped. They had never seen such a race before. Among the thousands of races in the universe, they had never seen such a race before. The man's eyes were extremely cold. He glanced at Lu Ming and Danden, revealing a cold, murderous intent. You, come over and kneel down. Then, tell me in detail about the situation here, the strange creature said coldly. His voice was cold and harsh, but it was filled with ferocious, murderous intent. It was as if he would attack and kill Lu Ming and Danden if they didn't agree. However, would Lu Ming and Danden be afraid of him? Lu Ming could already tell that this strange creature was a peak divine master. But why would Lu Ming be afraid of a peak divine master? Even an invincible divine master wouldn't be a match for Lu Ming. As long as it wasn't Origin, Lu Ming wasn't afraid of anything. I was just about to ask you, who are you? Where did you come from? Also, have you seen these 2 women? Tell me the truth and I can spare your life. Lu Ming asked. Boom. This strange creature was like an ignited bomb. A terrifying aura spread out. The cold, murderous intent seemed to condense into a solid substance. You're courting death. The strange creature shouted coldly. A black light shot toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning and aimed at Lu Ming's forehead. Lu Ming could clearly see that this was a spider leg on the strange creature's back. It was as sharp as a spear. Its power is about the same as the strongest Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming's lips curled into a disdainful smile. As soon as the other party attacked, he could tell that this strange creature's combat strength was equivalent to the strongest Heaven Lord. Lu Ming didn't care about such a person at all. Lu Ming didn't even take out a weapon. He just stabbed at the spider leg with his finger. Chapter 4980. Clang. Lu Ming's finger collided with the spider leg. It was as if 2 spears had collided in the air. There was a loud bang. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the other hand, the strange creature's spider leg trembled violently and bent into an arc as if it was about to break. In the end, the strange creature was forced to retreat for a few hundred miles before it stopped. It looked at Lu Ming with a grave expression. It was obvious that Lu Ming's strength had exceeded its expectations. What a tough spider leg. Lu Ming muttered. Although he did not use much strength in his previous attack, it was still not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Even a top-tier divine weapon would be destroyed. However, the spider leg of the strange creature was unscathed. In terms of toughness, it was almost as tough as a source-level divine weapon. You're quite strong. You deserve my full strength. The strange race's eyes flashed with tyrannical emotions. Then, an armor appeared on his body. This armor not only covered his body, but also the 4 spider legs on his back, like 4 javelins. Then, the strange creature's body flashed and charged toward Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. The 4 spider legs on its back moved at the same time and stabbed toward Lu Ming like 4 spears. It was obvious that the strange creature had used all its strength in this attack. With the help of the armor, the power of the attack had increased tremendously. It was almost as strong as Prince Guangqian of the Yuanguang clan. However, Lu Ming did not take this combat power to heart. The war god's spear appeared and he thrust it out. for beams of spear gleams burst forth and pierced the 4 spider legs of the other party. The tip of the spear against the tip of the wheat. Clang, 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 clang. There were 4 consecutive sounds of metal clashing. Then a figure was pushed back. It was the strange creature. Dense cracks could be seen on the armor that wrapped around its spider legs. The strange creature finally panicked. Its eyes were filled with fear. Its armor was a source-level divine weapon. However, it was cracked by Lu Ming. This meant that the spear in Lu Ming's hand was of a higher level than its armor. Its combat strength was also terrifying. It could not deal with such a person at all. There's actually a hidden expert among the humans. I've never seen him before. This person is not someone I can defeat. It's best to run. The strange creature's mind raced. Then, it turned around and ran toward the ancient teleportation formation. How could Lu Ming let it go? Lu Ming unleashed all his combat power. He took a step forward and appeared above the head of the strange creature. The war god's spear smashed down on the strange creature like a huge mountain range. Rumble. Heaven and earth. The strange creature's heart skipped a beat. He used all his strength and crossed his 4 spider legs, trying to block the war god's spear. However, in the face of Lu Ming, who had unleashed all his combat prowess, he was too far behind. Boom! The war god's spear smashed into the 4 spider legs, causing them to tremble violently. Then, with a loud bang, they exploded. That's right, even the armor on top of it had exploded. The strange creature screamed in agony and fell to the ground. Suddenly, runes appeared on the ground and formed a formation. The strange creature smashed into the formation and a part of its power was dissipated by the formation. This was Dandan's doing. Otherwise, the planet would definitely explode if she hit the ground. The strange creature coughed out mouthfuls of blood. Its face was pale and almost all its bones were broken. It lay there motionless. Lu Ming had held back a part of his power at the critical moment. Otherwise, the spear would have destroyed the strange creature. Tell me, where are you from? Have you ever seen 2 women? Lu Ming asked coldly as he stood above the strange living creature, looking down at it from a high vantage point. You dare to kill me? I'm from the 9 demonic spider race. If you dare to kill me, the 9 demonic spider race will never let you go. The strange creature roared. 9 demonic spider race? Lu Ming and Dandan were confused because they had never heard of this name. This doubt flashed in Lu Ming's mind. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent. It seems that you want to die. The divine battle spear pierced through a gap in the strange creature's armor. A small spear aura entered the strange creature's body and kept stirring, destroying its muscles and bones. The strange creature screamed in agony. After a while, it finally stopped. I'll talk, the strange creature gasped for breath. It couldn't hold on any longer. It knew very well that Lu Ming was not afraid of the 9 demonic spider race at all. If it continued to resist, it would die. Immediately, it told the story in detail. Lu Ming and Dandan were shocked after hearing it. Because according to what the strange creature said, it actually came from the unexplored 2/3 of the universe ruins. It came from a forbidden place called the 9 demonic ruins. The owner of the 9 demonic ruins was the 9 demonic spider race. He had never seen Mulin's and Huang Ling before. He accidentally found an ancient teleportation path and followed it to this place. Another creature from a forbidden place, and it came from the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. Lu Ming and Dandan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In fact, many people in Heaven Destroyer had speculated that there might be more than one forbidden place in the universe. San Qiong had also revealed this before. In the Eldritch continent of the last era, there were definitely more than 3 such forbidden places. Currently, there were only 3 forbidden areas that had been explored. Obviously, the remaining 2/3 of the area that had not been explored would also have creatures from the forbidden areas. Now, the appearance of this 9 demonic spider proved this point. I've already said what I need to say. Actually, I don't know much. I accidentally entered an ancient land for more than 10,000 years. Then I entered this ancient transmission road. I don't know what's going on now. Alright, just give me a quick death. the strange creature said. He knew that Lu Ming and Dandan would not let him go. It was almost impossible for him to live. He only wanted a quick death. As you wish. Lu Ming killed the strange creature with a spear, then reached out and grabbed a storage bag from the creature's waist. At the same time, the armor on the creature's body was also stripped off by Lu Ming. This armor was a source-level divine weapon. Although it was broken, it could be eaten by Qiuqiu. Then, Lu Ming rummaged through the creature's storage bag. They were all divine weapons or materials. They were of little use to Lu Ming. There was no second source-level divine weapon in it. Although the creatures in the forbidden places were rich, they did not have several source-level divine weapons. The creature was only a divine master. It was good enough that he had one source-level divine weapon. Chapter 4981. Although they didn't find any other source-grade divine weapons in the storage pouch of the 9 demonic spider clan, they did find a map. Forbidden energy was injected into it, and a map appeared in the air. This map was abnormally huge. It floated in the air and occupied an area of several miles. On the map, there were specks of light and threads. If one zoomed in on a certain area of the map, one could see that these specks of light were fragments of continents. Those threads were similar to the Milky Way. Could this be a map of the unexplored universe ruins? Lu Ming and Dandan were overjoyed. Let's compare. Dandan took out another map. This map was a map of the universe ruins that had already been explored. Now, all the major forces had already explored 1/3 of the universe ruins and created a more complete map. When the two maps were placed together, they actually fit perfectly. Both of them were overjoyed. This was definitely a map of the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins. When the two maps were placed together, they formed a map of the entire universe ruins. This is good stuff. If we want to explore the remaining 2/3 of the universe ruins in the future, this map will be of great use. Dandan said. This was because the universe ruins were very dangerous. There were many terrifying and dangerous places. Even Origin Realm cultivators would be in danger if they rashly entered. The reason why the experts of the major forces in the universe could come and go as they pleased in the universe ruins was because of the map they had created. Some of the dangerous places on the map were marked out. This was written with blood. Of course, this map wasn't created by the joint efforts of the major forces, but it was a combination of their strength. For example, if the Primordial Light Clan explored a piece of the universe ruins and created a detailed map of the universe ruins, they would make a large number of copies of this map for the Primordial Light Clan to use. Some of the Primordial Light Clan's maps would fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Heaven Destroyer. The Heaven Destroyer would use the areas it had explored and the Primordial Light Clan's map to complete its own map. The complete map would be copied and used by the Heaven Destroyer and then fall into the hands of other clans, such as the Baleful Een race or the Heavenly Human race. Just like that, each faction would obtain a map created by the other factions. This way, after integrating the areas explored by each faction, a complete map would be produced. This kind of map was no longer a secret among the major forces. Almost everyone had a copy. I'll be able to use it soon. Lu Ming muttered. You want to go to the depths of the universe ruins? Dandan looked at Lu Ming. That's right. It's time to go. Lu Ming said. In fact, even without the matter of the 9 demonic spider race, Lu Ming still planned to go to the depths of the universe ruins and explore the unexplored 2/3 of the area. That was because the human monarch's heart had not been found in the ruins of the universe that had been explored. There was only one possibility. The human monarch's heart was in that unexplored region. This reason alone was worth Lu Ming's trip. Moreover, he now had a more important reason. Mulins and Huangling were very likely to have gone to the depths of the universe ruins through the ancient star path. With Mulins and Huangling's cultivation, going to the depths of the universe ruins was extremely dangerous. Regardless of whether they were dead or alive, he had to find the two of them. Moreover, now was the best time to enter the depths of the universe ruins. Now that there was an origin tribulation with Lu Ming's combat strength, he could almost do whatever he wanted as long as he avoided those dangerous places. Once the great tribulation of origins was over, all the origins would appear and the experts in the Forbidden Grounds would run out. By then, there would be nothing left for Lu Ming to do. At that time, going to the depths of the universe ruins would be even more dangerous. You want to go through this ancient star path? Dandan asked. He knew Lu Ming very well and immediately guessed Lu Ming's thoughts. Lu Ming did intend to go to the depths of the universe ruins through this ancient star path. Firstly, it was convenient, and secondly, he could track the whereabouts of Mulins and Huang Ling. When do you plan to set off? Seeing Lu Ming's expression, Dandan knew Lu Ming's decision and asked again. I plan to find Song Qiong first and ask about the situation of the previous era's prehistoric continent. At the same time, I want to know more about the major forbidden areas before setting off. Lu Ming said. The ancestor of the quasi-sage tribe was an immortal, so Song Qiong must know a lot about the previous era's prehistoric continent. Lu Ming found that no matter what happened in the universe ruins, it would involve the previous era. Whether it was the Grand Supreme Immortal City, the Human King's body, Purple Heaven Grotto Heaven, or even the creatures of the forbidden areas, the heavenly human race, and the demons, they were all related to the previous era's prehistoric continent. There must be a huge secret hidden in it. However, his understanding of the previous era was very limited, which was very inconvenient. The more he knew about the prehistoric continent, the more advantageous it would be for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. I'll go with you so we can take care of each other, Dandan said seriously, which was rare for him. He wasn't bragging. Although his battle strength was far inferior to Lu Ming's, in terms of formations he was 100 streets ahead of Lu Ming. In some special occasions he would be more useful. Moreover, formations were mysterious and unfathomable. Even in a battle, they were very useful. With his help, Lu Ming would naturally be more convenient for him to go to the depths of the universe ruins. However, Lu Ming shook his head and said, I can go on this trip alone. You'd better stay in the station. The station's formations need your maintenance. Without the origin source, in the Heaven Destroyer, no one could compare to Dandan in terms of formations. If there were any changes to the Heaven Destroyer station's source-level formations, Dandan would be needed. There was another reason. This trip to the depths of the universe ruins was dangerous and unpredictable. Not only Dandan, but Lu Ming also planned to bring Qiuqiu with him and not bring anyone else. Why would he bring Qiuqiu? Because Qiuqiu would only be able to obtain the greatest harvest by following him. If he stayed in a certain place, Qiuqiu wouldn't be able to improve much. Instead, it would be a waste of his talent. Dandan, don't tell Shaoqing, Autumn Moon, and the others about this first. Otherwise, they will most likely follow, Lu Ming warned. If Xian Yanqing, Autumn Moon, and the others knew about this, they would most likely be worried about him going to the depths of the universe ruins alone and would follow him. Again, this trip was dangerous and unpredictable. If Lu Ming went alone, it would be more convenient for him to move around freely. All right, I'll set up some formations nearby and pay attention to the situation here at all times. After Dandan finished speaking, he began to set up the formations. The main thing was to monitor the formations so as to prevent any changes to the transmission formations after they left or even the appearance of other creatures. After setting up the formations, they headed towards the Quasi-Saint tribe together. With Lu Ming's current reputation, who in the universe didn't know about him? When the Quasi-Saint tribe saw Lu Ming's arrival, they hurriedly went to report. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Song Qiong. Chapter 4982. In the living room, Lu Ming and Song Qiong sat as the host and guest. Brother Lu, it's been a few decades since we last met. You're even more glorious than before. Congratulations, Song Qiong said with a smile. Brother Song is too polite. Aren't you the same? Lu Ming said. He was not being polite, but speaking the truth. Lu Ming was really surprised. Song Qiong's cultivation had already reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. Lu Ming was not surprised that Song Qiong had reached the peak of the Divine Master realm. After all, Song Qiong also had a set of divine tea leaves. With the divine tea leaves, reaching the peak of the Divine Master realm was a matter of course. What surprised Lu Ming was something else. In Lu Ming's eyes, Song Qiong was like a burning torch. His vitality was extremely vigorous, and he seemed to have a terrifying power that could erupt at any time. In particular, the mark between Song Qiong's eyebrows gave off a lofty aura. This aura made Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. In the Divine Master realm, only an invincible Divine Master could make Lu Ming feel a trace of pressure. Could it be that Song Qiong had the strength of an invincible Divine Master? Song Qiong must have experienced something in the past few decades. He must have obtained a heaven-defying fortune. Song Qiong smiled confidently and said in high spirits, "Brother Lu, why have you come looking for me today? I mainly want to ask you about the primitive continent. How much does Brother Tsang know about the primitive continent? Please enlighten me." Lu Ming said, "Brother Lu, you're being too polite. Now that you and I are in the same situation, it's natural for us to support each other. I'll tell you everything I know. The Eldritch continent is vast and boundless. All the continents in the universe, including the planets in the universe, are broken from the Eldritch continent. Brother Lu should know this." Song Qiong said. Lu Ming nodded. Not only is the primitive continent vast, but it also has unique cultivation conditions. It can be said that it was a golden age for cultivation. Experts were as common as clouds and immortals roamed freely. Origin realm existences were nothing at that time. It was truly a glorious era. I wish I could have been born in that era. Firmament sighed, his eyes filled with yearning. Lu Ming also yearned for it. One could imagine how glorious that era was when immortals roamed freely. Compared to the current scene of devastation, the difference was like heaven and earth. In that era, although there were many races on the Eldritch continent, there were only 3 races that truly ruled the world: the human race, the demon race, and the Wu people. Firmament continued. The monster clan and the Wu people? What's the difference between them and the Wu people now? Lu Ming asked. In the current universe, there were also demons and Wu people. On the universe 10,000 races list, there was a Wu people. He was very powerful and had a great feud with Lu Ming in the past. As for the demon clan, there were even more. Not to mention the vast 1,000 worlds of the primitive universe, even the small 1,000 worlds had a large number of demon clans. The Divine Wilderness continent, where Lu Ming was born, was home to a large number of Fae that stood on equal footing with humans. There's a world of difference. Firmament shook his head and said with a hint of disdain, the so-called demon clan in the current universe is spread across the universe and even the small 1,000 worlds. They're not pure demon clans at all. My race speculates that those demon clans evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era when the universe evolved. Evolved from the flesh and blood of the demon clan in the last era? Lu Ming's heart stirred. He felt that it was very possible. The universe evolved from part of the ruins of the universe. The original bodies of those planets were part of the Eldritch continent. At the end of the Eldritch continent, there was an earth-shattering war and countless overlords died. The flesh and blood of those overlords evolved along with the universe and gave birth to all kinds of creatures. The first creatures that were born were the primitive entities. The primitive entities evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This was no secret. As for the human race, it was likely that they evolved from the flesh and blood of the overlords in the last era. This could be proven by the Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent. The Yen clan on the Heavenly Star continent was actually a human race and probably evolved from the human king bloodline. Therefore, the demon clan in the current universe evolved from the Eldritch continent's demon clans. However, the demon clan today is no longer pure demon clans. They're at most mixed blood descendants of the Eldritch continent's demon clans. Their talent and bloodline are far inferior to the Eldritch continent's demon clans. According to the ancient records of my race, the Eldritch continent's demon clans devoured the universe and were extremely powerful. Some of the most talented ones could become demon immortals and dominate an era. That's the real demon clan. As for the Wu people today, they're even more inferior to the Wu people of the Eldritch continent. They're not related to the Eldritch continent at all. As far as I know, the Eldritch continent's Wu people don't cultivate their souls. They mainly cultivate their bodies. Some of the Eldritch continent's shamans have extremely strong bodies and are immortal. They can fight against immortal-level overlords with their bodies alone. How terrifying is that? How can the current Wu people compare to them? After Zhang Qiong finished speaking, Lu Ming couldn't calm down for a long time. The history of the Eldritch Continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch Continent was brilliant, and their strength was beyond his imagination. However, wasn't it said that the human clan was the strongest in the Eldritch Continent? Then how amazing was the strength of the human clan? However, no matter how strong the Eldritch Continent's demon clan and the Wu people of the Eldritch Continent are, they can't be stronger than the human clan. There's no doubt that the human clan is the most powerful clan in the Eldritch Continent. It's said that there was a history of 3 clans fighting for supremacy in the Eldritch Continent. The demon clan and the Wu people could only compete with the human clan when they joined forces. Indeed, Zhang Qiong told Lu Ming everything that he knew without holding anything back. Later, Lu Ming asked about the creatures in the Forbidden Area. Zhang Qiong knew very little about the creatures in the Forbidden Area. However, he told Lu Ming everything he knew. Lu Ming benefited a lot. He had gained a lot from this trip. At least, he had a rough outline of the Eldritch Continent of the last era in his mind. He wouldn't be as ignorant as before. After chatting for a few hours, Lu Ming got up and said goodbye. "Thank you for your teachings, Zhang Qiong. Lu Ming will remember it." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "Brother Lu, you're welcome. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning." Zhang Qiong smiled. The reason why he was like this was, of course, because of Lu Ming's talent. In fact, at first he wanted to get rid of Lu Ming, but now he completely changed his mind. He planned to befriend Lu Ming. As he learned more about Lu Ming, he found that Lu Ming's talent was really heaven-defying. If Lu Ming continued to develop, his future would be limitless. Moreover, Lu Ming had a forbidden body and controlled the power of the universe. The stronger his cultivation, the stronger the suppression on the creatures in the Forbidden Area and the heavenly human clan. However, it was more advantageous for the Quasi-Sage tribe. The Quasi-Sage tribe was a creature of the Eldritch Continent. The stronger the power of the Eldritch Continent's universe, the more advantageous it would be for them.